Chapter 1942. What's going on outside? Outside the room, Wuxia Xianxia called over the guard at the door and asked in a low voice. General, there's a warning from our brothers at the east of the post house. General who has already led his men there. The guard at the door cupped his fists and replied. I'll go and take a look. Wuxia Xianxia's expression turned grim. Wang Tong, Guojian, the two of you stay here to ensure His Highness' safety. If the situation turns bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness. The two of them looked at each other, then cupped their fists and said in unison, General, we'll go with you. They were Wuxia Xianxia's personal guards. Naturally, wherever Wuxia Xianxia went, they would follow. Wuxia Xianxia's expression was cold as he said sternly, this is a military order. Do the two of you dare to disobey a military order? Seeing Wuxia Xianxia's anger, Wang Tong and Guojian lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Wuxia Xianxia tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This was the sword that had accompanied him in battle for many years, and it had never left his side. However, he had been seriously injured this time and had almost died. Because of the severity of his injuries and the doctor's warning that he could not use martial arts for the time being, his sword had been removed by Wuxia Xianxia and placed on the sword rack. When he heard the sound of an enemy attack from outside, Wuxia Xianxia had not hesitated and had come out with his sword. As the leader of this army, there was no reason for him to be a coward in the face of a great enemy. I'll leave this place to the two of you. Remember, even if the two of you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness' safety. Wuxia Xianxia said in a low voice as he patted Wang Tong's shoulder, then left with his sword. His tone was no longer as stern as before. It was just that his back looked a little tragic and desolate. Wuxia Xianxia had a strong premonition that the enemy tonight was no ordinary person. The guess that Li Tai had mentioned to him earlier might very well be true. Zhao Dian had really gathered all his men to launch a sneak attack on the post house. Yes. General. The two personal guards felt a little sour in their noses as they looked at Wuxia Xianxia's bleak back and cupped their fists. The location of the incident was actually very close to Wuxia Xianxia's room. It didn't take long for Wuxia Xianxia to arrive at the scene. At that moment, the Imperial Army and a group of unidentified men in black were already engaged in battle. There were many scattered torches on the ground, which meant that they had already lost a lot of men. Only the Imperial Army would carry torches. The people who came to ambush the post house definitely wouldn't have brought their own torches. With the light from the scattered torches on the ground and the stone lanterns in the courtyard, Wuxia Xianxia was able to make out the situation. The other side had around 100 men while the Imperial Army had more than 200. While it seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, the Imperial Army had no advantage in the overall situation. Among the group of black-clothed men, there was a thin and slightly shorter man who was constantly flying through the crowd. Every time he waved his sleeve, there would be a few flashes of silver light. Then, a few Imperial Army soldiers would be killed by those flashes of silver light. He was truly a harvester of human lives. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. It's him. Wuxia Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Although the man was dressed in black and had his face covered, Wuxia Xianxia still recognized him at a glance. It was the masked assassin who had severely injured him in the southern part of the city this morning. The hidden weapons used by the two of them were exactly the same, as well as the way they used them. In the entire Taiyuan city, there was probably no other person who could use hidden weapons to such an extent. Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia quickly stepped forward, wanting to join the battle. Although he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, and although Gong's son Liang had warned him not to use force for 7 days, he couldn't just stand by and watch his men get slaughtered in front of him. Not only was there a martial arts master on the other side, but the strength of the rest was also not low. Wuxia Xianxia could clearly see that among the more than 100 men, there were at least 6 or 7 martial arts masters at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. There were nearly a dozen martial arts masters at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Although these people were fighting individually on the battlefield without any cooperation, the Imperial Army soldiers without a commander had already been beaten into a daze. There was no need for them to cooperate in battle. The main reason was that Xianye's individual strength was too strong. As the only martial arts master on the battlefield, he was like a living king of hell. If he wanted to take someone's life, that person would fall in the next moment. Such tyrannical strength was completely terrifying. Although the Imperial Army soldiers had undergone a long period of training and were not afraid of death, none of them wanted to die in such a humiliating manner. Therefore, under such circumstances, Wuxia Xianxia had no choice but to take the field himself. General. The Imperial Army soldiers at the back were the first to notice Wuxia Xianxia. At first, they were surprised. After all, they had more or less heard about Wuxia Xianxia's injuries. After the surprise, they were ecstatic. A large part of the reason why the Imperial Army was being suppressed and thrown into disarray was because they did not have a commander on their side who could match the top martial arts masters of the enemy. In other words, they did not have a backbone. With Wuxia Xianxia's appearance, this problem was easily solved. This was because in the eyes of the Imperial Army, Wuxia Xianxia was an invincible existence. Even if he had not recovered from his injuries, he was still the spiritual faith of the Imperial Army. Nodding slightly at the Imperial Army soldiers, Wuxia Xianxia quickly walked into the ranks. Circulating qi in his dantian, Wuxia Xianxia roared, "Generals, listen up. Set up the formation. Goose formation." This was a roar that contained qi. At this time, although the courier station was filled with battle cries, Wuxia Xianxia's roar still clearly reached the ears of every Imperial Army soldier. In the morning, he had been severely injured by Xianyi and had almost died. After a day of recuperation, although Gong's son Liang had ordered him not to fight, this did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In truth, after a day of recuperation, Wuxia Xianxia had recovered about 50% of his qi, and he was now able to fight against Xianyi. But after this battle, he was likely to be even more injured. At best, his cultivation would be damaged, and at worst, he would lose his life. Wuxia Xianxia naturally understood the consequences, but with the enemy before them and Li Tai's safety threatened, he could no longer care so much. He had to fight and buy time for Li Tai to retreat. "Yes, sir." A loud roar instantly woke up the Imperial Army from their stupor. This battle-hardened army immediately had a backbone. The 200 or so Imperial Army soldiers responded loudly. Immediately after, the Imperial Army soldiers that were fighting with Xianyi and the others quickly broke away from the battle. Then, according to the formation that they had been trained in, they quickly split into 3 rows. The left and right wings were arranged in an echelon formation, forming an inverted V shape. This was the goose formation. The tip of the inverted V was where the strongest fighting force of the Imperial Army was gathered. Wuxia Xianxia was naturally in the middle. In this way, not only could he protect the 2 flanks and the rear, he could also prevent the enemy from circling around. Facing this group of martial arts experts, Wuxia Xianxia wanted to use the goose formation to defend the east side of the courier station. On one hand, he could prevent the enemy's top experts from slaughtering his own soldiers. On the other hand, he could quickly stabilize the situation and buy time for Li Tai's safe retreat. Otherwise, if any of these martial arts experts went around them to find Li Tai, it would be a great threat to Li Tai and Iron Egg. However, he did not know that before he came, someone had already gone around the Imperial Army to find Li Tai. Seeing the Imperial Army get into a battle formation under the command of a young general, the leader of the men in black could not help but frown. This was because he knew that fighting alone was the strength of this group of people, and cooperation in battle formations was the strength of the Imperial Army. Once the Imperial Army got into formation, it would not be easy for them to slaughter the Imperial Army as they had before. The situation of the battle could very well be reversed. After seeing the young general's appearance, the leader of the men in black could not help but sneer. "Wuxia Xianxia? Humph. Still want to resist stubbornly? I wonder how much strength you have now." From the voice, who else could this leader be but Xianyi, who had tried to assassinate Wuxia Xianxia in the morning? "You'll know how much strength I have after you try." Wuxia Xianxia's face was flushed. It seemed that he had recovered to his peak condition. He answered Xianyi indifferently, then raised his sword to the sky and ordered loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 200 Imperial Army soldiers had been suppressed for a long time, and their stomachs were already filled with anger. Dugu Xianxia's shout of "Kill" completely ignited the flames of vengeance in their hearts. The Imperial Army soldiers all responded loudly, and under Dugu Xianxia's lead, they charged toward the group of men in black with weapons in hand. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Dugu Xianxia's calm and confident tone made Xianyi feel a little uneasy. For a moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt the poison he had concocted. According to common sense, once his weapon or hidden weapon scratched the enemy, even if the enemy didn't die immediately, they would die within 2 hours of the poison acting up. Dugu Xian had been poisoned by several weapons in the morning, but not only was he completely fine, he was even able to wield his sword. This did not make sense. Could it be that his strength has really recovered completely? But, how is that possible? Xianyi could not help but think to himself. The reason why more than 100 of them had dared to attack the post house tonight was that they had concluded that Dugu Xian had not yet recovered from his injuries and that his strength was less than 10%. If Dugu Xian had really recovered completely, then their surprise attack tonight would have no chance of success. Xianyi's heart was in a mess at this moment. Kill. Although Xianyi had thought so much, it was only a matter of a moment. Seeing Dugu Xian leading the Imperial Army to attack, Xianyi felt a little uneasy, but he did not show any weakness on the surface. He waved behind him and shouted the word "Kill," then led the charge toward the Imperial Army. To be precise, he was charging toward Dugu Xian. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. This was a decisive battle between kings and kings. Chapter 1943. Reporting. Night, Grasslands, Tujue Royal Court. In the evening, the Grassland coalition of 10 tribes launched a fierce offensive against Tuli, causing Tuli to suffer disastrous losses. After Xieli received the battle report, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He specially set up a banquet in the royal court to entertain the 10 tribal chiefs. At this time, the banquet had already ended for quite some time. Xieli was just about to rest when he heard a series of urgent shouts coming from outside the tent. Xieli couldn't help but frown and said, "Come in." Although he didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping, Xieli knew in his heart that the soldiers outside the tent dared to come to him at this time. They definitely had urgent military information to report to him. The curtain was lifted. A soldier dressed as a Tujue, but his face looked like a Han, quickly walked in. The soldier came to Xieli's front. His hands tightly clenched a slip of paper. He bowed to Xieli and saluted. Reporting to Khan, Guard Lord sent urgent information from Taiyuan. Khan, please take a look. Finished speaking, he raised the letter in his hands above his head. The soldier's respectful attitude and thorough etiquette made Xieli's heart feel very comfortable. His anger from being disturbed from his rest earlier immediately dissipated a little. Speaking of which, the reason why he wanted to plot against the Central Plains, other than the rich land and abundant natural resources, there was another important reason. The people of the Central Plains had been educated in etiquette for thousands of years. The dynasties of the Central Plains also had a set of strict hierarchical system. Those in lower positions were generally respectful and courteous to those in higher positions. The grassland people, on the other hand, were mostly boorish men who liked to be straightforward. In Xieli's view, these people were all barbarians who needed to accept the education of the Central Plains etiquette. Only in this way could he demonstrate his status and authority. This was also one of the important reasons why he put Zhao Diyan, a Han, in an important position. It was because he wanted to move the system of the Central Plains imperial court and the etiquette and education that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Central Plains to the grasslands. Only in this way could he be like Li Heir and become a truly respected emperor. Oh. Urgent information from Zhao Diyan? Let this Khan take a look. When he heard that it was an urgent intelligence sent by his trusted minister, Xieli attached great importance to it. He quickly walked up and took the letter from the soldier's hand before opening it and reading it carefully. The Great Tang's Prince of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. I implore the Great Khan to send a troop of 10,000 wolf riders, to coordinate with the enemy, to take down Taiyuan City, to capture the Great Tang's Prince of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College alive. After reading the contents in his mind, Shili put away the letter and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was weighing the feasibility of Zhao Dian's plan. After all, not long ago, because he had believed in Wu Jie's plan, he had lost 50,000 elite wolf cavalry on the border of the Great Tang, all of them under his command. In the end, not only had he failed to obtain any of the Academy's secrets, he had even lost soldiers. Now that Zhao Dian had requested him to send troops to infiltrate Great Tang, he had no choice but to be cautious. When did Zhao Dian send out this letter? After thinking for a moment, Shili was still somewhat moved by Zhao Dian's plan. He turned around and asked the soldier. The messenger soldier thought for a moment before replying to the Great Khan, based on the time, this secret letter should have been sent out by the guard lord this morning. Shili nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, the soldier seemed to have something to say but hesitated. What else do you have to report? Shili seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look at the messenger soldier and asked. Replying to the Great Khan, according to the usual practice, the guard lord would use 2 carrier pigeons to send 2 letters each time he sent a letter back to prevent any accidents on the way. However, this time, the guard lord sent a carrier pigeon back to the grasslands, but we only received a single carrier pigeon. Chapter 1944. Jia, why did father call you over just now? In a large tent to the west of the Eastern Turkic royal court, a beautiful Turkic woman lifted the curtain and walked in. A tall and mighty black-robed man was seated in front of a couch, wiping a spiked club in his hand. Upon seeing the black-robed man's actions, the woman's cheerful steps suddenly stopped. She stood a few steps in front of the black-robed man and couldn't help but ask. Wuxia, are you leaving the steppe again? The black-robed man in the tent was none other than the Turkic state teacher, Wuxia. Last month, after failing to infiltrate the Great Tang and steal the secrets of Yanhuang College, Wuxia had fled back to the steppe and returned to his old life. Even though Wuxia and Ashina Shi had lost more than 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry in the battle on the Great Tang border, Wujia's terrifying strength and his irreplaceable role on the steppe meant that Shili had only punished Ashina Shi, and not Wuxia. At that time, Wuxia had fought several top experts within the borders of Great Tang, and he had also fought the half-step Grandmaster Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain outside the Dragon Gate. He had suffered some injuries, but after more than a month of recuperation, his injuries had basically healed. Kagan wants me to lead soldiers to Taiyuan tomorrow. Hearing the woman's voice, Wujia's action of wiping his mace suddenly stopped, not even bothering to raise his head as he replied faintly in his hoarse voice. Listening to the meaning in his words, when Shili told him to go to the tent just now, it should be to arrange for him to lead 10,000 wolf cavalry to go to Taiyuan and cooperate with Zhao Dian from the inside and outside, to thoroughly take down Taiyuan City. Looking at it this way, Shili had made up his mind to take the risk according to Zhao Dian's plan. What? Father wants you to lead soldiers to the Great Tang again? How can this be? The woman cried out in alarm and then angrily said, last time, when father sent you to Chang'an, you almost didn't return. Although your martial arts are formidable and unparalleled, the people of the Central Plains have a saying that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the martial arts world of the Central Plains has as many experts as the clouds. If you are surrounded by them, you will definitely be injured again. Why did father give you such a dangerous mission? No. I have to go find father. After saying this, the woman turned to leave. The woman's full name was Ashina Shuyan. She was the pearl of Shili Kagan's palm and one of his most beloved daughters. Stop. Seeing that Ashina Shuyan was about to go find Shili, Wuxia finally raised his head, his back facing Ashina Shuyan as he said, I am the imperial teacher of the great Zhou dynasty, enjoying the worship of tens of thousands of people. It is only right for me to share the burden of the Great Khan. Besides, no one can hurt me. This last sentence showed Wujia's confidence in his own strength. Even though he was slightly injured when he fought with Xianqing before the Dragon Gate, he didn't think that Xianqing's strength was higher than his. It was mainly because he had escaped from Cloud Mountain to the Dragon Gate. Before he fought with Xianqing, he had already fought with Mo Huai, the bearded guest, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, Li Zishuan, and many other top experts. At that time, he had used up more than half of his true qi, which was why he had suffered a small loss in the hands of Xianqing. If both of them were at their peak, he believed that Xianqing would be defeated within 100 moves. Ashina Shuyan stopped in her tracks and turned around. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Humph. Father has so many warriors under his command. Why do you have to take the risk? What mission did father send you to Taiyuan for?" As the little princess of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Ashina Shuyan's loyalty to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was unquestionable. Therefore, Wu Jie didn't hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he said, "Half a month ago, Zhao Dian led the wolf guards to sneak into Taiyuan. Now, he and his men are trapped in Taiyuan City. Apart from him, there are also King Wei of Great Tang and some teachers and students from Yanhuang College. The Khagan wants me to lead a team of wolf guards to sneak into Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. Together with Zhao Dian, not only can we take down the city, we can also capture King Wei of Great Tang and the teachers and students from Yanhuang College back to the grasslands." "What? Father sent you to attack Taiyuan?" Ashina Shuyan was shocked when she heard this. She had thought that Shili had sent Wu Jie to infiltrate the Great Tang like the last time, just to carry out a mission to steal information. She had never imagined that Shili would send Wu Jie to attack the Great Tang's largest city in the north, Taiyuan City. That was not the Great Tang's border, but the inner pass. Not to mention the height and thickness of Taiyuan City, if Taiyuan City was besieged, the surrounding provinces and counties would immediately send reinforcements. Shili sending Wu Jie on this mission was no different from sending Wu Jie to his death. "How many soldiers did father give you?" After coming back to her senses, Ashina Shuyan asked. In Ashina Shuyan's view, to penetrate deep into the heart of the Great Tang's Guangzhong and attack a major city like Taiyuan City, it would be impossible to succeed without at least 100,000 soldiers. 10,000 elite wolf guards. Wu Jie indifferently replied. Then he added, "This is Zhao Dian's plan. He has already made arrangements in Taiyuan City. 10,000 soldiers is enough to take down Taiyuan City. Moreover, the situation on the steppe is unstable, and Khagan is concentrating his forces to encircle Tuli. He can't spare too many men." But when she heard the name Zhao Dian, a hint of anger flashed across Ashina Shuyan's face. She angrily stomped her foot and indignantly said, "Zhao Dian. It's that treacherous and hateful Han Zhao Dian again. Father sweat, he must have been possessed by the devil. Ever since he was placed in an important position by father, not only did he bring the hypocritical habits of the Central Plains to the steppe, he also pushed aside all of father's trusted generals. Father's prestige on the steppe is now far inferior to before. Also, Wu Jie, you are the state teacher, the #1 expert of the steppe. Zhao Dian doesn't dare to do anything to you on the surface, but I feel that once his position under father's command is stabilized, he will definitely push you aside just like he did everyone else. Previously, you failed to sneak into Yanhuang College to steal information and then fled to the Great Tang border. Not long after that, Zhao Dian took the initiative to personally infiltrate the Great Tang. I feel that he wants to use this opportunity to prove himself in front of father so that he can replace you in the future. This time, you are leading troops to attack Taiyuan City. Even if you succeed, the credit will not fall to you, but to Zhao Dian. In the words of the Central Plains, you are making a wedding dress for someone else." Hearing this, Wu Jie didn't feel indignant. Instead, he maintained a calm expression. Because Ashina Shuyan's words had taken a bit too long, Wu Jie had already picked up his mace and continued to wipe his face. After Ashina Shuyan finished speaking, Wu Jie only gave a faint and then calmed down and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. Seeing this, Ashina Shuyan was furious. She couldn't help but walk up to Wu Jie and fiercely stomp her foot. "Wu Jie. I've said so much to you, why haven't you responded at all? Wuxia didn't immediately respond to Ashina Shuyan. He put down the silk cloth in his hand and carefully examined the mace. After making sure that the stains on it had been wiped clean, he stood up and looked at Ashina Shuyan. I don't care. I don't care about this contribution. If Zhao Dian wants it, he can take it. But I must go on this trip to the Great Tang, and I have my reasons. I also have my reasons. Hearing the latter half of Wu Jie's words, Ashina Shuyan couldn't help trembling, her right hand involuntarily stroking her left wrist. Beneath her sleeve was a priceless black carp bracelet of exquisite craftsmanship. The last time they came back from the Great Tang, Wu Jie had told her that he met a little girl in Cloud Mountain who wore the same jade bracelet as her. He had asked her if she knew this girl, but Ashina Shuyan said she didn't. Since then, there had been some estrangement between the two of them. Now, the relationship between the two of them had become even more estranged. Ashina Shuyan was clear in her heart that the reason Wu Jie had to go was most likely because of the girl who wore the same bracelet as her. In addition, I also want to know who I am. Wu Jie picked up his mace and was about to walk out of the tent, but just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly stopped and muttered to himself before opening the tent's curtain and walking out. Inside the tent, when she heard Wu Jie's last sentence, Ashina Shuyan's face suddenly turned pale and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes, as if she had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. Wu Jie's sentence seemed to have no beginning or end, but it also seemed to have a deep meaning. The amount of information contained in it was too much. Wu Jie. Wu Jie. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses, then quickly turned and ran out of the tent, frantically calling Wu Jie's name. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. At this time, Tang Jian was sitting at the table, reading a book and drinking tea leisurely. The book was a good book, and the tea was naturally good tea. It was the immortal tea that was currently popular in the Great Tang, and countless rich people fought over it. This thing was not available in the grassland because the people of the grassland basically didn't like to drink tea. Besides, even if they liked to drink tea, they couldn't buy tea leaves like the immortal tea. After all, this thing was in short supply in the Great Tang. These tea leaves were naturally brought over by Tang Jian from the Great Tang. If he didn't drink it now, it would only benefit Tuli and Ni Shu Tua. Grand Duke, you still have the leisure to read and drink tea? At this time, a tall man with sword-like eyebrows walked in and saw Tang Jian leisurely sitting at the table. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This man was the captain of the guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grassland, Yu Minghu. Oh. Minghu, you're here? Hearing this voice, Tang Jian put down the book in his hand, raised his head, and smiled indifferently. What's wrong? What happened? Now that we're all alive and well, why can't this old man have the leisure to read and drink tea? Chapter 1945. Right now, we are indeed still alive. But if this continues, I estimate that in 2 days, our heads will be separated from our bodies. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. Yu Minghu looked at the leisurely Tang Jian and helplessly smiled. Tang Jian still had a leisurely attitude. Hearing this, he asked with a smile, why do you say that, Minghu? Compared to the other courtiers in the current court, in terms of intelligence, Tang Jian might not be as good as Fang Xianling and Zhangsun Wuji. In terms of decisiveness, he might not be as good as Du Ruhui. In terms of honesty, he might not even be as good as Wei Zheng. But regardless of whether he was in good times or bad, Tang Jian was always able to maintain an optimistic attitude. It was this optimistic attitude, coupled with his unique vision, that allowed him to have a place for himself in the imperial court of the early Tang dynasty, where the stars were shining brightly. Yu Minghu was not as well-mannered as Tang Jian. He said worriedly, today, Tuli suffered a defeat. He and his trusted generals want to vent their anger on Duke. But according to this subordinate's estimation, in the next few days, Tuli will suffer even more defeats. According to their nature, I'm afraid that when the time comes, they will make things even more difficult for us. At this point, Yu Minghu deliberately paused. Seeing that there was still no reaction on Tang Jian's face, he could not help but continue. In today's battle, Tuli's troops lost 40,000 troops. Moreover, according to this subordinate's knowledge, the ones besieging Tuli's troops were only the other tribes of the grassland that rely on Xieli. They were not Xieli's elite wolf riders. Although there are still 2 days left until the 8th month, this subordinate estimates that if the 10-tribe coalition cannot completely take down Tuli's troops by tomorrow night, on the last day of the 7th month, Xieli will definitely gather his elite wolf riders and launch an all-out attack on Tuli's troops. Xieli has been able to control the grassland tribes for the past few years. The wolf riders under his command have unparalleled fighting strength. Moreover, the Turkic state preceptor, Wuxia, is an expert of the great grandmaster realm. If he also participates in the battle, Tuli's troops will definitely not last a day. At that time, even if Tuli does not kill us, if we fall into Xieli's hands, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to survive. As a warrior, Yu Minghu was even more aware than Tang Jian of the terror of a martial grandmaster expert. Although no matter how powerful a warrior was, he would not be able to defeat a well-trained army. However, if an expert like a martial grandmaster were to lead an army and personally lead this army into battle, then the combat power of this army would be raised by several levels. With the current situation of Tuli's troops, if Wu Jia were to lead a 10,000-man wolf cavalry army to attack, Tuli would never be able to resist. In the end, Xieli didn't want to consume his strength right now. Wu Jia and the wolf riders were his trump cards, and until the last moment, he wouldn't use them easily. Wu Jia, is that Wu Jia who snuck into Cloud Mountain alone and led the Turkic wolf cavalry outside Longmen Pass to escape the encirclement of the Great Tang's 4 provinces? Hearing the name Wu Jia, Tang Jian's expression finally changed, raising his head and asking meaningfully. Yu Minghu nodded and replied, "It is that person." This subordinate heard that Wu Jia was able to resist Mo Huai and Zhang Zhongjian, 2 peak grandmaster experts, and smoothly escape from the encirclement of the imperial army. Later, the Marquis of Yong led an army to stop Wu Jia at Longmen Pass, but he was unexpectedly heavily injured. In the end, it was Daoist master Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain who arrived in time to stop Wu Jia and the Turkic wolf cavalry. Otherwise, Longmen Pass would have been defeated. This person's martial arts are so high that he is probably invincible in the world. If he personally led an army to attack Tuli's troops, I'm afraid that the defenses here would collapse in an instant. Thus, Grand Duke, we must make plans as soon as possible. Tang Jian furrowed his brow in silence. He was not a member of the martial arts world, but he was born into a noble family, had experienced troubled times, and had mingled in the imperial court. He had some understanding of martial arts, so he naturally understood what Yu Minghu was saying. After a moment of silence, Tang Jian spoke. Make plans as soon as possible. We came to the grasslands with the Emperor's mandate. If we don't complete the mission, how can we face His Majesty? The only thing we can do now is to firmly believe that frost will fall on the grasslands in the next 2 days. Other than that, we have no other choice. Speaking of this, Tang Jian's eyes revealed a sense of determination. He said in a deep voice, "Moreover, this old man believes in His Majesty. I believe that the prophecy of frost falling in July will come true." During the late Sui dynasty, Tang Jian and Li Er were very good friends. The two of them had similar interests and were close friends. They regarded each other as confidants. Although they were now monarchs and ministers, Tang Jian still trusted Li Er unconditionally. Li Er naturally also trusted his old friend. Otherwise, he would not have handed over such an important task to Tang Jian. If the prophecy of frost falling in midsummer at the end of July came true, for Tang Jian, their purpose of coming to the grasslands would be more than half completed. When that time came, rumors about Xieli's misconduct caused longevity heaven's wrath would spread in all tribes of the grasslands. Those tribes of the grasslands who were originally disloyal to Xieli would probably rise up and resist Xieli's tyranny together. Pay attention to the news from Xieli's side. If he really does send Wu Jia to personally lead an army to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops, we have to remind Tuli to make preparations. Tang Jian sighed and gave Yu Minghu an order. Yes, Duke. Yu Minghu naturally left to carry out the order. Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn. Guard Lord? It seems like your status in the grasslands is not low. Earlier, when the 50 to 60 people had suddenly charged into the inn, Li Junxian had immediately dashed forward and grabbed the nearby Zhao Dian. At this moment, hearing the cries of the warriors downstairs, Li Junxian gripped Zhao Dian's neck and coldly laughed. Although his neck was gripped, Zhao Dian did not appear very panicked. He lightly snorted and mocked. I didn't think that the Grand Commander of 100 Cavalry, a Grandmaster expert, would actually take this Zhao, a scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, hostage. Should I say that Commander Li is lacking in grace, or is he lacking in martial virtue? What a fine lacking in martial virtue. Anyone else might have been goaded into letting Zhao Dian go, but Li Junxian was different. Although he was a Grandmaster, he was a member of the Imperial Court, not a member of the martial arts world. For him, completing the mission given by the Imperial Court was his #1 priority. As for martial virtue, was letting Zhao Dian go and having his 700 subordinates fight with 80 to 90 people a matter of martial virtue? Say what you want. Li Junxian nonchalantly chuckled, and then he threatened, this general will not let his subordinates throw away their lives. Immediately have your men put down their weapons and surrender, or else. His right hand tightened around Zhao Dian's neck, and Zhao Dian immediately found it difficult to breathe. A few moments later, this fellow's face turned red. It was clear that Li Junxian had not used any small amount of strength. Ugh, Zhao Dian couldn't help but groan and slap away Li Junxian's right hand. Seeing this, Li Junxian slightly loosened his grip, and Zhao Dian hurriedly covered his neck with his hand and began to violently cough. Cough, cough. Commander Li truly has a good plan, but this Zhao will not let his subordinates surrender. At worst, we'll just die together. Haha. If I can kill a commander of 100 Tang cavalry, this Zhao Dian's life will be worth it. Contrary to Li Junxian's expectations, Zhao Dian was not intimidated by Li Junxian's threat. On the contrary, he was even more vicious than Li Junxian. After mocking Li Junxian, Zhao Dian looked down at his subordinates and shouted, "Kill, don't worry about this god." Li Junxian couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhao Dian's subordinates downstairs were also slightly stunned when they heard this. Everyone hesitated to move forward because although Zhao Dian had shouted this, if they really rashly went forward and caused Zhao Dian to lose his life, then what would be left for them after returning to the grassland would still be a dead end. Li Junxian's eyes narrowed as he slightly clenched his right hand. At the same time, he warily and threateningly glared at the warriors downstairs. For a moment, the two sides were in a standoff. Zhao Dian's men did not dare to recklessly step forward, while Li Junxian's men naturally would not attack for no reason. This was because while none of Zhao Dian's subordinates were top-class experts at the Grandmaster realm, the vast majority were at the Qi transformation realm. In terms of numbers, Zhao Dian's men had the absolute advantage. If they ignored Zhao Dian's life and attacked together, Li Junxian's men would not be able to hold, not even if Li Junxian was a Grandmaster. In this situation, Grandmasters were not invincible existences. While Li Junxian could take on 10 of these Qi transformation experts alone, he could not take on 80 or 90 of them. Perhaps only a Grandmaster like Wu Jia could do this. Therefore, neither side dared to act rashly for the time being. This stalemate required a third force to break the stalemate. But this stalemate was completely acceptable to Zhao Dian. He had remained at the inn precisely to buy time for Xian Yi and Celestial Eagle to attack the post house. In truth, he had not known that the cavalry that had come to the inn was led by Li Junxian. Now that he knew, he could only rejoice. If he had not used himself as bait and sent 10 people to stop Li Junxian's men, there was a high chance that Li Junxian's cavalry would have been able to effortlessly deal with them. And after dealing with his men, Li Junxian's men would have continued to pursue Xian Yi, Celestial Eagle, and the rest of the group that had attacked the post house. In that case, his plan would have been completely exposed. Right now, all he needed to do was delay Li Junxian until Xian Yi succeeded. At that time, even if he was captured by Li Junxian, it would be fine, because Li Tai would already be in their hands. The offensive and defensive positions would be reversed. Chapter 1946. Quick! Quick! In the darkness of the night, a group of over 100 people held torches as they galloped south on the main street of Taiyuan City. Their speed was very fast. Everywhere they passed, smoke and dust flew up. When the heavy horse hooves hit the green stone road, it made a noise, waking countless people who had already fallen asleep along the way. The bailiffs who were patrolling the streets at night also noticed the loud noise, but before they could get close, the other party had already galloped far away on their horses. How could their 2 legs catch up to the 4 legs of the other party? They could only look at the other party's back and sigh helplessly. Motherf *Ker, where did this group come from? Galloping horses in the city at night, do they still want to live? Boss, should we report to the provincial governor and send people to arrest them? A group of bailiffs looked at the departing figures of the group, and one of them cursed. This is already the 3rd group. But the first 2 groups were the Imperial Army and the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. This group looks like ordinary people. Another person chimed in. Pa! Pa! The leader of the bailiffs angrily slapped the 2 of them on the head and said, "Don't worry. All of you, shut up. Which ordinary family can afford to raise so many horses? Who dares to gallop on the streets at night in defiance of the curfew? This matter is not something we can deal with. Just report it to the provincial governor. Continue patrolling. Tonight is not peaceful, so keep your eyes open. Do you understand?" "Yes." The bailiffs roared in response. Just as the leader of the bailiffs had said, Taiyuan City was not destined to be peaceful tonight. First, Dugu Feiying led the Imperial Army from the north to the south. Then, Fang Gongting led several hundred cavalry from the Bing Province barracks in the northwest to the southeast. Now, another group of people had appeared out of nowhere and were heading south. These people treated the curfew policy of Taiyuan City as nothing, but at the same time, it was clear that these people were not ordinary people. After all, how could ordinary people be so bold? Moreover, the leader of the bailiffs had clearly seen this group of people coming from the direction of the Wang clan's ancestral home. This meant that this group was very likely from the Wang clan. Although they were bailiffs of the provincial government, they could not afford to offend the Wang clan. The leader of the bailiffs had guessed correctly. This group of people was the Wang family's hidden guards. The leader was the commander of the Wang family's hidden guards, Wang Qinggu. They had rushed to the Tongfu Inn under Wang Yu's orders. Firstly, they wanted to capture the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, or the owner, Gao Yong. Secondly, they wanted to see if Wang Li and the others were hiding in the inn. In terms of time, Wang Yu and Li Junxian had decided to send their men to Tongfu Inn at almost the same time, but in terms of distance, Li Junxian's temporary base in Taiyuan City was 4 to 5 times closer to Tongfu Inn than the Wang clan's ancestral residence. Thus, while Li Junxian's men were already fighting with Zhao Dian's men in the inn, Wang Qingwu's men were still on their way. But the arrival of Wang Qingwu's men was likely to be the key to breaking the stalemate in the inn. Within Tongfu Inn, both sides stood on opposite sides. Li Junxian's men had retreated to the corridor on the 2nd floor while Zhao Dian's men stood in the main hall on the 1st floor. As for Zhao Dian himself, he was naturally under Li Junxian's control. Chapter 1947. I am Wang Qingwu, commander of the Wang clan guard. Who is good, sir? Do you know where shopkeeper Sun is? Within Tongfu Inn, Wang Qingwu followed Li Junxian's voice to the corridor on the 2nd floor. As he examined Li Junxian, he couldn't help but grimace. Although the man in the corridor didn't seem very old, he couldn't see through his cultivation level. What did this mean? This meant that this man was probably as strong as he was. Since when did Taiyuan City have another martial arts master of the Grand Master realm? Wang Qingwu couldn't help but be confused. There were many martial artists in the world who were at the Qi transformation realm and below, but those who reached the Grand Master realm were all renowned figures or great generals of the imperial court. The number of Grand Masters in each region could be counted on one hand, so Wang Qingwu wasn't making a fuss over nothing. So it was Commander Wang of the Wang clan. Li Junxian's eyes flashed upon hearing Wang Qingwu's identity, and he couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Based on the information the 100 horsemen had gathered, Wang Qingwu was a member of the Wang clan's main branch, and the Wang clan's main branch and second branch were not on the same side. On the way to the inn, he had received news that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment and that the entire Wang clan was searching for him. Although he didn't know why Wang Qingwu had brought people to Tongfu Inn, if Wang Qingwu wasn't working with Wang Kuei and Zhao Dian, then this was good news. With these thoughts in mind, Li Junxian turned to Wang Qingwu and said, "This general is 100 horseman Li Junxian, and I have been ordered by the emperor to secretly protect His Highness King of Wei in Taiyuan City." "Commander Wang, these people are all spies hiding in Taiyuan City, and their leader is Zhao Dian." "Commander Wang, you've come at just the right time. Why don't you help this general capture these people and send them to the provincial governor's residence?" Although he had sent someone to the provincial governor's office to ask for help in advance, the provincial governor's office was far away from the inn. It would take some time for the reinforcements from the provincial governor's office to arrive. No one knew what the situation would be like then. Rather than that, it was better to borrow the Wang clan's forces to capture Zhao Dian's group. What? Zhao Dian? Wang Qingwu's pupils constricted at the name, Zhao Dian. Before nightfall, Dugu Xian had personally visited the Wang clan to inform Wang Yu of the secret letter that Han Lijing had brought to Taiyuan City and had asked Wang Yu to search the city for Zhao Dian. Wang Qingwu was one of Wang Yu's trusted aides, knew that all this turmoil in Taiyuan City was Zhao Dian's work. Thus, when he heard Li Junxian's report that Zhao's group, Wang's report, was Li's, so when he heard Li's that was SSS, his people's clan's group S's was? Li, S was. S he. Wang, ST. Li, ST, Wang S duets, S the group of Wang family dark guards roared in agreement, then all of them drew their weapons and charged towards Zhao Dian's subordinates, S. Chapter 1948. Taiyuan Courier Station, a major battle was on the verge of breaking out. The Imperial Army was fighting against Xian Yi and the other Turkic spies on the eastern side of the courier station. The Imperial Army, under Dugu Xian's command, had already assumed the shape of a goose. As the strongest of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian naturally stood at the very center of the formation. His direct opponent was the strongest of the enemy, Xian Yi. In terms of martial arts, both Dugu Xian and Xian Yi were at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. Dugu Xian's advantage lay in his exquisite swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, there were no more than 10 people in the world who could defeat him. On the other hand, Xian Yi's advantage lay in his bizarre movement techniques and his innumerable sneak attacks. This morning, Dugu Xian had fought with Xian Yi in the southern part of the city. But at the time, Xian Yi's side had outnumbered him, and they had even used hidden weapons, poisons, and all sorts of underhanded sneak attacks. Only then had Dugu Xian been defeated and heavily injured. In a direct confrontation, Xian Yi might not have been a match for Dugu Xian. But there were no ifs in this world. In a confrontation between two armies, the most important thing was the final outcome, not the methods used in the process. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. For Dugu Xian and Xian Yi, this was a battle where one of them would die. Only the victor could survive. However, Dugu Xian had yet to recover from his injuries, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. As a result, his chances of victory were extremely slim. Clang! Dugu Xian raised the sword in his hand and poured his true qi into it. The sword hummed with a clang. This sword had a spirit, and the Dugu clan had invited the master swordsmith Zhang Crow to forge it. Although it was not as famous as the Crow 9 swords, it was still extremely sharp. Ever since Dugu Xian had made some small achievements in martial arts, this sword had always been by his side. The sword had no name, but the experts who had fallen to it were all top-notch experts who had long been famous. At this moment, this sword seemed to be able to sense the resolve in its master's heart. As the sword hummed, it began to tremble. This was excitement, or perhaps anxiety. Because he had been recovering from his injuries, Dugu Xian was not wearing armor, only a white robe and a black cloak. At this moment, Dugu Xian's long hair and cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. A moment ago, he had looked like a weak and wounded soldier, but now, as he raised his sword and poured true qi into it, his aura quickly reached its peak. In terms of aura, he was no weaker than when he was at his peak. Sensing Dugu Xian's rapidly rising aura, Xianyi could not help but be shocked. Has Dugu Xian really recovered his full strength? This didn't make any sense. Even if all the poison he had left in Dugu Xian's body had been cured by Gong Sun Liang, Dugu Xian could not have recovered to his peak state so quickly, unless he was a celestial immortal who was impervious to all poisons. Solitary wind swordsmanship. Xian Ye's mood was very complicated at this moment. He found it hard to believe, but Dugu Xian did not give him the chance to continue thinking. Dugu Xian stomped on the ground and soared into the air. His left hand formed a sword seal, and his right hand held the sword as he executed a series of complex sword moves. His speed in the air skyrocketed again, and he and his sword were like a stream of light in the night sky, stabbing straight at Xianyi. This was the Dugu clan's sword technique, the solitary wind swordsmanship. In terms of sword moves, the solitary wind swordsmanship was not as exquisite as the Dugu 9 swords, but Dugu Xian had been practicing this sword technique for more than 10 years and had long reached the point of mastery. There was no absolute good or bad sword technique in this world. Once a sword technique reached the point of mastery, its power could not be underestimated. The main reason Dugu Xian had been able to use the first 7 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship in such a short time was that this sword technique had already been deeply ingrained in his bones. He could create sword moves with just a wave of his hand. Secondly, when Li Zixuan had deduced the sword moves of the Dugu 9 swords and taught them to Dugu Xian had discovered that his solitary wind swordsmanship had some similarities with the Dugu 9 swords. The two complemented each other, and the solitary wind swordsmanship that Dugu Xian was using had been improved, and its power was far greater than before. Fast. Dugu Xian was originally only about 60 meters away from Xianyi, but he had become one with his sword. Under the stimulation of his sword move, he and his sword were as fast as flowing light. The distance of 60 meters was covered in an instant. Before Xianyi could recover from the shock on his face, Dugu Xian's sword had already arrived. Dugu Xian, who had yet to recover from his heavy injuries and had lost much of his strength, had chosen to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, his first attack was a sure kill strike without any fancy moves. Before this, who could have imagined that Dugu Xian would attack in such a domineering and powerful manner? The Imperial Army soldiers were dumbfounded. Dugu Xian had been ambushed in the southern part of the city in the morning. He had been poisoned and severely injured, and he had almost died. Almost all the Imperial Army soldiers knew about this. In their view, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Xian had at most recovered a portion of his strength. There was no way he could have returned to his peak condition. But what was the situation now? The chilling sword aura that was wreaking havoc around Dugu Xian did not seem like something that a heavily injured person should be able to exude. The Turkic spies behind Xianyi were also dumbfounded. Before they came to the post house, hadn't Xiao Dian and Xianyi said that Dugu Xian had been heavily injured and was an arrow at the end of its flight? But the strength that Dugu Xian was displaying now did not seem like an arrow at the end of its flight at all. Roar. Although Dugu Xian's attack was very fast and caught him off guard, Xianyi was a grandmaster expert, after all. After a brief moment of shock, Xianyi roared under the powerful threat of death. He did not draw his sword to block Dugu Xian's attack. Instead, he chose to retreat with all his might. Dugu Xian had gathered all his strength in this attack, and his sword momentum had already reached great mastery. Xianyi did not dare to meet this attack head-on in a hurry. Moreover, he was best at assassination and hidden weapons, not head-on combat. Therefore, his only choice now was to retreat and avoid the attack for the time being. When Dugu Xian's attack failed and he switched to another move, he would strike again and deal the fatal blow. Xian Ye's lightness technique was superior to Dugu Xian's in the first place. Even though he had launched his attack after Dugu Xian's, he still managed to narrowly avoid Dugu Xian's sure kill strike. However, even though he managed to dodge, the other Turkic spies standing beside and behind him were not so lucky. Dugu Xian's attack was ferocious and indomitable. The surging sword aura around the sword was like a tangible blade, slashing directly at the people standing near Xianyi. Almost all the Turkic spies who did not manage to escape in time were injured by Dugu Xian's sword aura. In the blink of an eye, all 12 Turkic spies were injured and lying on the ground. What a pity, Dugu Xian shook his head slightly as he looked at the result of his attack. He could not help but feel disappointed. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to use that attack in his current state. However, the unprecedented desperate situation had stimulated his body's huge potential. In addition, he had mobilized almost all the true qi in his body to use the first 7 moves of the Lonely Wind sword technique. That was why the power of that attack was so terrifying. Dugu Xian was well aware of his own situation. He knew that in his current state, he had no chance of defeating Xianyi if he attacked normally. He could not afford to waste his true qi. Dugu Xian had planned to take advantage of the fact that Xianyi was not fully prepared to deal him a powerful attack. If this attack could seriously injure Xianyi, then the rest of the imperial army would be dealt with by themselves. There would be no need for him to do anything at all. However, Xianyi had actually managed to dodge his sure-kill attack. That made things even more troublesome. On one hand, Xianyi would definitely be on guard after that attack. Even if he used the same move again, he would not be able to injure Xianyi in the slightest. On the other hand, that attack had used up most of his true qi. It would be very difficult for him to use another attack of the same power. Swish 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 swish. Xianyi, who had dodged Dugu Xian's sure-kill attack, could not help but be shocked and enraged when he saw this scene. One had to know that he and Sky Eagle had brought people to ambush the post house, and they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Now that Dugu Xian had directly injured more than 10 of them, they were even more disadvantaged in terms of numbers. If Dugu Xian swung his sword a few more times, wouldn't all of his men be cut down to the ground? In the end, he would be the only commander without an army left on the battlefield. He could not allow Dugu Xian to slaughter his men wantonly. Shocked and enraged, Xianyi did not stop after stabilizing himself. With a flick of his sleeves, 5 thin needles shimmering with cold light flew toward different parts of Dugu Xian's body. The speed of the needles flying through the air was even faster than when Dugu Xian had become one with his sword. Using offense as defense, he wanted to restrain Dugu Xian with a sharp attack so that the martial artists on his side who were below the Grandmaster realm would not be killed by Dugu Xian, a Grandmaster expert. Dugu Xian, who had already suffered in the south of the city in the morning, knew that Xianyi's 5 needles must have been smeared with poison. Naturally, he did not dare to take them head-on. However, the 5 needles that Xianyi had thrown out were coming from different directions, almost sealing off all his escape routes. It was impossible for him to rely on his body movement to dodge these 5 poison needles. 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, arrow-breaking style. Dugu Xian did not hesitate in the face of these 5 needles. He swung his sword and used the arrow-breaking style of the 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, which was specially designed to deal with hidden weapons. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the 5 needles that came from different directions were all hit by Dugu Xian. Ding, ding, ding. The needles fell to the limestone floor with crisp sounds. Xianyi's sneak attack had also failed. Chapter 1949. Let's go together. Use all the skills you're best at and end the battle quickly. Xianyi was not discouraged by the failure of his sneak attack, because Dugu Xian seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Although he did not understand why, he had to admit it when the truth was right in front of him. Therefore, in order to prevent the situation from worsening, Xianyi did not intend to continue fighting Dugu Xian alone. He roared at his men around him. Zhao Dian's men had not only gone through harsh and cruel training, but most of them were notorious scum of the martial arts world in the Central Plains before they joined the Turks. Each of them was more vicious than the other. In terms of head-on strength, they might not be as good as the Imperial Army, but in terms of sneak attacks, the Imperial Army was far inferior to them. And tonight's darkness was the best cover for their sneak attacks. Yes, sir. The men around Xianyi answered loudly and then scattered. Those who were good at lightness skills simply jumped onto the roof. The 100 or so men spread out in a fan shape. Obviously, they understood what Xianyi meant. Faced with the imperial army that had already set up a formation, if they charged at them together, they would only be killed. Only by spreading out and disrupting the imperial army's formation with some sneak attacks could they possibly break the formation. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, all kinds of hidden weapons, such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles, were shot out in all directions toward the imperial army that had set up a formation. Other than that, a few of them lit up balls with fire and threw them at the imperial army. Immediately, thick smoke rose from the imperial army's position. Clank! 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 Metal clanked. The hidden weapons such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles thrown by the Turkic spies did not cause much damage to the imperial guards. After all, the imperial guards were one of the most elite troops in Chang'an. They were dedicated to guarding the imperial palace. Every imperial guard was wearing excellent Mingguang armor. Ordinary swords and sabers could not penetrate their armor, let alone hidden arrows and flying daggers. Unless these hidden weapons happened to pierce the gaps between the joints of the armor, or directly hit the faces of the imperial guards. Physical attacks wouldn't work, but magical attacks would. The incense that the Turkic spies had thrown at the imperial army was clearly incense capable of releasing poisonous smoke. The Mingguang armor worn by the imperial army could block the attacks of ordinary hidden weapons, but it could not block the pervasive poisonous smoke. Everyone, cover your noses and mouths. We'll form teams of 3 and help each other. Don't let anyone pass. Wuxia Xianxia had truly been caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. His original plan had been to use his life to hold down Xianyi and leave the rest of the small fries to his imperial army. Although these Turkic spies were all powerful martial artists, the imperial army was skilled in battle formations. Once they were in formation, the Turkic spies would never be able to defeat the imperial army, even if they were twice as numerous. However, who would have thought that Xianyi wouldn't play by the rules at all? He directly ordered everyone to scatter and fight on their own. Moreover, he used some dirty tricks. Therefore, he hurriedly shouted. Chapter 1950. 9 Swords of Wuxia, Sword-Breaking Style. Taiyuan Courier Station, East Side. Wuxia Xianxia gritted his teeth in the face of the dozen or so bolts of sword chi flying toward him. Mustering the remaining true chi in his body, he leaped into the air with his sword and executed the most complex and exquisite sword-breaking style of the 9 Swords of Wuxia. The essence of the 9 Swords of Wuxia was that the moment one saw a flaw in the opponent's moves, one would exploit it to strike first. Although Wuxia Xianxia's 9 Swords of Wuxia was not as proficient as his solitary wind swordsmanship, he had already grasped the sword will of the 9 Swords of Wuxia. The 9 Swords of Wuxia was a set of swordsmanship that placed great emphasis on sword will. The crux of it was the sword will and not the moves. In that instant, Wuxia Xianxia had seen through the flaws in the swordsmanship of the dozen or so people. Infusing true chi into his sword, he executed the Wuxia family's unique lightness technique and flew toward the Turkic spy at the very front. His speed was extremely fast. Seeing that Wuxia Xianxia was advancing instead of retreating in the face of their attacks, the Turkic spy was first stunned, then overjoyed. But in the next moment, the joy on his face froze. Because Wuxia Xianxia's sword had already arrived. This Turkic spy loved to advance prematurely, so he was at the very front. Moreover, the sword move he executed was also a sure kill move that only attacked and did not defend. Thus, the area around his left rib was completely exposed to the opponent. Wuxia Xianxia arrived in front of the Turkic spy. With a flash, he dodged the other party's attack and turned to stab his sword at the other party's left rib. With the Turkic spy's current position, there was no way he could save him in time. Splat! This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The sword in Wuxia Xianxia's hand pierced through the Turkic spy's left rib and into his heart without any hindrance. Ah! The Turkic spy was only halfway through his wretched howl before he breathed his last and plummeted from the sky. Xianyi, who was rushing towards Dugu Xian, and the others behind him all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this, and they couldn't help but slow down their advance. Fast. Too fast. From the moment he swung his sword to the moment he killed his opponent, it took less than 2 breaths of time. In other words, it was only the time of one move. Before this, who would have thought that Dugu Xian would be able to kill a martial arts expert at the peak of Qi transforming stage in a single move? Didn't they say that Dugu Xian was heavily injured and had less than 1/10 of his strength left? But why was this guy even more ferocious than before? In fact, it was not that Dugu Xian had become stronger. On the contrary, his current state of strength was far inferior to when he had not been injured in the morning. There was no doubt about this. His current state only looked very fierce, but only he knew the actual state of his body. Whether it was injuring more than a dozen Turkic spies with a single sword or killing a Qi transformation stage expert with a single move, Dugu Xian had done it under the premise of overdrawing his own life potential. In addition, the solitary 9 swords and solitary wind swordsmanship were indeed exquisite and peerless supreme swordsmanship, and he had to pay a heavy price for it. Bam! The Turkic spy whose heart had been pierced by Dugu Xian's sword fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Dugu Xian also landed on the roof. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see that his body was a little unstable at this moment. However, the night was very dark. Although there were many scattered torches on the ground, the light on the roof was still very poor. Thus, Xianyi and the others did not notice this detail. Who else? Bring it on if you don't want to die. I, Dugu Xian, will accompany you to the end. Dugu Xian roared as he faced Xianyi and the others with his sword in hand. There was a hint of heroism and arrogance in his voice. Apart from that, there was also a hint of the sorrow of a hero at the end of his road. Dugu Xian knew that he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not hold on for much longer. If the other party charged at him without regard for anything else, he would probably only be able to last a few rounds at most. However, the people behind Xianyi were frightened out of their wits by Dugu Xian's arrogant roar. They all stopped their attacks and landed on the roof. Xianyi was enraged when he saw this. He roared angrily and said, "You bastard." He roared, "A bunch of idiots. He's just scaring you. Are you so easily frightened? Even if he wasn't injured, even if he was in peak condition, he still wouldn't be a match for us. All of you, attack together and finish him off as quickly as possible. Kill anyone who dares to take another step back." Xianyi couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The situation on the battlefield was truly very unfavorable for them. Their 10-some experts were being held back by Dugu Xian alone while the rest of them were fighting with the 200-some Imperial Army soldiers. The Imperial Army soldiers were in groups of 3, helping each other out. Their coordination was ingenious, and they fought very methodically. As a result, Xianyi's men were at a complete disadvantage. In just a few moments, several of their men had already died at the hands of the Imperial Army. In such a situation, every time they lost a man, the pressure on the survivors would increase. This was because the Imperial Army soldiers who had been besieging Dugu Xian would go and help the other Imperial Army soldiers who were still fighting after they were freed up. This was a chain effect. Once they were at a disadvantage, it would only get worse and worse until all of them died here. Yes. The people behind Xianyi couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, but they quickly reacted. That's right. Didn't they already defeat Dugu Xian in the south of the city when he wasn't injured? Although they didn't know why Dugu Xian looked so fierce now, it was impossible for him to have recovered from the injuries he suffered in the morning. As such, their chances of defeating Dugu Xian again would be even higher. That's right, these people were the ones who had followed Xianyi in the morning to ambush and injure Dugu Xian in the south of the city. Understanding this, the crowd gathered their morale. Under Xianyi's lead, they once again raised their swords and stabbed at Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian groaned inwardly. He had taken the initiative to attack and kill a peak chi transforming expert with one strike in order to intimidate these people and make them cower in fear. This way, he could buy as much time as possible for Li Tai to escape. However, Xianyi didn't fall for it. He had no choice but to raise his sword and continue fighting. After all, the Imperial Army's victory wasn't assured yet. He still had to buy time for the Imperial Army. However, there were some things that couldn't be done with persistence. Dugu Xian's solitary 9 swords and solitary wind swordplay were exquisite, but these 2 swordplay only attacked and didn't defend. They consumed a lot of chi. After the previous 2 strikes, Dugu Xian's chi was almost depleted. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Even if he forcefully raised his chi, it would be difficult for him to withstand this round of attacks from Xianyi and the others. This was indeed the case. After Dugu Xian found the weakness of the 2 Turkic spies and stabbed them with his sword, the other 2 Turkic spies stabbed at his back like lightning. At the same time, Xianyi flicked his sleeve and 3 thin needles flew toward Dugu Xian's left and right shoulders, as well as 3 inches above his dantian. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Xian seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. The situation changed so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. Dugu Xian used his light body movement technique to dodge, but due to the lack of chi, his movements were still half a beat too slow. The 2 long swords directly pierced through Dugu Xian's shoulder blades, while the 3 thin needles that flew towards him pierced into his left and right shoulders and abdomen respectively. Compared to the position that Xianyi had originally aimed at, the needles were about an inch off target. Puff, puff, puff. The first 2 sounds were the sound of sharp swords piercing flesh. The last sound was the sound of Dugu Xian, who had yet to recover from his injuries, being injured again. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which contained bits of his internal organs. Although these 2 swords hadn't taken his life, they had aggravated his injuries. If he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't be able to live for long. More importantly, the 3 thin needles that Xianyi had driven into his body were coated with poison. In less than an hour, he would die from the poison. Can die. At this moment, Dugu Xian could clearly feel the strength in his body rapidly dissipating. He knew that this was a sign that he was about to fall into a coma or die. However, Dugu Xian was unwilling to fall just like that. This was because below the roof was still his comrade who had fought with him for many years. And behind him was Li Tai in the main building of the post house. No matter what, he couldn't allow Li Tai to fall into the hands of these Turkic spies. Dugu Xian, who was on the brink of death, suddenly let out a deafening roar. Then, the rapidly dissipating strength in his body miraculously gathered back together. Wielding his sword, he turned around and swept it across, beheading the 2 Turkic spies behind him who hadn't been able to react in time. However, Dugu Xian's series of movements had caused the 2 swords that had pierced into his shoulder blades to leave a deeper and wider wound on his shoulder. Blood flowed like a river. Blood instantly dyed Dugu Xian's entire back red. His eyes were red, and his hair was disheveled from the battle. He looked like a crazed demon. General. Dugu Xian's roar finally attracted the attention of the Imperial Army soldiers who were fighting with the Turk spies. Seeing Dugu Xian's figure swaying on the roof with 2 swords sticking out of his back, the eyes of the Imperial Army soldiers turned bloodshot, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. The man on the roof was not only their respected commander, but he had also ignored his injuries to face the enemy's strongest experts alone. How many generals in the world would cherish their soldiers so much? Protect the general. Quick! Protect the general. Thus, the Imperial Army soldiers gave up on fighting the Turkic spies and rushed toward Dugu Xian with all their might. That man was their spiritual pillar. They couldn't allow him to fall. Chapter 1951. Your Highness, the situation outside is very disadvantageous to us. Please evacuate the post house as soon as possible. We are willing to risk our lives to help Your Highness break out of the encirclement. The deafening roar of Dugu Xian when he was heavily injured by Xian Yi and the others clearly traveled to the room where Li Tai was staying in the central building of the post house. When the two imperial guards at the door heard the mournful, painful, and sorrowful roar, they couldn't help but change their expressions. A trace of anxiety and unease flashed across their faces, but after a moment of hesitation, they resolutely turned around and pushed open the door, solemnly cupping their fists in greeting to Li Tai. After realizing that something had happened to Dugu Xian, the first reaction of these two imperial guards was to rush out to rescue Dugu Xian. However, they couldn't help but recall what Dugu Xian had said before he left. Wang Tong, Gujian, the two of you stay here and protect His Highness. If the situation is bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness. Remember, even if you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness's safety. Military orders must be obeyed. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was always so. Guojian and Wang Tong both understood that the reason Dugu Xian had risked his life to fight the assassins outside was to ensure Li Tai's safety. If they went to rescue Dugu Xian now, not only would they fail to save Dugu Xian, they would also fail to live up to Dugu Xian's loyalty. Therefore, after a brief moment of hesitation and struggle, the two of them finally chose to carry out their orders and protect Li Tai as he safely evacuated from the post house. Before Dugu Xian had left, he had said that if the situation was bad, they were to immediately evacuate with Li Tai. Dugu Xian's painful and mournful roar meant that the situation was not good. It was very likely that the other party had already heavily injured Dugu Xian. If Dugu Xian, the top fighter of the Imperial Guard, was heavily injured, then it was only a matter of time before the rest of the Imperial Guard were defeated. The situation is not good? Inside the room, Li Tai abruptly stood up when he heard this. He looked at Guojian and Wang Tong and asked with a frown, that loud roar just now, was it General Dugu? A trace of pain flashed across Guojian and Wang Tong's faces. Soon after, Guojian cupped his fists and replied. It's the generals. There must be a peerless expert among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to injure the general. Therefore, Your Highness, please follow us and retreat immediately. What? Li Tai was both shocked and furious when he received confirmation from the two of them. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and shook his head. No. I can't retreat like this. After saying that, Li Tai looked at Iron Egg beside him and said, Iron Egg, don't we still have communication fireworks? Quickly take the communication fireworks to the roof and light them up. General Fei Ying and the others will definitely come to the post house's rescue when they see it. The teachers and students of Yanhuang College came to Taiyuan mainly to build a telegraph relay station. During the process, the teachers and students of the college couldn't stay together forever. After all, if they wanted to build a telegraph relay station as soon as possible, they had to work together. In order to prevent accidents from happening during the mission, Dugu Xian had given all the teachers and students of the college a communication fireworks before entering the city. This was to be used to call for help in an emergency. The reason why Li Tai didn't think of using the communication fireworks immediately was that tonight's attack was too sudden. Not only did he not think of it immediately, but Iron Egg and Dugu Xian also didn't think of it. Your Highness, your body is priceless. How can you put yourself in danger? Moreover, the general risked his life to fight the assassins despite his injuries in order to protect your safety. If you don't retreat, won't you be letting down the general's loyalty? Wang Tong's eyes were red as he cupped his fists to Li Tai and spoke in a rough voice. Iron Egg couldn't help but advise, Qingke, Brother Wang is right. We won't be of much help if we stay here. Why don't we retreat first and then go to the provincial governor's mansion to get reinforcements? Otherwise, won't we be wasting General Dugu's efforts? Li Tai shook his head resolutely. No. I can't just watch General Dugu and these Imperial Army soldiers throw their lives away without doing anything. Moreover, there are still some teachers and students of our college staying in the post house. How can this prince abandon his teachers and classmates and flee alone? Li Tai used to be very afraid of death, but after staying in the college for more than a year, the word righteousness had appeared in his mind. Leaving aside the fact that Dugu Xian had dutifully protected them all this time, a month ago, when the Tuju state preceptor Wu Jia had snuck into the college to steal the secret files, if not for Dugu Xian's timely arrival with his troops, Wu Jia would have very likely massacred the college. If that had happened, the casualties that night would have been even greater. And the losses would have been even greater. Based on this point alone, the college owed Dugu Xian a great favor. Not to mention, Dugu Xian himself had a very close personal relationship with Li Zishuan, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Therefore, although Dugu Xian was only a subject of the house of Li, Li Tai couldn't bear to see him die like this. Iron Egg heard this and couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, how could he bear to see Dugu Xian and the rest of the Imperial Army soldiers die? But in the current situation, they had to make a choice. No matter what, Li Tai couldn't have anything happen to him in Taiyuan City. Otherwise, more people would die because of him. Thinking of this, Iron Egg steeled his heart and quietly took a step back. Then, he prepared to chop Li Tai's back with his hand. Chapter 1952. Just as Li Tai was debating if he should stay behind and fight to the death with the Imperial Army and the Academy, Dugu Xian, who had been heavily injured on the east side of the courier hostel, finally could not hold on any longer. Facing forward, he fell straight to the ground. Dugu Xian felt his consciousness rapidly falling into darkness, and he gradually lost all feeling in his body. The dissipating power did not gather back. This time, a miracle did not happen. Or rather, a miracle had never happened before. The previous time was merely a final burst of consciousness from the dying Dugu Xian due to his strong willpower and conviction. General. When the Imperial Army rushing over saw Dugu Xian fall straight from the roof, they could not help but widen their eyes in anger. They quickened their steps, ignoring the Turkic spies chasing after them, and ran even faster in the direction of Dugu Xian's fall. Bam! Fortunately, the Imperial Guards managed to catch Dugu Xian before he hit the ground. Unfortunately, the strong collision and impact had caused the two swords in Dugu Xian's back to sink 2 inches deeper into his flesh. General! General! Please wake up. Seeing the man who was usually invincible like a god of war now covered in blood and barely breathing, the Imperial Army's eyes were red with grief. Quick! You guys take the general and retreat first. Leave this to me and the other brothers. A middle-aged man with a round face and short beard, looking very dignified, ordered the Imperial Army around Dugu Xian. Yes. Commander Hu. The Imperial Army replied. Then, they carefully pulled out the 2 swords on Dugu Xian's back and prepared to leave with Dugu Xian on their backs. Old Hu. Don't worry about me. Quick, pull back the defense line and protect His Highness. We must hold on until Fei Ying and the others come back. At this moment, Dugu Xian, who was lying on the back of an Imperial Army soldier, spoke with difficulty. His voice was very soft and could easily be drowned out in the chaos of the battlefield. However, the middle-aged man with a round face and short beard happened to be beside him and naturally heard what he said. Quick! Everyone, retreat immediately to Yiqing Pavilion and protect His Highness. The middle-aged general did not immediately reply to Dugu Xian's words. Instead, he shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers around him. The Yiqing Pavilion he mentioned was the name of the main building in the center of the courier station. It was also where Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others were hiding. Yes. In the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian had the highest status, followed by Dugu Fei Ying. Other than the 2 brothers, this round-faced, short-bearded Hu general had the highest status. Thus, the Imperial Army would still respond to his orders. After giving the order, Hu Lang commanded the Imperial Army to continue evacuating with Dugu Xian. At the same time, he shouted to Dugu Xian, General, no matter what you say, our brothers will not abandon you. This old Hu's life was saved by you back then. Even if I have to die, this old Hu will die before you. We must protect His Highness, and this old Hu must also save you. Hu Lang straightened his neck, his face filled with stubbornness. Under his lead, Wuxia Xianxia was swiftly brought away from the battlefield. While Xianye's Turkic spies had tried to stop them, they were all cut down by Hu Lang and his imperial army soldiers. The imperial army quickly pulled back their defensive line and retreated toward the main building of the courier station. Strangely, Xian Yi and the others, who had severely injured Wuxia Xianxia, did not intervene during this process. Instead, they stood on the roof and watched coldly. "Leader, why don't we pursue and kill Wuxia Xianxia?" a Turkic spy asked in confusion. This was indeed the best opportunity to kill Wuxia Xianxia. "There's no need." Xian Yi shook his head and confidently said, "Wuxia Xianxia is already dead. Moreover, our goal is about to be achieved." Chapter 1953. Okay. Brother Wang, Brother Gua, take care of yourselves. My master and I will definitely treat you to a drink after this. In the room of the Taiyuan post station, Iron Egg finally looked at Wang Tong and Guo Jian and said solemnly after a short hesitation and struggle. Although he really wanted to have a big fight with this master who was at the peak of the chi-forming realm in front of him, because only through a real life and death battle could his martial arts improve faster. Just like when he fought against Ming Huan in Guan City. Not long after that battle, he broke through to the chi-forming realm. However, Iron Egg knew very well that this was not the time for him to show off his bravery. Protecting Li Tai's safety was the most important task at the moment. He had to make a choice. Haha. Good. To be treated to a drink by Marquis, I, Wang Tong, have not lived in vain. Brother Iron Egg, I'll remember what you said. Haha. I'll remember it too. Hearing this, Wang Tong and Guo Jian laughed heartily and said loudly. However, there was a trace of sadness in their laughter. Obviously, they both knew that if they wanted to successfully protect Li Tai and Iron Egg in front of them, they had to risk their lives. After this battle, there was a high chance that they would lose their lives. And the drink that Iron Egg promised was something they could only drink in their next lives. Humph. You want to leave? None of you can leave tonight. The conversation between Iron Egg, Wang Tong, and Guo Jian naturally fell into the ears of the masked man in black. He sneered and rushed directly toward Li Tai, who was standing at the back. Humph. Are you treating us brothers as if we don't exist? Seeing this, Wang Tong and Guo Jian both raised their mo swords and slashed at the masked man in black. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the masked man in black. He raised his left sleeve slightly, and two flying daggers with cold light flew out from his sleeve. Then, there were two ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding. The mo swords in Wang Tong and Guo Jian's hands met the two flying daggers of the masked man in black in the air. A huge force passed through the body of the daggers and quickly backfired on the owners of the mo swords. Both of them felt their wrists go numb, and their right hands holding the mo swords were almost shaken loose. This masked man in black was a flying dagger master. Most importantly, the momentum of the two mo swords was greatly reduced after passing through this layer of obstruction. On the other hand, the black-clothed man increased his speed and dashed towards Li Tai's position at an even faster speed. Based on Wang Tong and Guo Jian's current speed, it was impossible for them to stop the black-clothed man before he caught Li Tai. I didn't want to fight, but now it seems that I have no choice but to fight. Tai Dan, who was standing by the side, could clearly see that the strength of the black-clothed man was not something that Wang Tong and Guo Jian could handle. Even if the two of them fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to delay the black-clothed man until Li Tai and Tai Dan escaped. Therefore, Iron Egg drew out the long sword at his waist and took the initiative to meet the masked man in black who was rapidly approaching them. This was the second move of the 9 Taishian swords. The masked man in black sneered and changed his direction midway. He decisively abandoned Li Tai and turned to stab at Iron Egg with his sword. It turned out that the previous move was just a cover to lure Iron Egg to take the initiative to make a move. In this way, he could find the flaw in Iron Egg's swordsmanship after Iron Egg hurriedly made a move and kill Iron Egg directly. At this critical moment, Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He raised the long sword he borrowed and changed his swordsmanship midway. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Minghuan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a small angle with the ground. The 38th move of the Taiji swordsmanship, Phoenix wing spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The masked man's long sword strength was immediately deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling out 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. Chapter 1954. Hee hee. I'm sorry. With your insignificant strength, I can defeat you fair and square. But this is a serious matter. Lord Guard will not allow any mistakes. Besides, I'm in a hurry. In the guest room of the I Ching Pavilion in the Taiyuan courier station, the black-clothed masked man sneered. He retreated to the door and opened it. He reached out and took out a lit incense stick. After closing the door, the black-clothed masked man returned to the room. Seeing Iron Egg's puzzled expression, the black-clothed masked man explained, "This is called soul-breaking incense. It has a very light smell and is difficult to detect. Those who are poisoned by this incense will be poisoned in a quarter of an hour. When the poison takes effect, your body will be as soft as cotton and you will lose all your inner strength. Now, you are all lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Poof! As he spoke, the black-clothed masked man first broke the half-burnt incense in his hand. Then, he thrust his sword forward and pierced Wharton's heart without missing a beat. With Wharton's current state, he was unable to dodge the black-clothed man's sword, so he could only watch as the long sword pierced his chest. Under the effect of the soul-severing incense, he didn't feel any pain at first, but when the sharp sword was about to touch his heart, he felt a trace of throbbing and intense pain, but in the next moment, all of his consciousness completely dissipated. Just as the masked man had said, at this moment, Tai Dan, Li Tai, Guo and Wang Tong were like lambs that were waiting to be slaughtered, and the black-clothed masked man was the butcher that held the butcher's knife. When facing this butcher, the lambs could only wait for death and didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Brother Wang. Old Wang. Seeing that Wang Tong was killed, Iron Egg and Guo eyes were filled with anger. If looks could kill, the masked man in black would have been cut into countless pieces by their looks. Hey! Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. The black-clothed man sneered and pulled out his sword from Wharton's chest. He then turned to look at Guo who was closer to him. In the face of death, Guo face showed no signs of fear. He had already stabbed his saber into the ground to support his body. When he saw the black-clothed man walking towards him, he glared angrily at him, his face full of disdain. The men of the Imperial Army do not fear death. All of them were indomitable men. We're not like, you son of a bitch, betraying your own race, betraying your ancestors, and working for the dogs-hit Turks. If you're alive, there will be countless people poking at your spine. If you're dead, there will be countless people digging up your grave so that you'll never be able to rest in peace. Because of the absolute soul fragrance, Guo was currently very weak. He used his strong willpower to resist the medicinal properties of the absolute soul fragrance, preventing himself from falling unconscious. His voice was very soft, but every word he said was incomparably clear and firm. After all that had happened, most of the Imperial Army soldiers knew that the people who had been stirring up trouble in Source Peak City were probably Turkic spies. Thus, before his death, Guo had been unable to restrain himself from cursing the men in black. You're courting death. Guo words had thoroughly enraged the black-clothed man. Eyes wide with rage, the black-clothed man lunged forward and slashed his sword at Guo neck. Big Brother Guo. A popping sound could be heard as blood splattered everywhere. A head rolled onto the ground, right next to Bruiser's feet. Bruiser staggered backward a couple of paces, his face filled with grief and boundless rage. He couldn't stop himself from trembling, not from fear, but from rage that came from the depths of his heart. Seeing his companions mercilessly slaughtered by the black-clothed man one after another, Iron Egg's rage had reached a boiling point. But at this time, anger was of no use. Not only could he not use any of his Xinqi, he also had to focus all his energy on resisting the effects of the absolute soul fragrance to keep himself awake. Without the absolute soul fragrance, even if he knew that he was no match for the black-clothed man, Iron Egg would have charged forward with his sword. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one fight, Iron Egg believed that he had a chance of winning. When Li Zishuan had just returned from Longhu Mountain, he was only at the late stage of qi refining. However, with the 9 Taishian swords and Taiji sword technique, he was able to defeat Snake King, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years. As a personal disciple of Li Zishuan, Iron Egg believed that with his understanding of these 2 sword techniques, he still had a chance to fight the black-clothed man head-on. Because the 9 Taishian swords and Taiji sword technique were supreme sword techniques that could allow one to surpass the level of an enemy. Moreover, these 2 sword techniques, one for offense and one for defense, could achieve unexpected results if used skillfully. Unfortunately, there were not so many ifs in this world. The absolute soul fragrance that the black-clothed man had lit before entering the room had already strangled all the ifs and uncertainties in the cradle. There was no suspense in this battle at this point. Humph. Little guy, it's your turn next. After killing Guojian, the black-clothed man glanced at Iron Egg, and then walked towards Iron Egg with his sword. Chapter 1955. Stop. In the room, although these 2 words were said very softly, they clearly reached everyone's ears. At the very beginning, the masked man in black even thought that he had misheard, but not long after, the same voice rang out in the room again. This made him believe that there was indeed someone shouting, "Stop." He quickly became alert and used his eyes to look for suspicious people in the room. This room was not big. Other than him, Iron Egg, and the 2 fallen Imperial guards, there was only Li Tai in the room. But Li Tai had been poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and should have fainted. After all, he was the only one in the room who did not know martial arts. His resistance to the soul-breaking incense was definitely the weakest. If that was the case, then who was the person who shouted, "Stop"? The masked man in black coldly scanned every corner of the room. He even looked at the bodies of the 2 Imperial guards, but in the end, he found nothing. Finally, the masked man's eyes fell on the innermost corner of the room. Li Tai had been hiding in that corner since the beginning. But the masked man in black could not help but be shocked by what he saw. He saw that Li Tai, who had fainted, actually stood up shakily and strenuously. He faced the masked man in black and Iron Egg with a face full of anxiety and anger. Obviously, he was the one who had shouted, "Stop," earlier. In the face of the masked man in black, Li Tai and Iron Egg were both poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and had no ability to resist. Under such circumstances, would Li Tai's "stop" really work? Obviously not. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the black-clothed man's eyes. He said to Li Tai indifferently, "Your Highness, these people are just servants. If you kill them, then kill them. Why are you in such a hurry?" As he spoke, he retracted his gaze, raised his sword, and continued to slash at Bruiser's neck. "Stop." In the room, although these 2 words were said very softly, they were clearly heard by everyone. At the very beginning, the masked man in black even thought that he had misheard, but not long after, the same voice rang out in the room again. This made him believe that there was indeed someone shouting, "Stop." He quickly became alert and used his eyes to look for suspicious people in the room. The room was not big. Other than him, Iron Egg, and the 2 fallen Imperial guards, there was only Li Tai in the room. But Li Tai had been poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and should have fainted. After all, he was the only one in the room who did not know martial arts. His resistance to the soul-breaking incense was definitely the weakest. If that was the case, then who was the person who shouted, "Stop"? The man in black coldly scanned every corner of the room. He even examined the bodies of the 2 Imperial guards, but in the end, he found nothing. Finally, the man in black's eyes fell on the innermost corner of the room. Li Tai had been hiding there from the beginning. Just one look and the man in black could not help but be shocked. He saw that Li Tai, who had been unconscious, actually stood up shakily and strenuously. He faced the man in black and iron egg with a face full of anxiety and anger. Obviously, he was the one who had shouted, "Stop," earlier. In the face of the man in black, Li Tai and Iron Egg were both poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and had no ability to resist. Under such circumstances, would Li Tai's "stop" really work? Obviously not. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the black-clothed man's eyes. He said to Li Tai indifferently, "Your Highness, these people are just servants. If you kill them, then kill them. Why are you in such a hurry?" As he spoke, he retracted his gaze, raised his sword, and continued to slash at Bruiser's neck. Chapter 1956. The dagger in Li Tai's hand actually had a great history. In the early years of Wuda, the Turks had invaded the borders of the Great Tang on a large scale. At the time, Li Er had still been the king of Qin, leading an army to attack the Turks from the north. He had won one battle after another, and after killing the leader of one of the tribes, Li Er had seized an extremely exquisite dagger. From that moment on, this dagger had been used to cut up many cattle and sheep in his military career. In Li Er's hands, this dagger was used more as a cutlery than as a tool for killing. Later, Li Er gave this dagger, which symbolized victory and glory, to one of his favorite sons, Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai was only 4 or 5 years old. He only thought that this dagger was pretty and fun. After the initial novelty, he did not care about it anymore. This time, he followed the teachers and students of the academy to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This was the first time in his life that Li Tai had traveled so far. Therefore, he also took this dagger that Li Er gave him as a self-defense. However, neither he nor Li Er had expected that this dagger from the Turk tribe would appear in the battle against the Turk spies by pointing at Li Tai. But no matter what, Li Tai's action of risking his life for the sake of justice was not a disgrace to the dagger that symbolized victory and glory. Good. Very good. Then I will give Prince Wei face and let this kid go for the time being. In the room, seeing that Li Tai was really going to threaten him with his life, the man in black did not dare to take the risk. He sneered and moved the long sword away from Iron Egg's head. Just as Li Tai had said, if they didn't have Li Tai as a hostage, once the Great Tang government's reinforcements arrived, all of them who had launched a sneak attack on the post house would have died here. Furthermore, even if they managed to evacuate the post house before the Tang Empire's reinforcements arrived, their mission would still be considered a failure if they failed to capture Li Tai alive. This was because Zhao Dian might have already fallen into the hands of the Tang Empire's officials. If they failed to capture Li Tai alive as a hostage, Zhao Dian's life would be in danger. The dagger in Li Tai's hand actually had a great history. In the early years of Wuda, the Turks invaded the borders of the Tang Empire. At that time, Li Er, who was still the king of Qin, led an army to attack the Turks from the north. Along the way, he won one battle after another and could be said to be an irresistible force. After killing the leader of a tribe, Li Er seized an extremely exquisite dagger. Since then, Li Er's military career, this dagger had been used to dissect many cattle and sheep. In Li Er's hands, this dagger was more used as a tableware rather than a tool to kill. Later, Li Er bestowed this dagger, which symbolized victory and glory, to one of his favorite sons, Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai was only 4 or 5 years old. He only thought that this dagger was pretty and fun. After the initial novelty, he did not pay attention to it anymore. This time, he accompanied the teachers and students of the academy to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This was the first time that Li Tai had traveled so far in his life. Therefore, he also took this dagger that Li Er had bestowed upon him as a self-defense. However, neither he nor Li Er had expected that this dagger from the Turks would appear in the battle against the Turk spies by pointing at Li Tai himself. But no matter what, Li Tai's act of risking his life to fight for justice today was not a disgrace to this sword that symbolized victory and glory. Chapter 1957. Silence. Outside Iching Pavilion, the Imperial Army and the Turkic spies had been locked in a fierce battle a moment ago, but with the roar of the man in black, the noisy courtyard instantly fell silent. Both sides turned their gazes to the man in black and Li Tai standing in front of him. Your Highness. Seeing that the man in black had taken Li Tai hostage, the imperial army was alarmed. Without needing Hu Longjiang's orders, the imperial army automatically changed their formation and completely surrounded the man in black and Li Tai. At this moment, the actions of the man in black and Li Tai were rather strange. Li Tai was holding a dagger, but the dagger was pointed at his neck. The man in black had placed his sword on Li Tai's shoulder, but for some reason, the sword was still some distance away from Li Tai's neck. At first glance, it seemed like the man in black did not want Li Tai to die. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. It was like a robber holding a hostage. The hostage wanted to die, but the robber wanted to protect the hostage. It didn't make sense at all. However, such a thing that defied common sense had really happened. Protect His Highness. At this moment, Hu Longjiang reacted and shouted loudly. The imperial army pointed their swords at the man in black who had just come out of Yiqing Pavilion. As for the Turkic spies behind them, they could no longer care about them. If something happened to Li Tai, their mission in Taiyuan would be considered a complete failure, and none of them would be able to escape Li Er's punishment. However, because the man in black had placed his sword on Li Tai's shoulder, the imperial army did not dare to make any moves. After all, Li Tai's life was still in the hands of the man in black. Haha. Tianying, you've succeeded. At this moment, a thin masked man flew down from the roof of Yiqing Pavilion. It was Xian Yi, who had been fighting with Wuxia Xianxia earlier. Xian Yi landed steadily beside the black-clothed man. After glancing at Li Tai, who was standing in front of the black-clothed man, Xian Yi's hanging heart immediately returned to his stomach. He let out a light breath and smiled faintly. That's right, the black-clothed man who had sneaked into the room to capture Li Tai was Zhao Dian's second-in-command, Tianying. Previously, Xian Yi had led his men to attack the post house from the front, attracting most of the imperial army to the east side of the post house. Even Wuxia Xianxia, the commander of the imperial army who had yet to recover from his injuries, had personally left his room to participate in the battle. Thus, there were very few imperial army soldiers left to protect Li Tai. This gave Sky Eagle a chance to sneak into Yiqing Pavilion. Seeing Xian Yi fly over, Sky Eagle nodded in greeting before replying, "This is all thanks to you and your brothers holding back the majority of the imperial army's forces. Let's take King Wei away now and go back to rescue the guard master." Xian Yi nodded and said, "That's how it should be." At this moment, Sky Eagle coldly said to Li Tai, "Your Highness King Wei, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? This seat has no intention of harming your life. As long as you get these imperial army soldiers to open a path for us to leave, this seat will naturally protect you. Your status is noble, and your body is priceless. You shouldn't be willing to exchange your life for ours, right?" In principle, Sky Eagle didn't want Li Tai to die because he needed to use Li Tai as a hostage to rescue Zhao Dian. However, this didn't mean that he didn't dare to kill Li Tai. If Li Tai didn't cooperate with him and instead recklessly ordered the imperial army to attack the people they had brought with them, Sky Eagle didn't mind dragging Li Tai down with him before he died. After all, he was about to die. He couldn't care less about the mission. "All of you, disperse and let them go." Li Tai also understood that he and Sky Eagle were at most in a relationship of checks and balances. Sky Eagle didn't dare to kill him casually, and he didn't want to throw his life away so easily. As long as they didn't completely fall out with each other, they could coexist peacefully. However, once they did, it would be a life and death struggle, and both sides would suffer great losses. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Tai finally gave the order. Chapter 1958. Wow! Father, when did you buy such a big manor? Near Dragon Mountain, after passing through several hills and woods, Wang Kuei, Wang Hong, Wang Xinyuan, and the others saw a vast and huge manor in the wilderness. The manor covered an area of at least a dozen acres. At this time, the sky was dark, and the interior of the manor was lit with candles, stone lamps, and bonfires. Under the illumination of these lights, they could vaguely see the outline of the manor. At this time, Wang Hong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim. On the way, Wang Kuei roughly told Wang Hong about the manor's training of a group of assassins, but he didn't go into detail. For example, the size of the manor and the number of assassins, he didn't tell Wang Hong about it. The main reason was that talking to Wang Hong was too infuriating. If he didn't pay attention, he would be angered half to death. Therefore, after seeing this huge manor, although Wang Hong was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. "Yes, master." As soon as Wang Hong's voice fell, two young men in black suddenly jumped down from the trees on both sides of the road. The two men held weapons and landed in front of Wang Kuei and the others. Just as they were about to go forward and ask, one of them recognized Wang Kuei through the light of the torch in front of the crowd. He looked serious and quickly put away his weapon. He stepped forward and saluted Wang Kuei. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, master." Another warrior quickly walked over and cupped his fists in salute to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei didn't answer Wang Hong's previous question. Instead, he nodded lightly at the two men in front of him and said, "Shang Liang, Su Lei? Are the two of you on night duty tonight?" "Yes." The two men nodded in response. Wang Kuei softly said, and then ordered, "Let's go. Enter the manor, and then let White Bear quickly gather everyone in the manor and the martial arts field." "Yes." This subordinate obeys. Hearing Wang Kuei's order, the two men felt that something big was about to happen. They quickly saluted, bowed, and took the order. "Wow. Father, when did you buy such a big manor?" Near Dragon Mountain, after passing through several hills and woods, Wang Kuei, Wang Hong, Wang Xinyuan, and the others saw a luxurious and huge manor in the wilderness. The manor covered an area of at least a dozen acres. At this time, the sky was dark, and the manor was lit with candles, stone lamps, and bonfires. Under the illumination of these lights, they could vaguely see the outline of the manor. At this time, Wang Hong widened his eyes and could not help but exclaim. On the way here, Wang Kuei roughly told Wang Hong that the manor had trained a group of assassins, but he didn't go into detail. For example, he didn't tell Wang Hong the size of the manor and the number of assassins. The main reason was that talking to Wang Hong was too infuriating. If he didn't pay attention, he would be angered to death. Therefore, after seeing this huge manor, although Wang Hong was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes, master." As soon as Wang Hong's voice fell, two young men in black suddenly jumped down from the trees on both sides of the road. The two of them held weapons and landed in front of Wang Kuei and the others. Just as they were about to go forward and ask, one of them recognized Wang Kuei through the light of the torch in front of the crowd. He looked solemn and quickly put away his weapon. He stepped forward and saluted Wang Kuei. "Greetings, master." Chapter 1959. Da. On the small path outside the mysterious manor, the sound of hooves thundered. Under the leadership of Han Lijeng, the imperial army galloped toward Wang Kuei's men. Although the path was not wide and could only accommodate 3 warhorses side by side, the 200 imperial army soldiers marched in unison with great momentum. The charging formation of 200 men should have the momentum of 1,000 men. Bai Xiong, Qi Zhe, and the others, who were rushing over to spy on the enemy, could not help but turn pale with fright when they saw this momentum. At this moment, they were still 400 to 500 feet away from the imperial army, but Bai Xiong did not hesitate to turn his horse around and shout loudly, "Stop! Soldiers are attacking! Soldiers were coming to attack! Giddy up!" Although White Bear was a martial arts master at the peak of Qi transforming stage, he did not have the courage to fight against such a well-trained cavalry. Even if he was a martial arts master in the Grandmaster realm, he would not dare to fight head-on with such a large cavalry formation, not to mention that he was at the peak of Qi transforming stage. Unless these cavalrymen were all ordinary people who did not know martial arts. But was that possible? Obviously, it wasn't realistic. Therefore, White Bear King did not hesitate to turn around and retreat when he saw this. Qi Zhe and the others beside him naturally did not continue to stay when they saw him retreat. They hurriedly turned their horses around and galloped towards Wang Kuei. "Soldiers? How could the soldiers have caught up to us so quickly? Wang Kuei, who was not far away, couldn't help muttering to himself in confusion after hearing White Bear's loud shout. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to meet the enemy. For every soldier you kill, you'll be rewarded 100,000 yuan. At this critical moment, even though Wang Kuei was puzzled, he could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. He waved his hand at the group of assassins and guards behind him and ordered loudly. At the same time, he, Wang Xinyuan, and Wang Hong quietly turned their horses around and walked towards the back of the group. As the leaders of this team, they naturally couldn't charge at the front. Kill. These people had been recruited by Wang Kuei from all over the country and had been willing to work as assassins under Wang Kuei for so many years. They were people who recognized money but not fate. Now that they heard Wang Kuei say that they would be rewarded with 100,000 yuan for every soldier they killed, their eyes all turned red and they rushed forward with their knives without any regard for their lives. At this moment, they didn't even have time to think about why there were soldiers here. Why would Wang Kai go against the government? Also, once they killed the soldiers, what would happen to them in the future? Of course, not everyone did not think about these problems. Some of the smarter ones had already predicted the current situation when Wang Kuei said on stage that he would lead them to build a career together. There was no war going on in the Great Tang, but Wang Kuei had said that he would lead them to make a name for themselves. In this situation, what else could they make a name for themselves besides rebellion? Although some people had expected this, they had been under Wang Kuei's strict training for a long time. They had long lost the concept of a country. Although they were a little surprised at first, they did not reject the idea of rebellion. After all, they were all from poor families. None of them wanted to return to the past and continue living in poverty. Kill. Chapter 1960. Escape. Without these assassins and guards, what's the use even if we escape? This is the family property that I have accumulated for more than 10 years. On the path outside the mysterious manor, after hearing Wang Xinyuan's words, Wang Kuei's face couldn't help but show a trace of bitterness. He sighed and said with tears in his old eyes. Only the heavens knew how much effort and price he had paid to secretly cultivate this group of assassins behind the back of his family. Now that he had seen these assassins die one by one under the blades of the imperial army, the old man's heart could be said to be dripping blood. This was because these assassins were the assets he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. They were also the capital he had to make a comeback in the future. He escaped from the Wang family tonight. The reason why he chose to come here first was that he wanted to take these assassins to join Zhaodian. With these assassins and the money he carried, he had the capital to cooperate with Zhaodian. However, things did not go as he wished. The assassins that he had cultivated for many years were likely to all die here tonight. How could Wang Kuei be willing to accept this? Grandfather, we can spend money to find people if they are gone, but nothing must happen to you. Once we fall into the hands of the government, there is only a dead end. There will be no more hope. Let's escape quickly. Seeing that Wang Kuei was still sighing sadly, Wang Xinyuan couldn't help but urge him. Wang Hong also hurriedly said at this time, yes. Father. You brought so much money this time. With money, where can't we find masters in the martial arts world? If these people are gone, then they are gone. Right now, it's more important to escape. Your son is only 32 this year. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die so young. This guy, it was fine if he didn't open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he could anger people half to death. Wang Kuei was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The old man stroked his chest and glared angrily, raising his hand to hit his disappointing son. Wang Hong, however, had the foresight. Before Wang Kuei raised his hand, he had already run away. Father. There's no time to lose. Your son will go to the front to help you open the way. You and Xinyuan quickly follow. Wang Hong naturally didn't run toward the imperial guards. He ran toward the hill on the left side of the road. Before this guy ran away, he didn't forget to tell Wang Kuei. You evil creature. Wang Kuei was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he had already calmed down. He knew that the wisest choice at this moment was to follow Wang Xinyuan's advice and escape from the forest on both sides before his men were completely defeated. Therefore, he turned around and shouted to the guards not far away, "White Bear, Chi-Zhe, quick! Retreat!" Yes. Soon, under the escort of several guards and killers, Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan successfully climbed up the hill. After meeting up with Wang Hong on the hill, they went into the dense forest. Not only were the hills on both sides of the road overgrown with weeds, the trees were also dense. Coupled with the fact that it was dark at night, it would be difficult for the Imperial Guards to find them if they were to sneak in like this. In the field, Han Lijing also noticed the abnormality here. He could vaguely see a few figures darting into the forest beside the road. He knew something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Someone is escaping." "Who? I'll leave this place to you. I'll go after them." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Erhu's agreement, Han Lijing jumped up the hill on the left side of the road. At the same time, he put the modeo back on his waist and took the bow and arrow from his back. After that, he knocked the arrow and shot 3 arrows in a row in the direction of the footsteps in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was dark and the forest was dense. Han Lijing didn't care whether the 3 arrows hit their targets or not. He ran in the direction of Wang Kuei and others while continuing to shoot arrows into the forest from the quiver. Chapter 1961. Haha. I didn't think that the mighty king of Wei would end up as our prisoner. Lord Wei's schemes are as wondrous as Kongming's. On the streets to the north of Source Peak City, Sky Eagle and Xian Yi were galloping wildly on their horses. Li Tai was riding on the same horse as Xian Yi. Sky Eagle couldn't help but feel heroic as he looked at Li Tai on his horse. Before they came, they actually had a certain degree of suspicion towards Zhao Dian's plan. However, due to Zhao Dian's usual prestige, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they had to carry out Zhao Dian's plan. But now, their measly 100-some people had managed to capture Li Tai from the Imperial Army. Tianyin couldn't help but admire Zhao Dian's plans. Xian Yi held the reins with one hand while his other hand was on Li Tai's shoulder, preventing the latter from escaping or making any small movements. When he heard this, he nodded in deep agreement and said, "Lord Guard's wisdom is indeed something that we are unable to fathom. However, Lord Guard's current situation is probably not good. We have to rush back to the inn as soon as possible and rescue Lord Guard." Tianying nodded and then turned around and shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, pick up the pace. We must return to the inn in 30 minutes. Yes. The Turkic spies running behind Xian Yi and Tianying loudly replied. They had run here when they came, so naturally, they had to run back when they went back. As for the warhorses Xian Yi and Tianying were riding, they had taken 2 from the Imperial Army during the chaos when they left the relay station. The situation had been so urgent that they hadn't had time to find more warhorses, so only Xian Yi and Tianying had been able to ride back. An inn? These Turkic spies are actually hiding in an inn? I just don't know which inn they are talking about in the city. Li Tai, who had his shoulder pressed down by Xian Yi, could not move at all. He could not help but ponder to himself after hearing the conversation between Xian Yi and Sky Eagle. From the moment he was captured until now, Li Tai hadn't cried out for help because he didn't think it was necessary. In this situation, there was no one in Source Peak City who could save him from Xian Yi. Crying out for help would only be a waste of energy. He still needed to save his energy until he reached the lair of the Turkic spies and then find a chance to escape. They had run here when they came, so naturally, they had to run back when they went back. As for the warhorses Xian Yi and Tianying were riding, they had taken 2 from the Imperial Army when they were leaving the relay station. The situation had been so urgent that they hadn't had time to find more warhorses, so only Xian Yi and Tianying had been able to ride them back. An inn? These Turkic spies are actually hiding in an inn? I just don't know which inn they are talking about in the city. Li Tai, who had his shoulder pressed down by Xian Yi, could not move at all. He could not help but ponder to himself after hearing the conversation between Xian Yi and Sky Eagle. From the moment he was captured until now, Li Tai hadn't cried out for help because he didn't think it was necessary. In this situation, there was no one in Source Peak City who could save him from Xianyi. Crying out for help would only be a waste of energy. He still needed to save his energy until he reached the lair of the Turkic spies and then find a chance to escape. Chapter 1962. Your Highness. This cry of Your Highness was tinged with shock. It was clear that the speaker had never imagined that he would run into Li Tai here. Looking in the direction of the voice, Li Tai was shocked when he saw the appearance of the leading knight. His eyes widened as he said with a face full of surprise, "General Li? Why are you in Taiyuan City?" This was none other than Li Junxian. After capturing Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, they had joined forces with Wang Qingguo and his 100-some Wang clan shadow guards to escort Zhao Dian to the Bing province governor's residence. The Bing province governor's residence and Taiyuan courier station were both to the north of Taiyuan City, so Xianyi and Li Junxian's forces had run into each other. What? It's His Highness? Behind Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo couldn't help but be alarmed by their conversation. He hurriedly urged his horse forward and carefully looked. As expected, Li Tai was seated on the horse at the very front. He was both shocked and furious. Thus, Wang Qingguo unsheathed his saber and shouted at Xianyi and the others, "Li Tai, you're the first prince of the Tang dynasty. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap His Highness? If you know what's good for you, immediately release His Highness and dismount. Otherwise, die." Although Wang Qingguo had fought with Xianyi during the day, the light in the night was poor. Moreover, Xianyi's men were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. Without fighting, it was very difficult to identify them. Otherwise, die. The moment these words were spoken, the Wang clan shadow guards behind Wang Qingguo and the 10-some cavalry led by Li Junxian unsheathed their weapons and began to confront Xianyi's men. "Ha! Commander Wang? Commander Wang, I hope you've been well since we last met." Wang Qingguo didn't recognize Xianyi, but Xianyi recognized Wang Qingguo. Xianyi couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately took 2 steps forward and looked at Wang Qingguo with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Your Highness?" This Your Highness was filled with great surprise. Clearly, the person who spoke had never expected to meet Li Tai here. Looking in the direction of the voice, Li Tai was shocked when he saw the face of the leading knight. He widened his eyes and said in surprise, "General Li? Why are you in Taiyuan City?" It was none other than Li Junxian. After capturing Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, they had joined up with Wang Qingguo's 100-some Wang clan hidden guards to escort Zhao Dian to the Bing province governor's residence. The Bing province governor's residence and Taiyuan courier station were both to the north of Taiyuan City, so Xianyi and Li Junxian's forces had met halfway. What? It's Your Highness? Behind Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo couldn't help but be alarmed by their conversation. He hurriedly urged his horse forward and carefully looked. As expected, Li Tai was seated on the horse at the very front. He was both shocked and furious. Thus, Wang Qingguo unsheathed his saber and shouted at Xianyi and the others, "Li Tai, you're the first prince of the Tang dynasty. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap His Highness? If you know what's good for you, immediately release His Highness and dismount. Otherwise, die." Although Wang Qingguo had fought with Xianyi during the day, the light in the night was not good. Moreover, Xianyi's men were all wearing black robes and had their faces covered. Without fighting, it was very difficult to tell who they were. Otherwise, die. The moment these words were spoken, the Wang clan hidden guards behind Wang Qingguo and the 10-some cavalry led by Li Junxian unsheathed their weapons and began to confront Xianyi's men. "Ha! Commander Wang? Commander Wang, I hope you've been well since we last met." Wang Qingguo didn't recognize Xianyi, but Xianyi recognized Wang Qingguo. Xianyi couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately took 2 steps forward and looked at Wang Qingguo with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chapter 1963. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Everything was done by my father and Wang Xinyuan. It has nothing to do with me. In a forest outside the mysterious manor, Wang Hong collapsed to the ground after being shot by an arrow in his thigh. Through the light from the torches scattered on the ground and the torches in the hands of the burly man in front of him, Wang Hong saw that the burly man in front of him was covered in blood. The knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. He looked like a killing god from hell. Wang Hong was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. At this time, he couldn't care about the pain in his thigh. He quickly cupped his hands and begged for mercy to the burly man in front of him. "Your father? You're Wang Kuei's son." This burly man was naturally Han Lijing. As for the blood on his body, it was all the blood of the enemies he had fought before. He himself was not injured. Before this, although Han Lijing had never seen Wang Kuei, Wang Hong looked only in his 30s. He definitely couldn't be the rumored second elder of the Wang family. Therefore, after hearing Wang Hong beg for mercy, Han Lijing had this guess. "Yes. But what my father did has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent." Wang Hong first nodded and admitted. Then, he quickly waved his hand and distanced himself from Wang Kuei. While they were talking, there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Then, a group of people holding torches came over. It was the Imperial Guards represented by Zhao Eru. "Master Han, all the remaining killers under Wang Kuei have been eliminated, but Wang Kuei is nowhere to be found." Zhao Eru came to Han Lijing, cupped his hands, and said, "Mm." Han Lijing nodded. He pointed to Wang Hong on the ground and said to Zhao Eru, "Wang Kuei has escaped in advance. This is Wang Kuei's son. Take him back first." Hearing Han Lijing say that Wang Kuei had escaped, Zhao Eru frowned slightly, but he still cupped his hands and said, "Yes." After saying that, he waved his hand behind him. Two Imperial Guards immediately came forward and lifted Wang Hong from the ground. Just as they were about to take him away, Han Lijing seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He quickly said, "Wait." The two Imperial Army soldiers subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They saw Han Li appear in front of Wang Hong in a flash. He looked at Wang Hong and asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you. Before this, did anyone come over to inform you of the situation? They say that the Imperial Army is coming here to encircle and annihilate you." Hearing Han Lijing's question for no reason, Wang Hong shook his head blankly and said, No. Who's going to tip us off?" "What? No? How is this possible?" Hearing this, Han Lijing's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He was stunned on the spot. Zhao Eru and the other members of the Imperial Army, including Wang Hong, were confused. After a moment of silence, Zhao Eru asked tentatively, "Master Han, do you want me to bring people to chase after Wang Kuei?" Zhao Eru knew a little about the situation of Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies. According to what he knew, Wang Kuei was the key person in finding Zhao Dian's hiding place. The main purpose of the Imperial Army coming here this time was to capture Wang Kuei. Hearing this, Han Lijing immediately came to his senses and said anxiously, "No. You can't chase after Wang Kuei, quick. Return to the post house quickly, His Highness might be in danger." "What? His Highness is in danger?" Zhao Eru couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He quickly asked, "Master Han, what do you mean by that?" Han Lijing didn't have time to explain to him at this time. He waved his hand and called for the rest of the Imperial Army to take Wang Hong away. He said, "There's no time to explain now. Brother Eru, leave a few of your men here to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you follow me back to the post house immediately. The faster the better." Seeing that Han Lijing's expression was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Eru didn't dare to be careless. He quickly replied, "Okay. This general will make the arrangements right away." After a while, except for 7 or 8 Imperial Army soldiers who stayed to clean up the battlefield, the rest of the Imperial Army soldiers who were not injured or only slightly injured got on their horses under the leadership of Han Lijing and Zhao Eru and rushed toward the post house in Taiyuan City. The team of more than 100 people was like a fire dragon. They first flitted through the small paths near Longshan and quickly arrived at the main road in the city. "Master Han, what do you mean by what you said just now? Zhao Eru and Han Lizheng were walking side by side. At this time, he finally had the chance to get to the bottom of things with Han Lizheng. Hiya. Han Lizheng controlled his horse and answered without turning his head. Previously, General Dugu arranged for us to spy on Wang Kuei's secret manor near Longshan in the prison of the post house. The entire plan was overheard by a man in black on the roof beam. According to General Dugu, this man in black is very likely an expert under Zhao Dian's command. After Zhao Dian learned of our plan, it's very likely that he will be one step ahead of us and go to Wang Kuei's manor to inform him. On our side, after General Dugu gave the order, it will take time to mobilize the troops, and it will also take a lot of time for the army to arrive at the manor. Zhao Dian will definitely have the opportunity to send someone to inform Wang Kuei in advance before we arrive at the manor. However, when I asked the Wang family boy just now, he said that no one had informed him before we arrived. This means that both General Dugu and I have misunderstood. Zhao Dian never thought of informing Wang Kuei from the beginning to the end. To him, Wang Kuei is just an abandoned pawn. Tonight, he will very likely take advantage of the time when we go to Wang Kuei's manor and the rear is empty to launch a sneak attack on the post house. What? Zhao Dian and the others might launch a sneak attack on the post house. After listening to Han Lizheng's analysis, Zhao Eru's eyes widened. A thick layer of fear and uneasiness quickly covered his face. Zhao Eru took 2 deep breaths and said anxiously, "This matter should not be delayed. Why don't you let me choose a group of light cavalry and hurry back to the post house? Nothing must happen to His Highness." In a place like the city where the terrain was not open, the marching speed of a group of 100 cavalry was definitely not as fast as that of a group of 10 cavalry. Therefore, Zhao Eru wanted to choose another small group of people to go back to the post house first. Han Lizheng was also a veteran who had been on the battlefield and obviously understood this point. He nodded and said, "This old man will also go with you. I hope everything is not too late." The distance from the post house to Wang Kuei's manor near Longshan was actually not close. Even if they rode fast horses, it would take a long time to make the trip. Not to mention that the Imperial Guards had also spent a lot of time fighting with Wang Kuei's killers outside the mysterious manor. Han Lizheng now had a very bad premonition in his heart. It was very likely that something had happened at the post house. Chapter 1964. Wang Clan Ancestral Home, Main Hall. Wang Bing, Wang Yu, Princess Tong and the Wang clan's 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders were all gathered in the main hall. Usually, they would have returned to their rooms to rest, but today, Wang Kuei's sudden escape had brought the entire Wang clan to the brink of death. The slightest carelessness could plunge the Wang clan into eternal damnation. Thus, all the core members of the Wang clan, including Wang Bing, were waiting in the main hall for news from Wang Qinggu. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. The maids and servants standing to the side didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. At this moment, a middle-aged steward walked in and whispered into Wang Yu's ear. "Master, the people we sent to Tongfu and have returned." "Oh. Let Qinggu in." Wang Yu, who had been faintly fatigued, was jolted awake. He hastily sat up straight and said to the steward. His voice was rather loud, such that everyone in the main hall heard him. Wang Bing, Princess Tong and the other 3 Wang clan elders all turned their gazes in Wang Yu's direction. The steward had an awkward expression on his face. He first clasped his hands towards everyone in the room, then said, "My apologies. Commander Wang did not return. Only half of the people who went came back." "Only half came back? What's going on? Could Wang Qinggu have been ambushed at Tongfu Inn?" Wang Yu frowned and asked subconsciously. He knew that Wang Qinggu had brought over 200 of the Wang family's hidden guards to investigate the situation at the Tongfu Inn, but only half of them had returned. This meant that it was very likely that the other half had encountered some mishap. For over 100 Wang family's hidden guards to encounter mishap, it could only mean that a powerful force had set up an ambush for Wang Qinggu in the inn. The steward hurriedly shook his head. "No. That's not it. The mission this time went very smoothly. Commander Wang took the other half of the people to carry out another mission. I heard from the people who came back that they had a pleasant surprise and captured an extraordinary person. Oh. Captured an extraordinary person? Quick. Have someone come in and tell me what's going on. Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes brightened. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced with joy. Not only him, but the rest of the people in the main hall also secretly heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the old butler's words. Yes. Master. The old housekeeper responded and then walked to the door. He opened the door and shouted outside, Wang Quan, come in. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room heard the sound of hurried footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Soon, an ordinary-looking young man in a tight suit walked in. He clasped his fists and bowed to everyone in the room. Greetings, family head, princess, grand elder, and third elder. At this time, there's no need to be so courteous. Quickly tell me who you caught at Tongfuin. Before Wang Quan could finish his greeting, Wang Bing, who was sitting at the head of the table, waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him. Yes. Grand elder. Wang Quan bowed as he received his orders, and then he didn't waste his breath and directly started narrating. An hour ago, Commander Wang led us to surround Tongfu Inn. We originally intended to capture the manager and owner of the inn, yet we never imagined that we would actually encounter two groups of people in battle there. Chapter 1965. Humph. Commander Wang, and this generally, if you don't open a path, then don't blame the sword for having no eyes. On the streets to the north of Taiyuan City, Xian Ye's men were locked in a tense standoff with the men led by Li Junxian and Wang Qinggu. After hearing Zhao Dian's words, Xian Yi clenched his teeth, a vicious light in his eyes. He pushed his dagger a little deeper into Li Tai's neck as he spoke to Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian. Just as Zhao Dian had said, as long as Li Tai was in his hands, Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian wouldn't dare to do anything to Zhao Dian. To Xian Yi, being able to directly save Zhao Dian in this situation was the best outcome. After all, Zhao Dian was their leader. If Zhao Dian couldn't return to the grasslands safely, then only death would await them. But it was clear that they couldn't win against more than 100 people, and this wasn't even considering the fact that Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian were two grandmaster experts. Whether it was one-on-one or in a group battle, they were no match for them. Thus, Xian Yi could only act shamelessly and use Li Tai's life to threaten and hold down Wang Qinggu and the others. You dare! Wang Qinggu was furious when he saw this. He raised the saber in his hand and pointed it at Xian Yi. Saber intent suffused the air, and a shapeless gust of saber wind directly slashed apart the air between Wang Qinggu and Xian Yi. Fortunately, there was no one standing in front of Xian Yi, otherwise, this gust of saber energy would have been able to heavily injure them. Xian Ye's brow creased. He hadn't expected Wang Qinggu to attack him in this situation. Did Wang Qinggu not care about Li Tai's life? At this critical moment, he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly raised his true qi, tapped his feet lightly, and dodged to the side with Li Tai. You! Xian Yi was just about to say something when his voice abruptly stopped. Because the saber aura that Wang Qinggu had just sent out had stopped abruptly when it was about to approach the position where he and Li Tai were standing. It was clear that Wang Qinggu's saber intent had been extremely restrained. He had no intention of harming Xian Yi. Retracting and releasing at will. Wang Qinggu's control over saber intent actually reached the level of freely withdrawing and releasing. Humiliation. Xian Yi felt humiliated. He recalled his actions just now. He was like a clown, being toyed with by Wang Qinggu. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? A cold glint flashed across Xian Ye's eyes. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and shouted angrily at Wang Qinggu. Wang Qinggu looked at Xian Yi with a mocking expression, pretending to be relaxed as he said, "If you really dared to make a move, you wouldn't have taken His Highness out of the way just now." Xian Yi was furious, but he was rendered speechless by Wang Qinggu's words. Commander Wang, generally, don't worry about me. As a prince of the Great Tang, I will never lower my head to a Turkic spy. Li Tai felt a slight pain on his neck, but he didn't cry out in pain. The children of the royal family matured early. Moreover, after studying under Li Zishuan for more than a year, his mind had matured a lot. Li Tai knew very well that the weaker he appeared now, the more savage his enemy would be, and the more disadvantageous the situation would be for him. Thus, he followed Wang Qingwu's words and shouted loudly. Chapter 1966. On the northern streets of Taiyuan City, Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian had failed to take back Li Tai from Xianyi, and the two sides were once more in a stalemate. However, Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian's actions had thoroughly infuriated Xianyi. Xianyi had grabbed Li Tai by the neck and lifted Li Tai off the ground. His face was red and he was having trouble breathing. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to last for much longer. The situation was extremely dire. Perhaps just a moment ago, Xianyi didn't have any intention of taking Li Tai's life. After all, in this current situation, Li Tai could be said to be their protective talisman. If Li Tai died, not only would Zhao Dian die, but they would also be unable to leave Source Peak City. But now, after witnessing Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian's speed, Xianyi truly did want to take Li Tai down with him. He understood that if he didn't act decisively in the face of two top-class experts like Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian, the two of them might seize the chance. At that time, not only would Li Tai be rescued, they would all die. Gallop! Gallop! At this moment, a flurry of hooves came from the northwest. From the sound of it, there were quite a few people coming. Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian couldn't help but frown. Could it be the other Turkic spies in the city coming to reinforce Xianyi? Xianye's expression changed, and he looked towards the northwest with vigilance. He knew that other than the people by his side, the only people left in the city were those who were captured by Wang Qingwu with Zhao Dian. The cavalry that suddenly appeared in the northwest was definitely not one of them. Whoosh! Very quickly, a large army passed through the corner of the street and appeared on the street. When they saw the dense number of torches here, they quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived behind Xianye's group. Who goes there? 10 meters away from Xianye's group, the army stopped. The leader of the army looked over and loudly shouted. Yes, Your Highness. Under the illumination of the torches, a young man beside the general took a closer look and saw Li Tai, who was being held in the air by Xianyi, desperately trying to pry Xianye's large hands away. The young man's face was filled with shock, and he immediately roared, "Who are you, scoundrel? Quickly release His Highness." Li Tai was being held up in the air by Xianyi with one hand. From his angle, he could see the army coming from the north, as well as the two generals at the front of the army. He slapped Xianye's arm and hand with all his strength as he said with difficulty, "Fang. Adjunct, General. Fei Ying." The newcomers were none other than Fang Gongting from the Bing Province Barracks and Dugu Feiying, who had gone to the Bing Province Barracks to get reinforcements. On the streets to the north of Taiyuan City, Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian had failed to take back Li Tai from Xianyi, and the two sides were once more in a stalemate. However, Wang Qingwu and Li Junxian's actions had thoroughly infuriated Xianyi. At this moment, Xianyi had grabbed Li Tai by the neck and lifted Li Tai off the ground. His face was red and he was having trouble breathing. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 1967. To all of you, if you harm His Highness, the only path left for you is death. But if you release His Highness, this general guarantees that I will personally plead with His Majesty for mercy. Perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives on account of the fact that you are not the main culprits. Don't even think that this general will let you go, because if we allow you to take His Highness away, we will find it difficult to escape His Majesty's punishment, and we will all find it difficult to escape death. If we advance, we die, and if we retreat, we die. Thus, if you don't release His Highness, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Dugu Feiying had seen Xianyi threaten Li Tai with Li Junxian's life to make him, Dugu Feiying, and Wang Qingwu open a path. After a few moments of thought, Dugu Feiying firmly refused. But Dugu Feiying was not being unreasonable in his refusal. he still, patiently, reasoned with Xianxia's group. First, he wanted to make clear his position and situation. In this situation, whether Xianxi snapped Li Tai's neck on the spot or they allowed Xianxi to take Li Tai away, they would have to endure Li Er's thunderous fury. This was why Dugu Feiying had said that, if we advance, we die, and if we retreat, we die. Of course, Dugu Feiying had another purpose in saying so much, and that was to stall for time and wait for more soldiers to arrive. Dugu Feiying and Fang Gongting had only brought a little more than 100 people to this place after seeing the signal fireworks and hearing the sounds of battle. The rest of the Bing province barracks were still searching for Wang Kuei's whereabouts, so Dugu Feiying wanted to stall for time and wait for more soldiers to arrive so that they could completely surround Xianxi and the others. In addition, Dugu Feiying's words had also cut off the hopes of many Turkic spies. Before this, most of the Turkic spies by Xianxia's side believed that as long as Li Tai was still in their hands, the authorities would definitely let them leave. However, they had overlooked one problem: anyone who dared to let them leave with Li Tai would be punished by Li Er, and it was very likely that they would not be able to escape death. In this case, their plan to take Li Tai hostage and leave safely would be for naught. A pensive look appeared on Xianxia's face. It was clear that he also felt that Dugu Feiying's words were reasonable. In this situation, both sides were in a deadlock where they would either die if they advanced or retreated. This one does not care if you live or die, but this one can swear on my life that as long as you prevent us from leaving and do not harm our Lord Guard, we will not harm a hair on King of Wei's head. Once we safely leave this place, we will King Emperor Tang, this way, you will be able to report to the Emperor of the Great Tang. General Dugu, what do you think? Otherwise, I'll snap King Wei's neck right now. That way, we'll all be buried together with King Wei. After a few moments of silence, Xianxi raised his head and shouted at Dugu Feiying in the north. Although Dugu Feiying had said that if they released Li Tai, he would plead with Li Er for mercy, and perhaps Li Er would spare their lives because they were not the main culprits, Xianxi did not want to rely on Dugu Feiying's vague promise. He wanted to take back the initiative. This time, it was Dugu Feiying's turn to fall silent. His words earlier had been to show that they were in a desperate situation. As the saying went, the unreasonable feared the reckless, and the reckless feared the reckless. People in desperate situations had no scruples, and such people were the most difficult to deal with. Xianxia's words seemed to be taking a step back and giving Dugu Feiying and the others a path to survival, but in reality, this was not the case. After all, who knew how trustworthy Xianxia's oath on his life was? What if Li Tai met with misfortune in their hands? Who would be able to bear the responsibility for this? A bunch of traitors who betrayed their ancestors. No matter how heavy their oaths are, they can't be trusted. Li Junxian coldly snorted as he mercilessly jeered. At the same time, he made his stance clear: he did not want to release Dugu Feifei. Upon hearing Li Junxian's voice, Dugu Feiying finally realized Li Junxian's existence. In Chang'an, he had met Li Junxian a few times, but the two of them weren't very familiar with each other. However, he had heard that this mysterious commander of 100 cavalry was extremely skilled in martial arts. In the younger generation, only Li Zishuan could contend against him. With Li Junxian holding down the fort, it was no wonder Xianxi and the others had been unable to escape. Dugu Feiying said to himself. This one has already said what needs to be said. Both of us serve our own masters, so why make things difficult for each other and fight to the death? Xianxi turned to Li Junxian and chuckled. If General Li doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. But I will count to 5. If you don't open a path, this one will immediately send His Highness King of Wei on his way. If you don't believe me, you can try. After saying this, Xianxi shot a glance at the pale and heavily injured Celestial Eagle. Celestial Eagle understood and hastily waved his hand. A group of Turkic spies immediately surrounded Xianxi. This way, even if Li Junxian, Wang Qinggu, and Dugu Feiying launched another sneak attack, these meat shields would give Xianxi enough time to kill Li Tai. Upon seeing Xianxi's intentions, Li Junxian, Wang Qinggu, and Dugu Feiying grimaced. They understood that Xian Yi was about to get serious. If they didn't get out of the way, Li Tai's fate really did look grim. 1. 2. As Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, and Dugu Feiying hesitated, Xian Yi extended a finger and began to count. All of the Imperial Army soldiers, cavalrymen, and soldiers from the Bing province barracks held their breaths and stared nervously at their leader, waiting for the latter's order. Then, they would immediately charge with their weapons in hand. But none of Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, or Dugu Feiying dared to give such an order, because none of them were confident that they could save Li Tai before Xian Yi did. 3. 4. But Xian Yi seemed to have made up his mind, and he began to count faster and faster. Xian Yi was about to reach 5, and his hand was already on Li Tai's head. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, because there was a high chance that Li Tai's neck would be snapped and he would die. Stop! Li Junxian and Dugu Feiying both shouted at the same time. Xian Yi raised his head, glanced at Dugu Feiying, and then at Li Junxian, and silently waited. Dugu Feiying clenched his teeth and finally made a difficult decision. Just when he was about to speak, Li Junxian spoke first. Release His Highness and this general will let you leave. Chapter 1968. Release His Highness and this general will let you leave. Li Junxian's words alarmed everyone. Not only were Wang Qingguo and Dugu Feiying alarmed, even the Turkic spies led by Xian Yi flabbergasted. No one had expected Li Junxian to agree to let Xian Yi and the others go. One had to know that anyone who dared to give such an order would not have a good ending. Even if Li Tai was saved, Li Er would not show mercy to the one who had given the order. Thus, with these words, Li Junxian was essentially cutting off Li Junxian's future prospects. But just when Xian Ye's hand was about to snap Li Tai's neck, Li Junxian had no choice but to say these words. As the person of the highest status here, he couldn't just let Dugu Feiying say these words, could he? General Li. Dugu Feiying's face trembled in shock, and he looked at Li Junxian with 30% surprise and 70% gratitude. Just a moment ago, he had been about to say the same thing, but Li Junxian had spoken first. By saying this, Li Junxian had taken the risk for him. In this place, do your words count? Xian Ye's eyes flashed as he quickly recovered from his shock and indifferently asked Li Junxian. In truth, he still didn't know who Li Tai was. All he knew was that Li Tai and Dugu Feiying had both called him General Li. Li Junxian coldly and proudly said, "This general is Commander Li Junxian of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Division. My words naturally count. Today, this general will let you leave, but I hope that you can keep your promise. If you break your oath, this general will definitely burn Zhao Dian to the ground." After saying this, Li Junxian threw his sword to the side. Swish! The sword stabbed into the ground an inch in front of Zhao Dian's feet. Zhao Dian was just a scholar, and though he was skilled in schemes, he was never as courageous as a martial artist. He was immediately frightened into taking 2 steps back. Commander of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian. Xian Yi and the others were startled. They realized that they had nearly kicked a metal plate. If the Imperial Army was an elite force, then the 100 Cavalry was the elite of the elite. The commander of the 100 Cavalry Department was an existence that ordinary people could not hope to reach. How could Xian Yi and the others have imagined that they would encounter the mysterious and incomparably elite cavalry in Source Peak City? Impossible. How could Baichi appear in Source Peak City? Xian Yi subconsciously thought. This was because ever since Zhao Dian had led them into Source Peak City, they knew the daily happenings in Source Peak City like the back of their hands. It was impossible for them to not have received any news about 100 riders entering the city. Although he didn't quite believe it, Xian Yi could see that Wang Qingguo, Dugu Feiying, and the others were completely unperturbed by Li Junxian's report. It was clear that Li Junxian was not lying. Xian Yi knew that this was not the time to delve into Li Junxian's identity. What was important was that he take Li Tai and leave this place as quickly as possible. Okay. Since that's the case, General Li, please have your men open a path. This way, this one's previous promise will still stand. Now that he had made his decision, Li Junxian had no reason to hesitate. He waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone, stand to the sides and let them leave." Chapter 1969. The relay station was ambushed by bandits. My brother was in charge of the station, but His Highness was kidnapped. My brother is probably heavily injured, so this one must return to the relay station as quickly as possible. I'm afraid that I cannot accompany Advisor Fong in escorting Zhao Dian. After making some simple arrangements, Dugu Feiying clasped his fist to Fong Gongting and Li Junxian, an apologetic look on his face. Dugu Feiying was clearly aware in his heart that unless he had no other choice, it was impossible for his brother to watch as Li Tai was kidnapped by Xian Yi and the others. Now that Li Tai had fallen into the enemy's hands, it meant that Dugu Xian had very likely suffered a mishap. After all, Dugu Xian had already been heavily injured, and the rear of the relay station had been left defenseless. Dugu Xian would have found it very difficult to resist the ambush of Xian Ye's men. Therefore, at the moment he saw Li Tai being captured, Dugu Feiying had already realized that something might have happened to Dugu Xian. However, rescuing Li Tai was more important at that time, so he could only temporarily put aside the worries in his heart. Now that Xian Yi and the others had already left with Li Tai, his feelings of urgency to return to the inn grew. This general will accompany Advisor Fong in escorting Zhao Dian, so there will be no mishap. Feiying, you just need to return to the relay station. Once this general delivers Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence, I will personally pay a visit to General Dugu. Although this was Li Junxian's first time meeting with Dugu Feiying in Taiyuan City, he already knew the situation at the relay station like the back of his hand. He nodded and spoke to Dugu Feiying. Okay. Then this one will take his leave. Dugu Feiying gave Li Junxian a grateful glance before turning to leave. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time, hurriedly escorting Zhao Dian back to the provincial governor's residence. Advisor Fong? You are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting ran into a group of men. After some initial wariness, the leader of the group quickly recognized Fong Gongting in the light of the torches. Calling out in alarm, he rushed over and clasped his fist in greeting. Constable Fong. This group of people was the bailiffs of the provincial governor's residence, led by Constable Fong. Dugu Feiying had gone to the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province army camp to pass on Li Tai and Li Junxian's orders, ordering Wang Liaoyuan and Fong Gongting to search the city overnight for Wang Kuei's whereabouts. Constable Fong had personally led his men to search the city. He had just heard from his subordinates that there were sounds of fighting on the streets to the north of the city, so he had hurried over. He had not expected to run into Fong Gongting's group. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time and quickly escorted Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of men. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that they were the leader. Li Junxian's group wasted no time, hastily escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of people. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that this group was the leader of the group. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time and quickly escorted Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of people. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that this group was the leader of the group. Chapter 1970. General. General Feiying. You're back. When the Imperial Guard saw Dugu Feiying, he was surprised at first, but then his face darkened. He opened his mouth hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Dugu Feiying glared and was about to get angry when the Imperial Guard stopped hesitating and pointed in the direction of Yiqing Pavilion. The general is seriously injured and on the verge of death. He is now lying in Yiqing Pavilion. General who has already gone to Huichan Hall to invite Dr. Gongsun. What? On the verge of death? Hearing that, Dugu Feiying felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had expected Wuxia Xianxia to be heavily injured, but he had never expected Wuxia Xianxia to be injured to such an extent. What did it mean to be on the verge of death? In this era where medical treatment was not very advanced, being on the verge of death was no different from being pronounced dead. Big brother. Wuxia Xianxia came back to his senses and pushed the Imperial Guard aside. Then, he ran as fast as he could in the direction of Yiqing Pavilion. As he ran, Wuxia Xianxia said to himself, "Big brother, nothing must happen to you." Unlike the other sons of aristocratic families who were born to fight openly and secretly, Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia Xianxia were very close since they were young. It was said that an elder brother was like a father. In these years in the army, Wuxia Xianxia had received a lot of care from Wuxia Xianxia. There were even a few times when Wuxia Xianxia helped him, Wuxia Xianxia would have been beheaded. Therefore, the relationship between the two brothers was much closer than that of brothers in ordinary families. Now that he heard that Wuxia Xianxia was on the verge of death, Wuxia Xianxia wanted nothing more than to take his place. Wuxia Xianxia ran as fast as he could and soon arrived at Wuxia Xianxia's room in Yiqing Pavilion. When he opened the door, Wuxia Xianxia first smelled a strong smell of blood. Then he saw that the ground and the bed were covered in blood, and there was a person lying on the bed. Seeing that familiar figure, Wuxia Xianxia's heart ached and his nose ached. He quickly walked to the bed and knelt on both knees. Facing the person on the bed covered in blood, he said in a trembling voice, "Big brother. It's me. I'm Xianxia. What happened to you? I'm back. Open your eyes and look at me." Wuxia Xianxia grabbed Wuxia Xianxia's hand. He could feel that Wuxia Xianxia's hand was extremely cold. His heart instantly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Recalling how they had practiced martial arts together, joined the army together, punished evil together, and killed enemies together, Wuxia Xianxia could no longer hold back his tears. His eyes were red as he muttered, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I knew you were injured, but I still left you at the post house. I came back late. Big brother. Open your eyes and look at me." Other than Iron Egg, there were other people in the room who were simply treating Wuxia Xianxia's wounds. Seeing Wuxia Xianxia's grief, Iron Egg also felt bad. After thinking for a while, he went forward and comforted him. "Commander who has already gone to invite Miracle Dr. Gongsun from Huichun Hall. Dr. Gongsun was able to cure General Wuxia of such a complicated poison in the morning. It would be the same this time. As long as Dr. Gongsun was here, General Wuxia would definitely be fine. General Xianxia, don't be too sad." Although Bruiser was Li Zishuan's disciple, he mainly learned martial arts under Li Zishuan's tutelage. As for medical knowledge, he didn't receive any of Li Zishuan's teachings. Therefore, he couldn't do anything about Wuxia Xianxia's injuries. He could only pin his hopes on Gong Sun Liang. Chapter 1971. What did you say? Turkic spies attacked the courier station, and His Highness King of Wei was taken away. In the back hall of the Bing provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan, Wang Liaoyuan was sitting in front of a table, anxiously waiting for the news of the bailiffs who had gone to the city to look for Wang Kuei. Unexpectedly, he received such a bad news. Wang Liaoyuan was so shocked that he stood up immediately. Yes, this news was grievous news for him and all of Taiyuan's officialdom. The one who had come to deliver this news was none other than one of the Yamen runners serving Constable Feng. Constable Feng's men had run into Li Juanxian's group, so Constable Feng had volunteered to lead the way. Of course, while leading the way, Constable Feng had not forgotten to send a report back to the governor's residence so that Wang Liaoyuan could think of a countermeasure and mentally prepare himself. It's like this. Moreover, Advisor Feng will be escorting Zhao Dian here soon. I hear that he's accompanied by 100 cavalry commanders. The Yamen runner cautiously said upon seeing Wang Liaoyuan's nasty complexion. It's over. It's all over. Wang Liaoyuan's face was ghastly pale, and it was no exaggeration to say that he looked like he had lost his parents. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar standing next to him began to console him. "Milord, there is no need to be so pessimistic. The gates of Taiyuan City are tightly shut, and not even a fly can get out, much less a person. Now that Zhao Dian is in advisor Fang's hands, even if those Turkic spies capture His Highness, they won't dare to do anything to him. Moreover, they won't be able to leave Taiyuan City. In this case, we still have a chance to save His Highness. In addition, His Highness was taken away by the Imperial Army. Even if His Majesty blames you, he won't be able to blame you. Milord has not made any major contributions in your administration, but neither have you made any minor mistakes. This Wu is confident that His Majesty will not punish you too harshly. Shut your mouth. The first half of the middle-aged scholar's words had been reasonable, but the second half had taken a turn for the worse. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but interrupt. Since this official is the governor of a province, I have the responsibility to protect the people. Now that something has happened to the king of Wei under this official's jurisdiction, how can this official escape punishment? Besides, apart from His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness Wei Wang could be considered His Majesty's most favored prince. If something were to happen to His Highness in Taiyuan City, no one in Taiyuan City would be able to avoid censure. Right now, the most important thing is to think of a way to rescue His Highness and not push the responsibility away. Since the Turkic spies were able to kidnap the King of Wei from the Imperial Army, this means that the Imperial Army must have suffered heavy losses tonight. If we push the blame to the Imperial Army, this official's conscience will not be at ease. Although Wang Liaoyuan was a conservative official and could be a bit stubborn sometimes, he still had the spirit of a scholar and a sense of justice in him. Provincial Governor, you are right. I have misspoken. The middle-aged scholar blushed at Wang Liaoyuan's words. He cupped his fists and apologized profusely. Wang Liaoyuan was just about to say something when a clamor came from the front yard of the provincial governor's residence. He sternly said, "It should be Advisor Fang. Let's go. Follow this official to the front yard." Yes. The people in the room replied and followed Wang Liaoyuan to the front yard. Chapter 1972. These Turkic thieves are so bold. Not only did they attack the post house, they even kidnapped His Highness King of Wei. They are truly lawless. In the Wang clan ancestral home, Wang Yu and the other upper echelons of the Wang clan were first shocked when they heard the news brought back by Wang Qinggu, and then they slapped the table and stood up in anger. Wang Bing's face was as calm as water. He furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "These Turkic spies are truly scheming." Taking advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army is searching for second brother in the city and the rear of the post house is empty, they launched a sneak attack on the post house. This timing is perfect. If this plan came from Zhao Dian, then this Han man called Zhao Dian cannot be underestimated. Princess Tong and couldn't help but say, but according to Wang Qinggu, this Zhao Dian has already been escorted to the provincial governor's residence, and their leader has been captured. What do these Turkic spies have to fear? With so many guards in the city, no matter where they hide, they will be found. Wang Bingqing snorted softly and said, "Perhaps this Zhao Dian also thinks the same way. We thought that after capturing him, the other Turkic spies would not dare to act rashly. But in his eyes, since your highness has fallen into his hands, we also do not dare to act rashly. Even if we find the hiding place of the Turkic spies, it will be very difficult to rescue his highness from their hands. Zhao Dian is certain that we won't dare to risk his highness' life." Previously, most of his men went to attack the post house while he took a small group to guard the inn. Now that I think about it, he wanted to use his highness as bait to delay the 100 cavalry. This person's schemes are profound and his methods are ruthless. They are all different from ordinary people and cannot be underestimated. Wang Yu nodded and said, "Father's words are correct. Finding the hiding place of the Turkic spies is not difficult for the Wang clan and the provincial governor's residence, but the difficulty lies in the fact that they will threaten us with his highness' life. Zhao Dian is just a lackey under Shili. If he dies, then so be it. But his highness is one of the most favored princes of the present emperor. We cannot let anything happen to him in Taiyuan City. If that's the case, then it will be difficult." Princess Tong and frowned and said worriedly, "According to what husband and father said, we can only be in a deadlock with these Turkic spies?" However, Source Peak City was a major city in the north. They couldn't keep the city gates sealed forever, right? The city gates would have to be reopened sooner or later. If he could not save Qin Ke before that, he was afraid that the thieves would secretly move Qin Ke out of the city. Besides, Qin Ke had never suffered much since he was young. Who knew what kind of suffering he would suffer in the hands of those bandits? What if I can't take it? At this point, Princess Tong An's expression became sorrowful and she was on the verge of tears. No matter what, she was still a member of the Tang imperial family. Normally, Li Tai would have to call her grandaunt. Although she and Li Tai had not seen each other many times, Li Tai had come to her husband's territory this time, and something had happened here. As his grandaunt, she felt uneasy. "Madam, you don't need to worry too much. This old man has heard about His Highness in recent years. He was able to lead Yanhuang College's teachers and students to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This shows that he is not as delicate as you think." Seeing this, Wang Yu hurriedly comforted Princess Tong An. Then, he stood up and said, "Tonight's matter is of great importance. Whether it is for public or private reasons, the Wang clan cannot stay out of it and watch with folded arms. This old man must now make a trip to the provincial governor's residence to discuss the matter of rescuing the Prince of Wei with Provincial Governor Wang." Chapter 1973. Humph. This old man had clearly told him not to use martial arts for 7 days, but it hasn't even been a day yet. Not only did he use martial arts, but he also injured himself all over. He doesn't know how to take care of his own body. This old man will not save this kind of patient. Even if I save him, it will be in vain. Within Rejuvenation Hall, after hearing Hu Longjiang's complaints and pleas, Gong Sun Liang's face darkened and he angrily rebuked. In the morning, he had made an exception for Dugu Xian out of respect for Wang Yu, but now, Dugu Xian had disobeyed his doctor's orders and used force on others. As a doctor, he was naturally furious. After all, no doctor liked patients who disobeyed their doctor's orders, and Gong Sun Liang was no exception. Secondly, Gong Sun Liang, who lived a very disciplined life and never stayed up late, had already fallen asleep, but he was woken up by Hu Langjiang and the others. Furthermore, Hu Langjiang wanted him to treat Dugu Xian again, so how could he possibly give Hu Langjiang a good look? He was already being extremely courteous by not ordering his subordinates to drive Hu Langjiang's group out of the clinic. "Dr. Gong Sun, there is something you do not know. Tonight, a group of bandits attacked the courier station, wanting to harm His Highness King of Wei. There were several top-class experts among the bandits, and General could not bear to see our ordinary soldiers slaughtered by these experts. With no other choice, he endured the pain and forced himself to fight. But he had never imagined that the enemy would outnumber him, and all of them were extraordinarily skilled. Although General fought without retreating, in the end, his 2 fists were outnumbered, and he was heavily injured. This who is a crude man and does not know how to speak pretty words, but in Source Peak City, only Dr. Gongsun has the ability to treat General. If Dr. Gongsun can save General's life, this whose life will be yours." Hu Langjiang once more cupped his fists. Although they were completely capable of kidnapping Gong Sun Liang and taking him back to the courier station, regardless of whether Gong Sun Liang agreed or not, they would have thoroughly offended Gong Sun Liang. If that happened, Gong Sun Liang would be even less willing to treat Dugu Xian. Thus, unless there was no other choice, Hu Langjiang did not want to use such extreme methods. "Dr. Gong Sun, please treat our general." As Hu Langjiang's voice fell, the 4 imperial army soldiers behind him hurriedly cupped their fists to Gong Sun Liang. There was one thing that Hu Langjiang was right about. Dugu Xian was willing to go out and fight despite his injuries because he didn't want these ordinary soldiers to be slaughtered by a top-class expert like Fang Xianyi. This was true love for the soldiers, and the imperial army would remember this affection deeply in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Gong Sun Liang could not help but feel a little moved. Although Dugu Xian did not follow the doctor's advice and did not take care of himself, which made him, the doctor in charge, very angry, after listening to Hu Langjiang's words, he felt that Dugu Xian was indeed a good man who valued loyalty, and a good general who cherished his subordinates. Just as he was about to open his mouth and make an exception for Dugu Xian, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside the clinic. Bang! 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 Gong Sun Liang was puzzled as he wondered why his clinic was so lively tonight, with uninvited guests coming one after another. Soon after, he heard several people walking toward the front yard. Before he could have a servant go out to see what was going on, there was a knock on the door. "Is Dr. Gongsun in?" "This one is Wang Qingguo, and I have an important matter to discuss with you." Chapter 1974. This old who, why hasn't he brought Dr. Gongsun over yet? At the same time, at the post house, Dugu Feiying was impatient as he looked at Dugu Xian, who was lying motionless on the bed. He paced back and forth in the room and couldn't help but ask anxiously. "From the contact this morning, this Dr. Gongsun has a strange temperament. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him." Hu Langjiang and the others must have run into a wall in the rejuvenation hall. Iron Egg was naturally extremely anxious. Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happened, Hu Langjiang and the others should have brought Gong Sun Liang back to the post house by now. But things did not go as planned, which meant that Hu Langjiang and the others did not have a smooth trip. Thinking of the treatment process of Dugu Xian in the morning, Iron Egg guessed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying's expression became even more anxious. He stood still and happened to stop in front of a table. He could not help but slam his fist on the table and say in exasperation, "This group of idiots, at a time like this, don't they know how to think of some special methods? Even if Dr. Gongsun does not want to come, we have to kidnap him. Big Brother's life is in danger, and the later we treat him, the more dangerous it will be." It was not that Dugu Feiying liked to take advantage of power and bully others, but the person lying on the bed in front of him was too important to him. He was simply too worried. Although Iron Egg understood Dugu Feiying's mood at the moment, he also understood that the method Dugu Feiying proposed was extremely unfeasible. Because treating and saving people was not like anything else. As long as Gong Sun Liang was not willing to save him, even if they tied him up and put a knife to his neck, he would not do anything. Iron Egg believed that with Gong Sun Liang's strange temperament, it was completely possible for him to do such a thing. General Dugu's external injuries had been treated by the military doctor. As long as he does not continue to bleed, he should be able to hold on until Dr. Gongsun arrives. General Feiying need not worry too much. After a moment of silence, Iron Egg comforted. Dugu Feiying nodded in annoyance but didn't say anything. At this time, the two of them had no other choice but to wait because Gong Sun Liang was the best doctor in Source Peak City. Moreover, in Source Peak City, only Gong Sun Liang could cure the poison on Xian Ye's hidden weapon. "Stop! Who are you?" At this moment, a shout came from the gate of the courier station. The courier station had just experienced a fierce battle. The commander was injured and unconscious, and Li Tai had also been captured. Morale was at its lowest, and the courier station was at its quietest. At the same time, the Imperial Army was at its most vigilant. Dugu Feiying and Iron Egg, who were in the room, heard the shout clearly. Dugu Feiying's face flashed with vigilance. He frowned and said to Iron Egg, "Brother Iron Egg, please take care of my big brother for me. I'll go out and take a look." Subconsciously, he thought that someone had come to sabotage the post house again. He couldn't help but wish that it was the same group of Turkic spies from before. Then, he could directly avenge Dugu Xian. No problem. "General Feiying, be careful." Although Iron Egg was very curious about who had come, he understood that Dugu Xian could not be left alone. Therefore, he did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. "Yes." Dugu Feiying replied with an then pushed open the door and went straight out. Chapter 1975. According to Li Tai's plan, there were 2 groups of 8 people left in Taiyuan City to gather supplies for the teachers and students on Dragon Mountain. There were 4 teachers and 4 students in the 2 groups. Of course, Iron Egg and Li Tai were not included. They were both members of the same group. After tonight's incident, Mo Chui felt that it would be safer to settle all the students of the academy in Dragon Mountain. He had gone up Dragon Mountain to take a look. The terrain there was easy to defend and hard to attack. The Imperial Guards had placed numerous open and hidden sentries on the mountain path. It was impossible for the Turkic spies to kill their way to the top of the mountain without 1,000 or 800 soldiers. In comparison, although the post house was located in a bustling city, the Imperial Army couldn't defend against the sneak attack of over 100 experts tonight. This was because the walls surrounding the post house weren't tall and couldn't stop an expert like Xianyi. If the other party wanted to sneak in, it would be very difficult for the several hundred Imperial Army soldiers in the post house to stop them. Therefore, Mo Chui wanted to move all the students to Dragon Mountain tomorrow. Firstly, it was safer there. Secondly, the Imperial Army could arrange most of their forces on Dragon Mountain and did not have to continue to disperse their forces. As for the safety of himself and the other teachers, Mo Chui could not care less about it now. These students with unlimited potential were the future of Yanhuang College and the future of the Tang Empire. He could not watch them get into trouble here. This was also what Mo Huai, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others had repeatedly told him before he left Dragon Mountain. No matter what, the safety of the students of the academy had to be the top priority. Since Mr. Mo has made up his mind, I will personally escort the rest of the students to Dragon Mountain tomorrow morning. Dugu Feiying looked deeply at Mo Chui. Seeing the latter's firm and resolute eyes, he paused and clasped his hands solemnly. He understood that Mo Chui had already made up his mind. There was no need for him to persuade him. It was impossible to persuade him. Mr. Mo Chui, Bruiser opened his mouth, but when he met Mo Chui's gaze, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Li Junxian could see all their actions and expressions, and he was filled with admiration for this pure teacher-student relationship and selfless devotion. But he had not forgotten his goal. Glancing at the motionless Dugu Xian, he stepped forward and sternly asked, "Brother Feiying, can I examine Brother Dugu's injuries?" Hearing this, Dugu Feiying hurriedly turned sideways and extended his hand. "Of course, General Li, please." Even though Li Junxian wasn't a famous doctor, not even a physician, he was still a supreme expert of the Grandmaster realm. Perhaps he could use his Jinqi to regulate his meridians and alleviate Dugu Xian's injuries? Li Junxian nodded. With a grave expression, he stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed. He extended his right hand and placed it on Dugu Xian's pulse. A gentle stream of Jinqi flowed through the meridians on Dugu Xian's wrist and into his body. It was like a gentle spring rain that silently moistened the body. Just as Dugu Feiying had thought, Li Junxian was no physician, nor had he read any medical books. But since ancient times, medicine and martial arts had always been closely related. Those who practiced martial arts mostly knew how to treat simple external and internal injuries. And a martial arts expert of his level was naturally much more capable of saving lives than ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1976. Just now, this old man heard that someone wanted to kidnap me from Rejuvenation Hall. Young General truly has the authority of an official. In the guest house, Gong Sun Liang did not appreciate Dugu Feiying's warm welcome. His face was cold as he mocked Dugu Feiying as he walked into the room. No matter how fearless Dugu Feiying was, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the old man in front of him. This was because this old man was related to the life and death of his brother. "Mr. Gong Sun, you've misunderstood. I was just worried about my brother's injury. That's why I spoke without thinking. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Who would have thought that the usually reckless Dugu Feiying would lower his head to an old man? If the Imperial Army soldiers outside saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Today, all of you are good people. Only this old man is a bad person. Someone wanted to kidnap this old man, and someone wanted to use Wang Situ to pressure this old man. Could it be that in your eyes, this old man is a cold-blooded and heartless person who would watch someone die? Gong Sun Liang ignored Dugu Feiying's apology, and as he walked toward Dugu Xian's bed, he grumbled to himself. This old man was naturally referring to the actions of Hu Langjiang and Wang Qinggu in Rejuvenation Hall. And who else could this Wang Situ he spoke of be but Wang Bing? Sir, of course not. Dugu Feiying instinctively wanted to say no, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and, stopped the carriage. Otherwise, if he said, yes, the old man might have just turned around and left. Ha! If an old man like you isn't a heartless person who would watch someone die, then no one is. Although Dugu Feiying was all smiles, he couldn't help but mentally curse. Everyone in the room except Li Junxian couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this conversation, but they didn't dare to say anything. The impression that Gong Sun Liang had left on them this morning was truly too poor. Humph. Insincere words. Gong Sun Liang glanced at Dugu Feiying but did not intend to dwell on this issue. He sat on the side of the bed and began to check on Dugu Xianxia's injuries. In fact, Dugu Feiying and the others had really misunderstood Gong Sun Liang in this matter. Previously in the Huichun Hall, after Hu Lang roughly explained why Dugu Xian was injured again, Gong Sun Liang, who was deeply moved, had already planned to immediately go to the post house to treat Dugu Xian. But who would have thought that Wang Qinggu would come to the Huichun Hall with Wang Bing's instructions? With this, Gong Sun Liang was like an unscrupulous doctor who would not save a dying person. Mr. Gong Sun, how is my elder brother? Gong Sun Liang first flipped Dugu Xian's eyelids, then looked at Dugu Xian's tongue, chest, and other parts, before finally placing his right hand on Dugu Xian's pulse. Not long after, he withdrew his hand and stood up. At this time, Dugu Feiying hurriedly asked. Alas! Gong Sun Liang shook his head with a heavy heart. Then, he complained, you knew that he had not recovered from his injuries, so why did you let him get injured again? And such a serious injury at that? The current situation is really a little tricky. I was wrong in this matter. Dugu Feiying said in shame. My elder brother was poisoned with the same poison as this morning. Mr. Gong Sun, since you were able to save my elder brother this morning, you can definitely save him now. I beg you, you must save my elder brother. Chapter 1977. Lend it to me? How do you want to borrow it? Gong Sun Liang raised an eyebrow in confusion when he heard that Li Junxian could lend him his internal energy. This old man is not a martial artist and has never learned how to circulate internal energy. My 8 meridians have not been opened. Even if you transfer your internal energy to this old man will not be able to use it, much less use it. Iron Egg also looked in confusion at Li Junxian. He had subconsciously believed that Li Junxian's method of borrowing internal energy was the guiding internal energy that Gong Sun Liang had spoken of. This method had a certain degree of feasibility, because when Sun Simiao had treated Li Gang, Li Zishuan had used this method. However, after listening to Gong Sun Liang's analysis, Bruiser began to feel that this method wasn't reliable. This was because Gong Sun Liang was different from Sun Simiao. He had never practiced any qi cultivation techniques. He was just an ordinary person. His meridians couldn't withstand the true qi of an internal martial artist. Li Junxian knew that the situation was urgent. After all, Dugu Xian's life was still in danger, so he did not keep Gong Sun Liang in suspense. What I mean is, Sir Gong Sun Liang, you seal his acupoints while I use my internal energy to control the needles. Although I am not a doctor and have never learned any acupuncture techniques, I know the various acupoints of the human body like the back of my hand. Sir Gong Sun Liang can choose a relatively simple acupuncture technique and then tell me when to insert the needles into which acupoints on Brother Dugu's body. I will do as you say, and after the acupuncture, I will control the needles and channel internal energy into Brother Dugu's various acupoints to force out the poison. I am confident that with my control over internal energy, there will be no problem with this step. The key is still the acupuncture. Gong Sun Liang couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. Ha! Sir's tone is truly arrogant. You think that as long as you know the right acupoints, you can perform acupuncture? Truly arrogant and ignorant. It must be understood that when a doctor performs acupuncture, the position, angle, and strength of each needle, as well as the twisting, tracing, flicking, scraping, shaking, and shaking are all extremely important. Without tens of thousands of times of practice, it is very easy to make mistakes while performing acupuncture, and this isn't even considering that Sir has never performed acupuncture before. For a doctor, a small mistake can cost the patient their life. Therefore, this old man doesn't agree with your method. The old man's words were not at all polite. After all, Li Junxian was the commander of 100 cavalry. Not only did no one in Chang'an dare to offend him, even the provincial governors of other provinces did not dare to speak rudely to him. But this Gong Sunliang was not even willing to give him any face, leaving him with cuts and bruises all over. And this was under the condition that Gong Sunliang had no idea who Li Junxian was. Of course, even if he had known Li Junxian's identity beforehand, he would not have shown any mercy. After all, the method Li Junxian had proposed just so happened to be within his field of expertise. He would not allow anyone to touch his bottom line in his field of expertise. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Dugu Feiying gave Li Junxian an apologetic glance. After all, he was the one who had invited Gong Sunliang, and Li Junxian had good intentions. There was no reason for him to suffer Gong Sunliang's rebuke. Li Junxian did not notice Dugu Feiying's apologetic gaze. He stared at Gong Sunliang and sternly said, he looked straight at Liang Liang and sternly said, when using needles, a doctor truly should be extremely careful and not make the slightest mistake. I fully agree with this. But in Brother Dugu's current situation, only by using needles to force out the poison can we save his life, and there is no time to lose. I presume that Sir Gongsun agrees with this. Gongsun Liang expressionlessly nodded, clearly agreeing with Li Junxian's view. Seeing this, Li Junxian continued, but the problem lies in the fact that Taiyuan City does not have a doctor who understands acupuncture and also has the energy of the inner sect. What this general said just now was merely a temporary measure. Although it is somewhat risky, I will do my best to follow Sir Gongsun's instructions and use every needle. Moreover, there is no better method. If we leave Brother Dugu alone, he's doomed. Dugu Feiying couldn't help but deeply frown. Just as Li Junxian had said, there was no better method than this. If they didn't make a decision soon, Dugu Xian's last hope of saving him would be snuffed out. Gong Sunliang scowled. Humph. Sophistry. Great general suffering today is fate. This old man's needles are only used to save people, not to kill. Then will Sir Gongsun just watch as Brother Dugu is poisoned to death? At this point, Li Junxian stopped being polite and harshly said, Sir Gongsun has practiced medicine and saved countless lives over the years, earning the reverence of all the people of Taiyuan City. This general can understand why Sir Gongsun is unwilling to bear the stain of treating people to death. This general can understand, but this general cannot just watch as Brother Dugu dies. Today, as long as Brother Feiying nods his head and is willing to accept this general's treatment method, this general is willing to do everything in his power. If an accident occurs, this general will bear the crime of treating someone to death. When the time comes, if Brother Feiying wants to kill me or torture me, I, Li Junxian, will do as you please. Hearing this, Gong Sunliang's face flushed red and he flew into a rage. This was because Li Zishuan's words had indeed hit the nail on the head. As a doctor, and the most respected doctor in Source Peak City at that, he did not want a case of someone dying from his treatment. This would not only ruin the reputation of the Rejuvenation Hall, but it would also ruin his, Gong Sunliang's, reputation. Gong Sunliang pointed at Li Junxian and was about to curse him when Dugu Feiying hastily said, General Li's words are too serious. We are both clear about my brother's current situation. The situation is critical and urgent. Although General Li's method is not the best method, it is indeed the best and only method at the moment. I am willing to make this decision for my brother. I hope that General Li and Mr. Gongsun can abandon the prejudice in terms of the rescue method and cooperate with each other to make full use of our strengths. Feiying is not an unreasonable person. Whether or not my brother is cured, the two of you will not need to bear any responsibility. On the contrary, the entire Dugu clan will be grateful to the two of you for saving him. I beg of you. Dugu Feiying solemnly clasped his fist at Li Junxian and Gong Sunliang. He knew that these two had their own difficulties and positions, and he also knew that Dugu Xian's condition could not be delayed any longer. He had to treat him as soon as possible. These two people were the ones in Taiyuan City most likely to save his big brother. If Dugu Xian did not survive in the end, he would not hold a grudge against them. After all, Gong Sunliang had just saved Dugu Xian's life this morning, and Li Junxian had ordered the soldiers to release Xian Ye's group a little more than an hour ago. This was tantamount to helping him take the blame. Thus, these two had already done him a favor, and if they were willing to work together to save Dugu Xian, it would be yet another great favor. How could Dugu Feiying repay kindness with enmity? Sensing the sincerity in Dugu Feiying's words, Gong Sunliang calmed down and gave Dugu Feiying a profound glance. "Young general, are you sure?" Dugu Feiying firmly nodded. "I'm sure. I ask that Sir Gong Sunliang act once more." Gong Sunliang couldn't help but take in a deep breath. As if he had made an important decision, he nodded. "Okay. Since that's the case, this old man will join hands with this junior. The juniors nowadays dare to charge, to act, and to take responsibility." Very good. He was naturally speaking of Li Junxian. Li Junxian's words just now had left Gong Sunliang rather shaken once he had calmed down. Sir Gong Sunliang is wise and righteous. I ask that Sir Gong Sunliang not be stingy with his instruction during the acupuncture treatment. Li Junxian clasped his fist. Gong Sunliang nodded in agreement, and then he turned to the young boy next to him and said, "Xiao Bao. Take out the needles." "Yes, Master." Chapter 1978. This old man will be using the Tai 5 Elements acupuncture technique's Yang Restoration acupuncture technique. This acupuncture technique is rather complicated and difficult to learn, but it is the most suitable for the great general's condition. If someone with profound internal energy performs the acupuncture, not only will it have miraculous effects on treating and expelling the poison, it will also heal a portion of the internal injuries, killing two birds with one stone. While Xiao Bao was taking out needles from his medicine box, Gong Sunliang sternly explained the situation to Li Junxian. Li Junxian couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in himself, but that he had never touched acupuncture before. From what Gong Sunliang had said, it was clear that the Tai 5 Elements needle returning to Yang acupuncture method was not some elementary acupuncture technique. For a beginner in acupuncture like him, it was rather unfriendly. If he were to stab incorrectly or use the wrong method, wouldn't he be harming Dugu Xian's life? Tai 5 Elements acupuncture technique? This acupuncture technique should be very difficult, right? Generally has never used acupuncture on anyone before. Sir Gongsun, can you switch to a simpler acupuncture technique? Iron Egg couldn't help but ask. Humph. This old man already said that this is the best acupuncture technique for the great general's condition. How can I switch it out just because I want to? This is the path that General Li chose himself. You haven't even started, yet you want to shrink back. If you want to shrink back, there's still time. Gong Sunliang coldly snorted, and then he glanced at Li Junxian. Dugu Feiying had a troubled look on his face. He was worried about his big brother's safety, but he was also conflicted about who he should speak up for. But after some hesitation, he said nothing. Since he had chosen to trust Li Junxian, there was nothing else he could say. After all, Li Junxian had chosen to perform acupuncture on Dugu Xian, taking an enormous risk. There was no need for Li Junxian to take this risk. Use this acupuncture technique. After a few moments of hesitation, Li Junxian firmly said, since Sir Gongsun believes that this acupuncture technique is the most suitable, then this acupuncture technique will be used. This junior will not shrink back. Shrinking back at this time would be giving up on treatment and allowing Brother Dugu to die from the poison. This junior cannot do this. But this junior truly has never touched this acupuncture technique before. In a little while, I hope that Sir Gongsun can instruct me. Good. What a loyal and righteous junior. Gong Sunliang couldn't help but look at Li Junxian with a hint of praise in his eyes. At this time, the boy took out the needles and handed them to Li Junxian. Li Junxian naturally took them, but Gong Sunliang turned to the boy and said, Xiao Bao, take out another set of needles. Your master wants to use them. Master, aren't you? Oh, okay, wait a moment, master. When Xiao Bao heard this, he was puzzled at first, but when he met Gong Sun Liang's eyes, he quickly corrected himself. Gong Sun Liang nodded, then turned to Dugu Feiying, who had the same confused expression, and said, "Little General, quickly send someone to the kitchen to get a large piece of pork for this old man. This old man will need it later." Ah. Pork? Hearing this, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but be stunned. However, he quickly regained his senses and hurriedly nodded. Good, good, good. I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you." Saying so, Dugu Feiying directly used his light movement skill and left the room. He was actually going to personally fetch the pork for Gong Sun Liang. Everyone in the room was confused, except for Gong Sun Liang and Li Junxian. Gong Sun Liang had a confident look on his face while Li Junxian had a pensive look on his face. "Many thanks." After a few moments, Li Junxian's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand something. He clasped his fist at Gong Sun Liang in gratitude. Gong Sun Liang silently smiled. As he spoke, the door was pushed open from the outside. Following that, everyone saw a blurry figure rush in from outside. After the figure stood still, everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was actually Dugu Feiying who had just gone to the kitchen to get the pork. How could he be so fast? Everyone couldn't help but be alarmed. Iron Egg even suspected that Dugu Feiying hadn't gone down the stairs at all. Instead, he had jumped down the stairs, taken the pork from the kitchen, and then used lightness arts to fly back up. Otherwise, he couldn't have been so fast. This was enough to show just how anxious Dugu Feiying was to save Dugu Xian. "Sir Gong Sun, do you think this piece of pork will do?" Dugu Feiying asked Gong Sun Liang as he held up a piece of pork, but of course, it still had the skin on it. "It's fine." Gong Sun Liang's lips twitched, and then he nodded and pointed at a square table. "Place it on the table." "Okay." Dugu Feiying obediently placed the pork on the table. At this time, Xiao Bao handed over a second set of silver needles to Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang took them and walked over to the table. He glanced at Li Junxian and sternly said, "Since everything is ready, there's no time to lose. Let's begin." "Okay." Dugu Xian nodded and took the silver needles to Dugu Xian's bed. Everyone was still confused. They still didn't understand why Gong Sun Liang had insisted that Dugu Feiying bring over a piece of pork. But this question didn't last for long, as Gong Sun Liang quickly gave them the answer. "Since you are already familiar with the acupuncture points of the human body, this old man is not worried that you will stab the wrong place. The greatest difficulty for you will still be the acupuncture technique. This old man will now tell you the names of the acupuncture points you need to stab into in the Huanyang acupuncture technique. This old man will demonstrate the technique, angle, and strength of each acupuncture point to you on this piece of pork. You can copy it like a cat drawing a tiger. With your comprehension ability, there shouldn't be any major mistakes. As for how much energy you need to pour into each acupuncture point, you should know better than this old man, so there's no need for this old man to remind you. With this method, you should be able to minimize the risk. Do you understand?" After hearing Gong Sun Liang's explanation, everyone was enlightened and couldn't help but sigh in praise of Gong Sun Liang's thoughtfulness. To be more precise, he had fully utilized Li Junxian's strengths and then used his personal teachings to make up for Li Junxian's greatest weakness. In this way, the risk was truly minimized. "I understand. Let's begin." Li Junxian nodded and opened the cloth bag containing the silver needles. Xiao Bao hastily removed Dugu Xian's blanket and took off his clothes, immediately revealing the terrifying wounds on his body. And this was after the military doctor had stopped the bleeding before Gong Sun Liang's group arrived. Otherwise, these wounds would have dried up all the blood on Dugu Xian's body. Gong Sun Liang took out a silver needle 1 inch long from the cloth bag and began to use the pork on the table as an acupuncture experiment. For the first needle, take a needle 1 inch long and stab it into the Tianta acupuncture point with one hand. When you feel some obstruction under the skin, immediately stop. After that, scrape the needle. Place your index finger against the end of the needle and use your thumbnail to scrape the needle from bottom to top. Pour in energy to unblock the Tianta acupuncture point. Li Junxian listened and watched with rapt attention. After Gong Sun Liang finished his explanation, he took in a deep breath and began to lift the needle, stab it in, and scrape the needle. He seemed to be doing the exact same thing as Gong Sun Liang. This level of imitation was simply breathtaking. Gong Sun Liang's eyes brightened. With Li Junxian's outstanding perception, if he could maintain this state, the chances of success would be much higher. They might even be able to save Dugu Xian today. Chapter 1979. Big Brother. You have to wake up. As Li Junxian raised the silver needle and prepared to stab it into Dugu Xian's body, Dugu Feiying's heart leaped into his throat. Whether or not Dugu Xian could be brought back to life depended on this last needle. At the same time, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but pray that Li Junxian would make a mistake with this last needle. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Li Junxian focused his mind and stabbed the silver needle into Dugu Xian's tai point. Then, he lifted the needle and rubbed the handle, performing a series of acupuncture techniques in a single breath. He was no longer as unfamiliar as he had been at the start. He was like a veteran doctor who had practiced medicine for many years. What came next was the most crucial step. Li Junxian took in a deep breath and gathered all the remaining energy in his body into his right arm. At this moment, Li Junxian's right arm was like a vast and turbulent river. His right palm was like a dam on the river, and on the dam were many sluice gates that controlled the flow of the river. What Li Junxian needed to do now was to control these 18 sluice gates and use the 18 needles to precisely irrigate the 18 acupuncture points on Dugu Xian's body. This was no simple task, as the 18 acupuncture points all required different amounts of true energy. Li Junxian had to divert a portion of his energy according to the amount of true energy required by each acupuncture point. If he wasn't a grandmaster, he would have never been able to control his true energy so precisely. With a buzzing sound, the 18 silver needles on Dugu Xian's body began to vibrate at different frequencies. It was as if 18 dancers were dancing on Dugu Xian's body. Not only did they have different postures, but they also had different postures. They began to dance gracefully on Dugu Xian's body. After 10 some seconds, Li Junxian began to feel that his energy was running out. He groaned as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Due to gravity, these beads of sweat rolled down his face and dripped to the ground. But Li Junxian had no time to worry about such things. He was completely focused on controlling his true energy and had no time to worry about anything else. In 10 some seconds, Li Junxian had run out of true energy, and so had his psychic energy. After all, he did not have the transcendent psychic energy of Li Zishuan. Multitasking and pouring 18 streams of true energy into the needles was extremely taxing on his mind and psychic energy. Dugu Feiying, Iron Egg, and the others were also worried. They could naturally see that Li Junxian was struggling, but they could only worry. If they recklessly interfered, not only would they interrupt the treatment, they would also cause Li Junxian and Dugu Xian to suffer a backlash of true energy. Li Junxian gathered what little energy he had left in his body and poured it into the needles. Suddenly, he tasted something sweet in his throat and almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he swallowed the blood back down, or else he really would have been discouraged. Li Junxian grunted and decided to make a desperate bet. He poured all the remaining energy in his body into the 18 acupuncture points. If he could force out the poison in Dugu Xian's body, that would be for the best. If he couldn't force it out, then Dugu Xian would be powerless to reverse the situation. Generally, how are you? Whoosh. After pouring all the energy in his body into the 18 meridians, Li Junxian put down his right arm, his body swaying as he staggered backward. Dugu Feiying swiftly rushed forward to support Li Junxian. But at this moment, the unconscious Dugu Xian suddenly sat up, vomited black blood, and then fell back to sleep. I'm fine. Li Junxian waved at Dugu Feiying, and then he turned in surprise to Dugu Xian. Dugu Feiying had naturally noticed what was going on, and his eyes were wide with both anxiety and anticipation. Gong Sunliang walked up to the bed and took Dugu Xian's pulse. After a few moments, he nodded and stroked his beard. The poison in Great General's body has been purged, and his life is not in danger. But his injuries are too severe, so he has yet to wake up. As long as he rests for a few days, he will definitely slowly recover. My big brother is really fine? That's wonderful. Chapter 1980. Brother Feiying, there's no need to be so courteous. We all serve the imperial court, and in this situation, it is only right that we help each other. Moreover, I have always admired your brother's conduct, and now that Brother Dugu is in danger while protecting King Wei, how can I just stand by and watch? Li Junxian reached out to support Dugu Feiying, his voice somewhat weak as he spoke. These words were not out of courtesy. Although Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian came from great clans, they did not have the stubbornness and arrogance that clansmen often had. On the contrary, they were rather chivalrous, and in the Tang dynasty, the wanderers had flourished for a time. As an official of the court, Li Junxian had a good impression of the two brothers, or at least not a bad one. Moreover, the cavalry and the imperial army had often carried out missions together, so Li Junxian and Dugu Xian could be considered old acquaintances. He. This old man isn't as foolish as you. Gong Sunliang pointed at Li Junxian and chuckled, then he turned to Dugu Feiying and solemnly said, "This old man only charges a fee for treating patients, not favors. Owing favors is troublesome, and money is far more practical. This old man treated the great general's poison this morning because I owed the head of the Wang clan a favor, so I won't ask young general for a fee. But tonight, even if this old man doesn't take all of the credit for the great general's safety, I should at least take half of the credit, right? As for the fee, this old man will give it to you at half price." Everyone was rather surprised by these words. No one had expected Gong Sunliang to refuse Dugu Feiying's favor and instead ask for money. Sometimes, favors weren't as practical as money, but that depended on the situation. How could the favor of the Dugu clan be measured in money? Although the Dugu clan was no longer as prosperous as it had been in the Sui dynasty, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Not only were many of its members in the court, the Dugu clan still maintained a subtle relationship with the imperial household. No one dared to underestimate it. Thus, Dugu Feiying's promise and the Dugu clan's favor could not be bought with money. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. His expression was normal as he politely cupped his fists and said, "Then how much does Mr. Gongsun think is appropriate?" Gong Sunliang raised 3 fingers and said, 3,000 strings. After that, as if he was afraid that Dugu Feiying would think that his price was too expensive, Gong Sunliang hurriedly explained, "Young general, please don't think it's too expensive. In order to treat the general, this old man has done everything he can. Moreover, the general's life should not be worth less than 3,000 strings of coins, right? Mr. Gongsun, there's no need to say more. My Dugu family can still afford a mere 3,000 strings of cash. I didn't bring so much cash with me when I escorted the academy's teachers and students to the north this time. But Mr. Gongsun, you don't have to worry. Once the crisis in Taiyuan City is resolved, I will immediately send a letter to my clan and ask them to send the medical fee of 5,000 to Rejuvenation Hall." Dugu Feiying interrupted Gong Sunliang and said sternly, "Good. This old man naturally believes in the young general's trustworthiness. This old man will begin the treatment for the great general." Hearing that Dugu Feiying had increased the treatment fee to 5,000 strings of cash, Gong Sunliang smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. After saying this, the old man bent down and began to treat Dugu Xian. After all, in Li Junxian's current condition, he definitely didn't have the strength to continue treating Dugu Xian. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and an imperial army soldier walked in and cupped his fist to Dugu Feiying. "Reporting to General Feiying, Zhao Eru and Master Han have returned." "Oh. Did they capture Wang Kuei?" Dugu Feiying's eyes brightened as he asked. On the way back, he had already heard from the Imperial Army soldier guarding the post house that Zhao Eru and Han Li had led people to a mysterious courtyard in the southern part of the city to capture Wang Kuei. The Imperial Army soldier replied, reporting to General Feiying, only Master Han and Zhao Eru returned with a small group of people. I heard that the rest are still behind. Good. Come with this general to take a look. Dugu Feiying nodded and prepared to leave. Iron Egg hurriedly said, General Feiying, I'll go as well. He was naturally concerned about Han Tianhu's safety and wanted to see if the latter was injured. Dugu Feiying understood Bruiser's feelings. He nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them left the room one after the other. Father. You're injured? A few moments later, the two were on their way to the front courtyard of the post house when they happened to run into Han Li, Zhao Eru, and the others. Seeing Han Li's blood-stained clothes, Iron Egg immediately panicked and rushed to Han Li's side as quickly as he could. Your father is fine. This is someone else's blood. Seeing that his son was fine, Han Li was slightly relieved. He patted Iron Egg's head and turned to Dugu Feiying, who was about to reach him, and asked, General Feiying, you're back? When this old man came over, I saw signs of a fight in the post house. Did something happen? By the way, where is His Highness? At this point, Han Li realized that Li Tai was not among the people who came, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. This was because he had instructed Iron Egg to stay close to Li Tai and protect him. Now that Iron Egg had come out and Li Tai was not around, it meant that something had happened to Li Tai. Could it be that his previous guess was right? His Highness. His Highness was captured by the Turkic spies. Dugu Feiying's face darkened, and the good mood he had gained from Dugu Xianxia's safety instantly disappeared without a trace. He said in a low voice. What? His Highness was captured? Hearing this, even though Han Li was prepared, he could not help but be shocked. Dugu Feiying gritted his teeth and said, previously, when we left the post house, the Turkic spies took advantage of the fact that the post house was defenseless to launch a night attack and kidnap His Highness. My big brother was also severely injured because of this. By the way, Master Han, why are only the few of you back? Where are the others? Also, did you catch that old man Wang Kuei on this trip? Strictly speaking, Li Tai's kidnapping and Dugu Xianxia's serious injury had something to do with Wang Kuei, so Dugu Feiying had a reason to hate Wang Kuei to the core. The others are still behind. Han Li still had not recovered from the shock, but after hearing Dugu Feiying's question, he still replied, we didn't catch Wang Kuei, but we caught his son, Wang Hong. When we defeated Wang Kuei's assassins and learned that Zhao Diyan did not send anyone to inform us in advance, this old man felt that something was wrong and hurried back with a group of light cavalry. But I didn't expect to be one step too late. Chapter 1981. This is all my fault. I should have sent someone else to the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks while I remained at the relay station. This way, the thieves wouldn't have had a chance. Dugu Feiying said in shame. After a few moments of silence, Han Lijing comforted, since it's already happened, there's no point in blaming yourself. Our first priority is to save His Highness. You said that the great general was heavily injured. Would it be convenient for this old man to visit him? Of course. Big brother is in his room. I'll take you there. Dugu Feiying hurriedly said. Commander of the 100 Cavalry, General Li, is also there. He and physician Gong Sun work together to save Big Brother. Oh. Commander of the 100 Cavalry? Has the 100 Cavalry been in Taiyuan City this entire time? Han Lijing was rather surprised. Li Junxian and the others had secretly entered the city and were hiding there. Very few people knew about them, and Han Lijing had only entered the city this afternoon, so he naturally didn't know. As the two of them spoke, they were about to make their way to Yiqing Pavilion when they heard a clamor in the front yard of the relay station. An Imperial Army soldier rushed over. Reporting to General Feiying, Provincial Governor Wang and the head of the Wang clan have arrived. Provincial Governor Wang and the head of the Wang clan have arrived? Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing glanced at each other and said, they must have come because of King Wei. Let's go. Let's go and see. Han Lijing nodded and the two of them made their way to the front yard. Iron Egg hesitated for a few moments before following. In truth, he had been blaming himself this entire time, and when he saw Han Lijing, he felt an indescribable sense of guilt and self-reproach. After all, protecting Li Tai was the mission his father had given him, and now that Li Tai had been taken away, he was safe and sound, and he felt that he had once more disappointed his father. Provincial Governor Wang clan head, why have you come? Please come in. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu happened to be walking in through the gates of the relay station. Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing hurriedly went up to welcome them, clasping their fists and greeting them. We're here too. This should be the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong and Brother Han, right? Wang Yu responded. Just as he was about to explain the purpose of his visit, he noticed Han Lijing standing beside Dugu Feiying. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled the information he had received earlier and asked. Although he had met Li Zishuan when he went to Chang'an, he had never met Li Zishuan's father-in-law. Naturally, he didn't know Han Lijing. That's me. Thank you for your concern, Wang family head. Han Lijing cupped his fists and said politely. He knew the identity of the person in front of him. Of course, he also knew that his son-in-law had a good relationship with the Wang family. Haha. Brother Han is too polite. Wang Yu nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to reminisce, so he said, "Come, let's go in and discuss how to rescue His Highness." Yes. Everyone knew that the most important thing now was to save Li Tai, so they didn't say much and followed Dugu Feiying to the front hall. Feiying, how are your big brother's injuries? Before they had even taken a seat, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but ask. He had originally wanted to ask where Li Junxian was and how the mission was going, but he had already received news that Dugu Xian was also injured. As the chief official of Taiyuan City, if he didn't ask now, he would appear far too unreasonable. Chapter 1982. These were the two Wang clan shadow guards that Li Junxian had sent to follow Xian Ye's group after Li Tai had fled with Xian Ye's group. He had not sent the 100 horsemen because the 100 horsemen were already very few in number. Moreover, Li Junxian had been escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence with Fang Gongteng, so he naturally didn't want to split up his remaining strength. Moreover, Xian Ye's group had so many people that investigating where they were staying would be a piece of cake for the Wang clan shadow guards. What? These fellows still dared to stay at Tongfu Inn? Li Junxian couldn't help but blurt out in alarm after hearing the Wang clan shadow guards report. Xian Yi and the others clearly knew that the 100 cavalry had captured Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, and that they were likely to be followed on their way back, but they still dared to choose Tongfu Inn as their lodging place. They really didn't know if they should be praised for their courage, or if these people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yes. We saw it with our own eyes. The Wang clan shadow guard clasped his fist and said, because we were worried that they would change their location, this subordinate came back to report. Zhao De is still keeping an eye on them near the inn. If they do anything strange, he will immediately report back to General Li. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction. Good. The two of you have done very well. You're dismissed. The Wang clan shadow guard breathed a sigh of relief and hastily clasped his fist. Yes. This subordinate will withdraw. As a shadow guard of the Wang clan, although Wang Yu had never said a single word to him, when he heard the words "very good" from Li Junxian's mouth, he knew that he had completed his mission. He might even be rewarded when he returned to the clan. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see the Wang clan's current situation. Tongfu Inn. It seems like these Turkic spies are determined to eat us. This old man suspects that they sensed that we were following them on their way back, but they still chose to stay at Tongfu Inn. They are certain that we don't dare to risk His Highness King of Wei's life, so we won't dare to do anything to them. Wang Yu frowned as he spoke. These two Wang clan shadow guards were the two Wang clan shadow guards that Li Junxian had sent after Xian Ye's group had fled with Li Tai. He had not sent the 100 cavalry because they were already very few in number. Moreover, Li Junxian and Fang Gongting had been escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence, so Li Junxian naturally did not want to split up his remaining forces. Moreover, Xian Ye's group had many people, and investigating their base would be a piece of cake for the Wang clan's shadow guards. What? These fellows dared to stay at Tongfu Inn? Li Junxian couldn't help but be alarmed. Li Junxian couldn't help but ask. Xian Yi and the others clearly knew that the 100 cavalry had captured Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, and that they were likely to be followed on their way back, but they still dared to choose Tongfu Inn as their lodging place. They really didn't know if they should be praised for their courage, or if these people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We saw it with our own eyes. That Wang family shadow guard cupped his fists and said, because I was worried that those people would change their lodgings, I came back alone to report. Zhao De is still keeping an eye on them near the inn. If they make any strange movements, he will immediately return to report to General Li. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction. Good. The two of you have done very well. You're dismissed. The Wang clan shadow guard sighed in relief and hurriedly clasped his fist. Yes. This subordinate will withdraw. As a shadow guard of the Wang clan, although Wang Yu had never said a single word to him, when he heard the words "very good" from Li Junxian's mouth, he knew that he had completed his mission. He might even receive a reward when he returned to the clan. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see the Wang clan's current situation. Tongfu Inn. It seems like these Turkic spies are determined to eat us. This old man suspects that they sensed our people following them on their way back, but they still chose to stay at Tongfu Inn. They are certain that we don't dare to risk His Highness King of Wei's life, so we won't dare to do anything to them. Wang Yu frowned as he spoke. Chapter 1983. In the main hall of the relay station, as Li Zishuan spoke, Iron Egg took notes on paper. He did not have Li Zishuan's monstrous psychic energy, which allowed him to translate Li Junxian's words into code while listening, so he could only obediently take notes. Although he also cultivated the Taishian Sutra, he was far from Li Zishuan's level. Moreover, Li Zishuan had transmigrated his soul, so his psychic energy was far superior to ordinary people's. Coupled with the buff provided by the Taishian Sutra, Li Zishuan's psychic energy was unparalleled. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu were both rather worried as they listened to Li Junxian's report. One of them was worried that Li Er would be punished for dereliction of duty after reading this telegram, and the other was worried that Li Er would punish the entire Wang clan for Wang Kuei's actions, causing the Wang clan to be exterminated. Of course, Wang Yu still had a sliver of hope. He hoped that Li Junxian would highlight the contributions the Wang clan had made in capturing Zhao Dian in the telegram he sent to the imperial court. This way, he could make up for his mistakes in front of Li Er. But even after Li Junxian finished reading the contents of the telegram, Wang Yu's hopes were still not fulfilled. Although Li Junxian had mentioned in the telegram that Wang Qinggu and the other hidden guards of the Wang clan had assisted him in capturing Zhao Dian, he had only stated the facts as they were and had not emphasized them. This left Wang Yu a little disappointed. But overall, it was better than nothing. Okay. That's all for now. I'll have to trouble Brother Iron Egg to send this news back to Cheng, and as quickly as possible. 7 minutes later, Li Junxian was finally done. He had explained everything that had happened tonight in the most concise terms possible. He also knew that the telegram was rather large, and it was rather difficult for Iron Egg to translate it all into code. But as the commander of 100 cavalry, he was naturally 100% loyal to Li Er. Tonight's events were far too important, and he had to let Li Er know the whole story. Only then would Li Er be able to make the most correct decisions. You're too kind, General Li. This is what I should do. The thought of Li Tai being kidnapped made Iron Egg's heart ache, but his face remained calm as he hurriedly raised his head. Li Junxian's eyes were as bright as torches. Although Iron Egg had concealed the pain in his eyes very well, how could it escape Li Junxian's eyes? He sighed, patted Bruiser's shoulder heavily, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Brother Iron Egg, I've heard about the matter between you and His Highness from Mr. Ink Chui. You've already done your best, and this is also His Highness's choice, you can't be blamed. Don't worry, I will definitely save His Highness." Iron Egg froze. He turned to Li Junxian and firmly said, "Generally, when you save Qingke, please take me with you. all right. After staring at Iron Egg for a moment, Li Junxian finally agreed to Iron Egg's request. Iron Egg turned around and began to translate Li Junxian's instructions into code so that he could send it back to Chang'an. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and a few moments later, an armored soldier walked in. This was none other than Zhao Eru, who had led the army to the secret estate in the southern part of the city to capture Wang Kuei. Reporting to General Fei Ying, Provincial Governor Wang clan head, you're also here? Zhao Eru quickly walked in and was just about to report to Dugu Fei Ying when he realized that Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu were also present. Besides these two, there was another person in the room that he had never seen before, Li Junxian. When he saw that Li Junxian was seated at the head of the table, he guessed that his status was extraordinary, so he didn't dare to ask. But now, he wasn't sure if he should continue reporting to Dugu Fei Ying. If you have something to say, just say it. Dugu Fei Ying could see the worry in Zhao Eru's eyes and asked, I heard from Lord Han that while you weren't able to capture Wang Kuei, you managed to capture his son, Wang Hong. Where is he? Did you bring him back? We brought him back. We brought him back. Zhao Eru hurriedly said. This subordinate was just about to ask General how to settle Wang Hong down. I originally wanted to put him in prison, but this fellow thinks that the prison is too dirty and refuses to go in. General, what do you think? Zhao Eru awkwardly scratched his head. After all, Wang Hong was a member of the Wang clan, and Wang clan head Wang Yu was still present. There were some things that he couldn't say too harshly. Moreover, the masterminds behind the collusion with the Turkic spies were Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan. No one knew how much Wang Hong had participated. Dugu Fei Ying said nothing, only turned to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's face darkened as he angrily said. My clan is unfortunate. We've made a fool of ourselves. I'll have to trouble General Fei Ying to bring him in. This old man is here today, so I can ask him just how the second elder colluded with the Turkic spies. Chapter 1984. A telegram from Taiyuan? In a room on the third floor of the Imperial Astronomer, the other eunuch was shocked when he learned that the telegram had been sent from Taiyuan. He had a bad premonition because the only people in Taiyuan City who could send telegrams to Chang and were Li Tai's group, and it was late at night. For Li Tai to send a telegram at this time could only mean that something had happened in Taiyuan City, and it was an extremely urgent matter that could not be delayed for even a moment. Hurry. Record the code. The eunuch hurriedly said to his companion. I know. Hurry and get the codebook. I'll record the message and translate it while receiving the telegram. Once I'm done, I'll present it directly to His Majesty. The two eunuchs quickly got to work. From the clear division of labor and tacit cooperation between them, it was clear that they had encountered many similar situations. Gulp. It's over, it's over. His Highness. His Highness has been captured by Turkic spies. Because the content of the telegram was rather long, in order to save time, one of the two eunuchs was responsible for recording the code, and the other was responsible for real-time translation against the codebook. After translating the first few lines of the code, the eunuch's face suddenly turned pale. He swallowed twice and said with a trembling voice. What did you say? His Highness has been captured? You should focus on recording the code first. The other eunuch also reacted. He knew that his companion could not be distracted at this time, so he hurriedly kept quiet, not daring to disturb him. The two eunuchs worked together, and soon, the telegram sent by Iron Egg was not only recorded, but also completely translated. As they looked at the long message in their hands, the two eunuchs trembled in fear. They felt like the paper in their hands weighed 10,000 jin. The two of them glanced at each other and thought at the same time, Taiyuan City is about to change. You go. After a moment of silence, the two spoke almost at the same time. Obviously, they all understood that the next job of sending the telegram would definitely be a tough one. Not to mention that Li Er should be asleep now. Even if he wasn't asleep, after Li Er saw the contents of this telegram, he would definitely be furious. At that time, whether the person who sent the telegram would be implicated or not, only God knew. Therefore, neither of the two eunuchs were willing to send the telegram. Qing Feng, go quickly. His Highness is in a critical situation right now. Don't delay the important matter. The eunuch who was in charge of recording the code couldn't help but ask. But I was the one who delivered it last time. Logically speaking, it should be your turn this time, right? How can you be so calculative at a time like this? I have to stay here and guard the telegraph machine. If there's another telegram from Taiyuan, I have to write it down first. I can remember it too. But you're not as skilled as I am. If there's a mistake, can you bear the responsibility? All right then. After a short confrontation between the two, the eunuch who was responsible for translating the code took the message and ran out in a hurry. He ran towards the backyard of the harem. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. General Li has sent an urgent message. In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Lijing Palace, Empress Jianghu's bedroom. Zhao Song held the telegram sent by the eunuch in his hand. He leaned slightly against the door and carefully called out to Li Er, who was already asleep inside. Disturbing Li Er's sleep in the middle of the night was something that even Zhao Song wasn't willing to do. But since he had encountered it, he had to intervene. Especially after seeing the contents of the telegram, he couldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, if the eunuch were to call out recklessly here, something big might happen. He had only said that General Li has sent an urgent message. There was a great deal of attention to this. He didn't specify which General Li it was, and he didn't directly say that something had happened to Li Tai. Otherwise, Empress Jiangsun, who was already in poor health, might be mentally affected and faint. At that time, who could say what kind of crazy things Li Er would do after suffering the double blow of his son being kidnapped and his wife fainting from shock? This was also the main reason why Zhao Song wanted to personally help the eunuch deliver the message. As Li Er's subordinate, Zhao Song knew what Li Er cared about. It could be said that Empress Jiangsun was the most important person in Li Er's heart. What urgent message? In the bedroom, it was quiet for a while before Li Er's voice was heard. Your Majesty, this. Zhao Song purposely paused for a while. Li Er, who was in the room, instantly woke up and returned to his senses. He coughed lightly and said, wait a moment, I will come out immediately. Don't disturb the Empress' rest. After saying that, there was a rustling sound in the room. Zhao Song's hearing was amazing. Even if he didn't intend to eavesdrop on the movements in the room, he could still vaguely hear whispers such as, don't worry, and, go, come back. Empress Jiangsun must have been awakened by the commotion just now, and Li Er was comforting her to sleep. After a while, the door opened. Li Er, wearing a silk shirt and a white cloak, walked out alone. Tell me, what happened? Li Er asked softly as he led Zhao Song forward. In fact, Li Er already had a bad premonition in his heart. He could feel this from Zhao Song stammering earlier. Your Majesty, something happened in Taiyuan. General Li sent an urgent message saying that a group of Turkic spies attacked the post house tonight. The imperial army suffered heavy losses, and His Highness King Wei was kidnapped. Zhao Song looked around vigilantly, then whispered to Li Er. You said that Qing Ke was kidnapped? Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows, and a dazzling light shot out from his tiger-like eyes. At the same time, he stood still, and his muscles tensed. He was like a lion about to go berserk, ready to rush out and tear his enemies and prey into pieces at any time. Your Majesty, please calm down. This is a telegram from Commander Li from Taiyuan. It records in detail what happened before and after Her Highness was kidnapped. Your Majesty, please take a look. Zhao Song trembled. From Li Er's plain words, he could feel the endless anger in Li Er's chest. He held the telegram in his hand in his palm and handed it to Li Er. Chapter 1985. Zhao Dian, Wang Kuei. Outside Empress Jianghu's palace, after Li Er finished reading the telegram, the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. He tightly grasped the telegram in his hand and said word by word, if anything happens to Qing Ke, I want their entire clan to be buried with her. In the middle of summer, Zhao Song felt the temperature of the entire courtyard drop when Li Er said this. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, Zhao Song had never seen Li Er lose his composure like this. From this, it could be seen that Li Tai was very important in Li Er's heart. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not to mention that Li Tai had been doted on by Li Er since young. Li Zixuan had appeared out of nowhere more than a year ago. Li Tai had become Li Er's master and had begun to learn the immortal knowledge of Li Zixuan. Furthermore, he had become Li Er's most outstanding student. Li Er's love and care for Li Tai had become even greater than before. It could be said that among all the princes, Li Tai and Li Qingxian had almost the same weight in Li Er's heart. However, Li Tai had been kidnapped by Zhao Dian's men. How could Li Er not be angry? When an emperor was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. What is the background of this Zhao Dian? Have you found out? Taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er finally calmed his emotions and asked in a low voice. Zhao Song cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, after receiving the information from His Highness in Taiyuan City in the evening, this old servant has already sent people to investigate Zhao Dian. However, until now, we have not found any useful information. Near evening, Li Tai had sent a telegram back to Chang'an. The contents of the telegram were the secret letter that Han Lijing had brought to Taiyuan. After reading the telegram, Li Er had ordered the governor of Taiyuan to urgently inform the 4 border provinces to prepare their defenses and prevent Shili from leading soldiers into the Great Tang. At the same time, Li Er had ordered Zhao Song to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. Zhao Song naturally did his best to carry out Li Er's orders, but unfortunately, time was simply too short. Even if he mobilized all his subordinates, it was very unlikely that he would be able to find Zhao Dian's identity in such a short amount of time. Li Er couldn't help but frown, and then he said, Issue an order for the 100 cavalry to assist you in investigating Zhao Dian's identity. Before dawn tomorrow, we want the results. The 100 cavalry was the most elite's trump card, not just in terms of martial arts, but also in terms of intelligence. Although the 100 cavalry commander, Li Er, was currently in Taiyuan City, the 100 cavalry had many other capable subordinates and they had many intelligence files as more intelligence files. Having the 100 cavalry, the 100 cavalry had Wang's sent. Hads. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song's heart trembled. He knew that Li Er was truly furious, so he hurriedly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. In truth, when Li Junxian had learned of the contents of the secret letter that Han Lijing had intercepted, he had immediately sent a messenger pigeon to the 100 Cavalry Department in Chang'an, requesting their assistance in investigating Zhao Dian's identity. However, messenger pigeons could not keep up with the speed of telegrams. If the 100 Cavalry Department wanted to receive Li Junxian's message, they would have to wait until the second half of the night or until the next morning. Based on Li Junxian's telegram, Wuxia Xianxia is heavily injured and almost dead, the imperial army has suffered grievous losses, and Li Junxian has emerged from the shadows into the light. The situation is extremely bad for Qin Ke and the others. Chapter 1986. Chang'an City, Black Armored Army's Camp. After inspecting the camp, Li Zixuan discussed with Sun Jiping and the other generals about the martial arts competition tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zixuan dismissed the meeting and asked everyone to return to their own tents to rest. Actually, Li Zixuan wasn't very confident about the martial arts competition tomorrow. According to his plan, the Wu battalion could lose tomorrow's competition or be the last in the whole army. Because he had just taken over the daily training of the Wu battalion. No matter how good the training method was, it couldn't cause any fundamental changes to the physique of the soldiers. But in the martial arts competition tomorrow, the soldiers of the Wu battalion must show him some improvement. After all, they were the first battalion in the whole Black Armored Army to receive the new training method. If the Wu battalion not only got the last place in the martial arts competition tomorrow, but also didn't show any improvement, then what awaited them next would be an even more frightening devilish training. Although it was almost midnight, Li Zixuan didn't feel sleepy lying on the military couch. As a modern person who had only received military training in school and had never been in the army, he suddenly became the military instructor of the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the Black Armored Army. From the moment Li Zishuan stepped into the camp of the Black Armored Army, his heart was burning with passion. He hoped that he could leave his mark on this legendary heavy cavalry in history. He hoped that he could raise the combat power of the Black Armored Army to an unprecedented and invincible level. Of course, Li Zishuan's heart was always in awe. In fact, he had always been in awe of the field that he had never been in before. Therefore, after coming to the camp of the Black Armored Army, every decision he made was made after careful consideration and deliberation. He knew better than anyone else that military affairs were not a game. If the general was incompetent, the whole army would be implicated. He had never thought of eating a fatty in one bite. Tomorrow's martial arts competition was just like a small test for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. Although it was not important to the overall situation, it would be able to test the results of the training of the soldiers in the previous phase. Beep 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 beep. Just as Li Zishuan was lying on the bed and letting his imagination run wild, the telegraph on the table to the left of his bed suddenly rang. Li Zishuan quivered and immediately collected his scattered thoughts. He hurriedly got out of bed and sat down in front of the table. He frowned and listened to the code transmitted by the telegraph. Just like the telegraph machine in the palace, the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan brought to the military camp was also on standby 24 hours a day. Firstly, he had brought quite a number of lead-acid batteries with him. Secondly, even if the lead-acid batteries ran out of power, he could send someone to Yunshan to recharge them. He didn't need to worry about the problem of not being able to recharge the batteries after they ran out of power. It's iron egg. Li Zishuan translated the message in his mind as he listened. After listening to a short section of the code, he quickly recognized the identity of the sender. It was Iron Egg. For the students of the academy who already knew how to use the telegraph, Li Zishuan created an identity code for each of them. Everyone had to send their own identity code at the beginning of the message. When the receiver on the other side of the telegraph responded and reported their identity, the body of the message could only be sent. Beep 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 beep. Li Zishuan's heart sank when he suddenly received a message from Iron Egg in the middle of the night. He suddenly had a bad feeling. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He skillfully operated the telegraph and sent out a string of codes to indicate his identity to Iron Egg. Beep, 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 beep. After a moment of silence in the tent, the telegraph finally rang again. After receiving Li Zishuan's response, Iron Egg immediately forwarded the telegram sent to the palace. Of course, Iron Egg added and modified some content. Master, this afternoon, my father came from Yifang County with a letter. It was a secret letter from the leader of the Turkic spies in Taiyuan City to the grasslands. In the telegram, Iron Egg not only told Li Zishuan everything that had happened in Taiyuan City tonight, but also briefly told him that Han Lijing had come to Taiyuan in the afternoon with Zhao Dian's secret letter. Although Li Tai had already sent a telegram to Li Zishuan, he hadn't told Li Zishuan about it. Therefore, Iron Egg had to tell Li Zishuan again. In the tent, Li Zishuan had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he quietly listened to the codes transmitted by the telegraph. On the surface, he looked very leisurely, as if he was listening to the radio. However, this wasn't the case. His brain was working rapidly. With the support of his powerful psychic power, he began to translate the codes while listening to them. Moreover, his translation speed wasn't any slower than Iron Egg's. As for Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin in the tent, they had already fallen asleep. After a day of arduous training, the sound from the telegraph wasn't enough to wake them up. Gradually, Li Zishuan's expression began to change. There was a group of powerful Turkic spies in Taiyuan City. They assassinated Dugu Xian during the day and attacked the courier station at night, directly kidnapping Li Tai. Chapter 1987. Li Zishuan did not expect that the teachers and students of the academy would encounter such a big crisis in Taiyuan City. He expected that the Turks would interfere after knowing the purpose of the academy's journey to the north. But according to his expectation, the Turks would most likely take action in Yunzhou. After all, it was at the border of the Tang Empire and the emperor was far away. But he never expected that the Turks would directly throw out the trump card in Taiyuan City. Shouldn't they first test the situation in Taiyuan City and then launch the fatal blow in Yunzhou? The series of actions of the Turk spies were not logical, but it was precisely because of this that they caught everyone off guard. However, Li Zishuan also did not expect that his father-in-law would coincidentally intercept the secret letter of the Turk spies. This was too crucial. If not for this coincidence, the situation of the academy's teachers and students would be even more passive. They did not even know who the enemy was, let alone talk about dealing with them. Of course, what Li Zishuan did not expect the most was that the leader of the Turk spies was actually Zhao Dian. Although he wasn't very familiar with history in his previous life, he had still heard of Zhao Dian. This guy was the biggest traitor in the Tang Empire. But compared to the other traitors in history, the great traitor Zhao Dian did not leave much infamy in the annals of history. On the contrary, many people of the Central Plains even had a rather good impression of him. The main reason for this was that Zhao Dian was not qualified to be a traitor. His actions in the Turks had not only failed to help the Turks, but had even helped the Great Tang. The TV series, The Rule of Zhengguan, about Shili obtaining Zhao Dian was very interesting. Zhao Dian was originally the provincial governor of the Tang Empire. Li Shimin found that he was good at flattery and did not have any real talent, so he decided to let him harm the Turks. Li Shimin first removed Zhao Dian from the position of provincial governor and then let Zhao Dian follow the Tang Empire's delegation to the Turks. After Zhao Dian arrived at the Turks, his flattery made the Great Khan feel very comfortable, so he decided to put Zhao Dian in an important position. In order to let Zhao Dian serve Shili wholeheartedly, Li Shimin even sent Zhao Dian's family to the Turks. As the history books were limited, there was no record of how Shili obtained Zhao Dian. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid of Governance, Volume 192, only recorded that Shili Khan obtained the Chinese Zhao Dian, entrusted him with the task. At the end of the Sui and the beginning of the Tang Empire, the Turks had an absolute advantage over all powers. In 615 AD, Emperor Yang of Sui, who still considered himself as an emperor, patrolled north to Yanmen. When the Turkic cavalry received the news, they took the opportunity to head south. They were like a hot knife through butter, conquering most of the areas near the gate of Yan. In a panic, Emperor Yang of Sui hid in Yanmen Prefecture. The Turks sealed and surrounded. The Turkses. The usually insufferably arrogant Emperor Yang of Sui was actually scared to the point of tears after facing the pressure of a real battle. And, thus to the Yangs, the Tangs Tang, Yang, increased to the end, thus. After this battle, the reputation of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate soared, and it became the hegemon of the Northeast Asian steppe. Reaching the peak, they expanded their territory from the Khitan and Shirwei tribes to the vast region between Tuyuhun and Gaochang in the west. The chiefs of the various tribes and the rulers of the small countries all submitted to the Turks. After the Sui dynasty was wiped out, the Turks became even more prosperous. At that time, the various warlords in the north of the Zhongyuan more or less had dealings with the Turks. Amongst which included Li Yuan, who was based in Shaanxi. He even submitted to the Turks so that when he attacked Chang'an, he could borrow 500 Turk cavalry. Through this method of borrowing the tigers might to give the opponent a great deal of psychological pressure. The power of the Eastern Turks was growing stronger by the day, and they even seemed to have the ability to threaten the Great Tang and aspire for the throne of the Central Plains. But to the Khan of the Eastern Turks, Shili, there had always been a worry in his heart. He longed for supreme authority like Li Yuan and Li Er. When the Turks started, their rule was really simple. The other nobles under the Khan also had a lot of power. In their own tribes, they kept their original laws and were not interfered with by the Khan. The emperor of the Central Plains had the right to control the life and death of his subjects, but for the Turkic Khans, this was only a dream. Hence, Shili appointed Zhao Dian, who had escaped to the grassland, to carry out a huge political reform. Shili hoped to use this to strengthen his power and unify all the tribes that had autonomy. Zhao Dian, who was appointed, did not fail his mission. He had brought the methods of ruling the Central Plains dynasty to the grassland without any changes. Hence, the Khan forced the Turks to carry out a Han-style reform. At that time, the Zhongyuan dynasty had a very advanced country management system. For example, 3 provinces and 6 departments, the prefecture and county administrative system, etc. This system was much more advanced than the Turks' administrative system. The crux of the problem was that this advanced system was suitable for China, which focused on agriculture, but not for the nomadic Turks. It was like how a strict personnel system was suitable for big companies but not for small private enterprises. Xie did not understand this theory, so he gave Zhao Dian full authority to push forward the Turks' administrative system reform. However, the Turks were used to the simple, violent, and effective administrative system. They had a lot of resistance towards Zhao Dian's reform. To push forward the reforms smoothly, Zhao Dian used the power given by Xie to suppress the Turks who were against the reform. Zhao Dian's reform was pushed forward in the face of heavy resistance, causing the Turks to be unhappy with Xie. This matter was recorded in the Aid of Governance Tongjian, Volume 192. The original text was, "Virtuous words have their own power and fortune, changing the old customs much, the government decrees are cumbersome, the people are beginning to be displeased." Zhao Dian copied China's administrative method, complicating a simple problem, causing all the major Turkic tribes to complain about the great Khan Xie. Under Zhao Dian's influence, many Turks were not willing to work for Xie. The tribes that had the conditions and the chance started to think of ways to break away from Xie's control. Some even went to the Tang dynasty. For example, the Khitan tribe leader a few months ago led his tribe to defect to the Tang dynasty. A large part of the reason was that Xie had started to become disloyal on the grassland. So, to a certain extent, even though Zhao Dian was a big trader, he was a big trader who had made great contributions to Li Er. Chapter 1988. I have already predicted what would happen tonight. You should rest well and don't act rashly. I have already made arrangements for the rescue. Qing Ke will definitely be fine. Taiyuan Post Station, Front Hall. Iron Egg looked at the newly translated message on the rice paper. For a moment, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He even had the urge to cry. Ever since Li Tai was captured by Sky Eagle, he had fallen into deep self-blame. In his opinion, Li Tai had voluntarily surrendered to save him. He naturally wanted to rescue Li Tai, but he knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to rescue Li Tai by himself. If he had the strength of Li Zishuan, perhaps it would be possible. However, he was only at the Qi transformation realm. He could not even defeat Sky Eagle, let alone Xian Yi. How could he save Li Tai? Therefore, Iron Egg's heart had been in a torment of anxiety and self-blame since Li Tai was captured nearly 2 hours ago. Li Zishuan's comforting words were like timely rain and the best chicken soup for the soul to him. It instantly calmed him down. Li Zishuan's words reassured him. Although Li Zishuan did not say what the specific arrangements were and how to rescue Li Tai, since Li Zishuan said that Li Tai would be fine, then Li Tai would definitely be fine. Iron Egg always believed that his master was omnipotent. For a moment, he even felt like crying. He was like a helpless child who had gotten into big trouble, and Li Zishuan was the teacher who had been standing behind him and had the ability to clean up his mess. He had turned the tide and helped him get rid of his self-blame so that he would not have any regrets for the rest of his life. Brother Iron Egg, does His Majesty have any orders? On the side, Wang Yu and the others were nearing the end of their interrogation of Wang Hong. Just as Wang Yu and Wang Bing had guessed, Wang Hong had not participated in the matter of Wang Kuei colluding with the Turkic spies, and the information he knew was extremely limited. He didn't even know where Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan were. Seeing this, Li Junxian was in no mood to continue listening to Wang Yu's interrogation. At this moment, he saw Iron Egg staring blankly at a piece of paper. Thinking that the Imperial Palace had sent back a telegram, he hurriedly got up and walked over to Iron Egg. Ah! Hearing this, Bruiser quivered and immediately came back to his senses. He hurriedly placed the translated message on the table face down and replied, "No. No, there hasn't been any news from the palace yet. I reckon we'll have to wait for a while." "Yes." Li Junxian nodded, thinking that this was true. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory was some distance away from the western courtyard, and Li Er was probably asleep by now. It would take a lot of time. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Junxian glanced at the paper that Iron Egg had placed on the table, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Since there was no news from the Imperial Palace, why was Iron Egg translating the telegram just now? Seeing Li Junxian looking at the message on the table, Iron Egg appeared a little embarrassed. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to tell the truth. Just now, after I sent the telegram to the Imperial Palace, I also sent the situation here to Master. Li Junxian was alarmed by these words and blurted out, "What? You also sent a telegram to Marquis just now?" He had only asked casually, but Iron Egg mistakenly believed that Li Junxian was blaming him for acting on his own. He hurriedly explained, "I wanted to ask Master how to save Qingke. Master just sent this telegram. Generally, I was worried about Qingshue's situation, so I acted on my own. Even if you want to punish me, please wait until after I save Qingke." Chapter 1989. His Majesty has decreed that all officials and generals in Taiyuan City are under Li Junxian's control for the time being, and Li Junxian is granted the authority to act first and report later. Previous wrongs can be ignored for now, but all of you must work together to rescue King Wei and capture all the Turkic spies in Taiyuan City in one fell swoop to strengthen imperial authority. Anyone who refuses to listen, obstructs, or stubbornly resists will be executed without exception. In the front hall of the relay station, Li Junxian gripped the message that Iron Egg had just translated and solemnly read it to Wang Liaoyuan, Fang Gongting, Wang Yu, and De Feiying. That beep 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 was a telegram from the imperial astronomer, not from Li Zishuan. Zhao Song had embellished the contents of the telegram according to Li Er's wishes before having the minor eunuch of the imperial astronomer send it over. When Bruiser learned that this was a telegram from the palace, he immediately began to translate it. Thus, Li Junxian was now reading out the imperial decree in front of everyone. Everyone shivered at Li Junxian's words. Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting glanced at each other before bowing. This subject Wang Liaoyuan, this General Fang Gongting, this General De Feiying, receives the decree. Telegraph machines were no longer anything new to the Taiyuan government, especially the Bingzhou governor's residence and the subjugation residence. Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting had already received several telegrams from the imperial decree, and Li Junxian's status was so special that no one believed that he would dare to falsify an imperial decree. Thus, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of this unofficial, imperial decree that had no yellow silk cloth or imperial seal. At this moment, Wang Yu was still trying to figure out the deeper meaning hidden in Li Er's imperial edict. After all, the imperial edict did not mention the Wang family from beginning to end, which made him very nervous. Moreover, he did not know if Li Er's sentence of, "let bygones be bygones for the time being," included the Wang family. If it included them, then that would be for the best. If it did not, then the Wang family would most likely be doomed in the future. Seeing Wang Liaoyuan, Fang Gongting, and De Feiying bow to receive the decree, Wang Yu hastily bowed and clasped his hands. This subject Wang Yu receives the decree. Although he was not a local official or general in Taiyuan, as the provincial governor of a province, he was now trapped in Taiyuan City. Therefore, he should be one of the officials and generals in Taiyuan City. Although it sounded far-fetched, it was understandable. With the Wang family's position in Taiyuan, even Wang Liaoyuan, the provincial governor of Bingzhou, could not compare to them in terms of power and influence. With the Wang clan's help, Taiyuan's Taiyuan, Li's name. Seeing this, Li Junxian put away the telegram and turned to the others. None of us wanted to see His Highness kidnapped, and all of us were responsible. But if we can safely rescue His Highness, we will make up for our mistakes. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. I trust that he will not only not punish us, he will even reward us. As the highest-ranking official in Taiyuan City, Wang Liaoyuan was the first to express his stance. General Li is correct. Since His Majesty has decreed, this official and all the officials and bailiffs of the provincial governor's residence will do our best to cooperate with General Li. As for the various county offices, if General Li requires their cooperation, this official will immediately send word to them. I only hope that we can quickly rescue His Highness King of Wei. Chapter 1990. The message Li Zishuan had sent to Iron Egg had not been purely to comfort Iron Egg. Although he had been in the army camp this entire time, he had been paying close attention to the situation in Taiyuan City, and he had even planted a backup plan in Taiyuan City to prevent any mishaps from befalling the students and teachers of the academy. The 32 students and teachers heading north to build the telegraph relay station were all elites of Yanhuang College, engineering talents that Li Zishuan had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate. He was more concerned about the safety of Li Tai and Iron Egg than anyone else, perhaps even more than Li Er. Li Er might only be concerned about Li Tai's safety, but Li Zishuan was concerned about all the students and teachers of the academy heading north. Although he had been unable to accompany Li Tai to the north due to military matters, how could he be at ease with letting the students of the academy go to Taiyuan? Even though the Imperial Army was escorting them, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. The Imperial Army might be able to block a spear in the open, but it was probably not very good at dealing with a sneak attack in the dark. The day Li Zishuan entered the army camp was the day that the students and teachers of the academy were heading north. For the first few days, he had been uneasy, sensing that something major was about to happen, so he had used the telegraph to send a secret telegram to Cloud Mountain. On the same day, a person rode down from Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Taiyuan. In terms of time, that person had left earlier than Li Junxian, so he should have arrived at Taiyuan before Li Junxian. Although the strength of one person could not compare to that of an army, Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies, and it would take more than one person to rescue him. Just as Li Zishuan had analyzed, they could only use skill, not brute force. Thus, the person that Li Zishuan had sent to Taiyuan might have a chance of saving Li Tai. Moreover, that person had some methods that even Li Zishuan had to be wary of. He was no simple person. "Officer Sun, why did you call everyone here in the middle of the night?" In a tent near the west of the Black Armored Army's camp, there were 20 to 30 burly soldiers squeezed into the tent. The words that Li Zishuan sent to Iron Egg before were not purely to comfort Iron Egg. Although he had been in the military camp recently, he had been paying attention to the situation in Taiyuan City. Moreover, he had planted a backup plan in Taiyuan City in advance to prevent the teachers and students of the academy from encountering any mishaps. The 32 teachers and students who went north to build the telegraph relay station were all the elites of Yanhuang College. They were the engineering talents that Li Zishuan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. He cared more about the safety of Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others than anyone else, even more than Li Er. This was because while Li Er might only be concerned about Li Tai's safety, Li Zishuan was concerned about all the teachers and students of the academy heading north. Although he had been unable to accompany Li Tai to the north due to military matters, how could he be at ease with letting the people of the academy go to Taiyuan? Even though the Imperial Army was escorting them, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. The Imperial Army might be able to block a spear in the open, but it was probably not very good at dealing with a sneak attack in the dark. The day that Li Zishuan entered the camp was the day that the teachers and students of the academy were heading north. For the first few days, he had been uneasy, sensing that something major was about to happen. Thus, he had used the telegraph to send a secret telegram to Cloud Mountain. On the same day, a person rode down from Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Taiyuan. In terms of time, that person had left earlier than Li Junxian, so he should have arrived at Taiyuan before Li Junxian. Although the strength of a single person could not compare to that of an entire army, Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies. Relying on numbers alone was not enough to save him. Just as Li Zishuan had analyzed, they could only use ingenuity, not brute force. Thus, the person that Li Zishuan had sent to Taiyuan from Cloud Mountain might have a chance of saving Li Tai by himself. Moreover, that person had some tricks up his sleeve that even Li Zishuan had to be wary of. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. "Field Officer Sun, why have you called everyone here in the middle of the night?" In a tent near the west of the Black Armored Army's camp, there were 20 to 30 burly soldiers squeezed into the tent. Chapter 1991. "This is General Chio's order, are you all going to defy it?" Sun Tao's words caused the noisy crowd to quieten down. No matter what, Chio Xingong's prestige in the black armored troops was something that few could match. Of course, other than Duan Jishuan. Most of the 2nd Battalion soldiers were Qiu Xingong's old subordinates, and they naturally didn't dare to defy Qiu Xingong's orders. Seeing that the crowd had quietened down, Sun Tao continued, General Qiu said that if you are worried that you will be punished for killing someone, you can only injure the other party severely. Getting injured on the training grounds is a common occurrence. Didn't Li Kanjun say earlier that the more injuries you get on the training grounds, the less blood you will lose on the battlefield? All you have to do is follow General Qiu's instructions, and even if Li Kanjun thinks that we did it on purpose, he can only swallow this loss in silence. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to make a decision. But compared to before, they were obviously moved. After a moment of silence, Sun Tao didn't wait for the crowd to express their opinions. He crossed his arms and said, I have already passed on General Qiu's words. As for what to do, you all know. That's enough. It's getting late, disperse and go back to your tents to rest. After saying that, Sun Tao didn't waste any more time and walked out of the tent. In fact, he was not too willing to do this mission that Qiu Xingong had given him. Although he, Sun Tao, could not be considered a hero, he was definitely not a treacherous person. He had his own bottom line. If it was in the past, he would definitely despise this kind of underhanded action. But now, it was different from the past. During the day, although the words that Qiu Xingong had said to him were a little harsh, he couldn't help but admit that those words made some sense. If the 2nd Battalion really lost the competition 2 days later, then Qiu Xingong would completely withdraw from the black armored troops' center of power. Once Qiu Xingong withdrew to the second line, his situation and future would be worrying. Firstly, Qiu Xingong's withdrawal meant that Li Zishuan would take over. When that time came, the 2nd Battalion would most likely fall into Li Zishuan's control. When that time came, as an old subordinate of Qiu Xingong, how would he have a good time? Who knows, maybe Li Zishuan would directly send a trusted aide to replace him. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan still wanted him to be the lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion, he might not be up to it. The reason why he had been able to suppress the arrogant soldiers in the past was mainly because he relied on Qiu Xingong's prestige. Once Qiu Xingong fall, his ability and reputation in the black armored troops would not be able to suppress these old soldiers. At that time, Li Zishuan would have even more excuse to send someone to replace him. It was because of all these reasons that Sun Tao ultimately chose his future when faced with the choice between conscience and future. The night was as cold as water. Even though it was the end of the 7th month, it was already late at night. A gust of cold wind blew and Sun Tao could clearly feel the chill. He couldn't help but tighten the cloak on his body and turn back to look at the tent. Seeing his subordinates coming out of the tent one after another, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Because from tonight's incident, he could see that Qiu Xingong's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers was not as good as before. If it was in the past, the soldiers would have obeyed Qiu Xingong's orders without any hesitation. But today, 1,000 li dike would collapse because of an ant's nest. Sun Tao didn't know when the rift between Qiu Xingong and the lower-ranked soldiers started, nor did he know how long Qiu Xingong's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers would last. But he felt that what he had done today was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. Even if he used this method to win the competition, Qiu Xingong and he wouldn't go far. Because if he did too many dirty deeds, his reputation would be tarnished and his prestige would slowly decline. The army was different from the officialdom. Here, strength and military achievement spoke louder than words. Treacherous and cunning people would definitely not go far in the army. Chapter 1992. Sky Eagle was only at the peak of qi condensation, so his hearing naturally couldn't compare to the Grandmaster Xianxia's. Moreover, they had been so focused on fleeing with Li Tai that all he could hear was the clattering of hooves and footsteps. He had no time to notice if anyone was following them. If he had known that someone was following them, he would have turned around and killed that person. Moreover, he wouldn't have chosen to stay at Tongfu Inn, because that was where Li Junxian had captured Zhao Dian. You can kill the people they sent to follow us on the surface, but what about the people hiding in the shadows? How could you kill them all? Xian Yi indifferently glanced at Sky Eagle and callously said, Don't forget that we're in Taiyuan City. Don't forget that we are in Taiyuan City right now. Even if we are not staying in this inn, as long as we are in the city, no matter where we are, it is impossible to hide from the eyes of the Wang family and the authorities. Rather than wasting our energy by hiding here and there, it's better to settle down at Tongfu Inn. In any case, with King Wei in our hands, the authorities won't dare to make any strange moves. Moreover, this place is very close to the southern gate. Once the reinforcements sent by the Kaghan arrive, we can immediately seize the gate and work together with the reinforcements from the inside. Sky Eagle first frowned when he heard this, and then his brows eased up and he said, "You're right, I agree with your way of thinking. But before the reinforcements arrive, we must guard against the Great Tang authorities trying to secretly rescue their King Wei." Xianyi nodded. "Correct. Moreover, I feel that it's a dark and windy night, so they might try to make a move. Thus, we need to have people stand guard around the inn to prevent them from attacking while we're sleeping. I'll personally take care of this matter. You should take him back to his room and keep an eye on him," Sky Eagle said indifferently. Then, he turned to look at Li Tai. That gaze was as if he was looking at a peerless beauty, causing Li Tai to have goosebumps. Fortunately, Sky Eagle quickly withdrew his gaze. Otherwise, Li Tai would definitely start cursing. A moment later, Sky Eagle led several dozen experts out of the inn. Li Tai guessed that they should have gone to set up defenses outside the inn. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Aren't these Turk spies' vigilance a little too high? When he had first been captured, he had hoped that Li Junxian and the others would be able to save him tonight, but after hearing Xianyi and Tianning's plan, he immediately felt that his chances of being saved tonight were very slim. Let's go. King Wei should be a smart man. I hope that you don't play any tricks in the next few days. Otherwise, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Xianye's eyes flashed. He turned around and pretended to make an inviting gesture to Li Tai while threatening him with a spear in his hand. Li Tai didn't know if he was seeing things, but he felt that Xianye's gaze towards him was a little strange. However, it was completely different from Sky Eagle's strange gaze. Xianye's gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Humph. Although he was imprisoned, Li Tai still tried his best to maintain the bearing of a prince. He didn't lose his head out of fear, nor did he kneel and beg the enemy for mercy. In the face of Xianye's threats, he didn't say anything and directly snorted coldly before walking up to the second floor. Chapter 1993. Taiyuan, Tongfu Inn, Heavenly Guest Room. Li Tai's face was filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he did not care about the reinforcements Xianyi spoke of. Of course, this was also in line with his status. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a prince who had been in the palace for a long time and knew nothing about war or the dangers of the world. Moreover, Taiyuan city had many soldiers and provisions, so Li Tai did indeed have the right to be arrogant. Humph. It seems that King Wei is very confident in Taiyuan city's defenses. Xianyi coldly snorted, but he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he had thought that Li Tai had learned of Zhao Dian's plan in advance. If that was the case, then the chances of their operation failing were extremely high. This was because once Li Tai learned that they had reinforcements, he had very likely informed the various local authorities to tighten their defenses. Thus, the reinforcements sent by Shili would find it very difficult to smoothly infiltrate the Great Tang. Without reinforcements, they would not be able to escape danger. Now that he saw Li Tai's normal reaction, Xianyi felt that he had been overthinking things. Indeed, Zhao Dian's letter requesting reinforcements from the steppe had been sent by carrier pigeon to Taiyuan city. Only he, Tianning, and a few others knew of the contents of the letter. How could Li Tai have known of it in advance? Of course. If you know what's good for you, you should abandon the darkness and seek the light as soon as possible. Release this king, and perhaps this king will plead with Imperial Father to spare your lives. Li Tai raised his chin and displayed a haughty attitude. He understood in his heart that the more arrogant and profligate he acted at this moment, the less suspicious Xianyi would be. Conversely, the more profound and wise he acted, the more suspicious Xianyi would be, and his life would be in greater danger. Arrogance and conceit were not difficult for Li Tai to put on a show. It could be said that he was completely acting himself. Before he had taken Li Zishuan as his master, Li Tai had always been arrogant and conceited in front of others, not knowing what humility and profound were. Now, he was just picking up the arrogance that he had thrown away. There was no trace of acting, so Xianyi firmly believed him. Xianye's eyes flashed slightly. He paused for a moment and sneered, "Humph. Until the end, no one knows who will emerge victorious. For now, King Wei should worry about yourself." Li Tai curled his lips. He didn't seem to care about Xianye's threat at all. He yawned and said lazily, "Ah. You don't dare to kill me now, so what's there to worry about? Quickly get someone to bring a basin of water. This prince wants to wash up and sleep." After saying that, he was about to lie on his back on the bed when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly propped himself up with his hands and said to Xianyi, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, this prince is not used to sleeping in the same bed as others, so you should sleep in the outer room tonight." Tongfu In's heavenly guest room was not only luxurious, but the room was also rather spacious. It was divided into an inner room and an outer room. The outer room was usually for the servants and maids of the guests. When Li Tai said this sentence, his heart was actually in a mess. He was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded or rejected, but to his surprise, Xianyi only frowned after hearing this. He didn't show any anger or reprimand. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to reprimand me." He said coldly, "No need. I'll just sit there and sleep tonight. Don't think of playing any tricks. Your every move cannot be hidden from me." As he spoke, he used his finger to point in the direction of the table and chair not far from the bed. Obviously, he didn't want to make things too awkward with Li Tai right now, nor did he want to let Li Tai sleep alone in a room. He might as well just sit next to Li Tai and sleep, preventing Li Tai from running away at night. Chapter 1994. Humph. It's best if you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. For some things, the more you know, the shorter you'll live. Xianyi was silent for a few moments before coldly replying to Li Tai's question. In the darkness, Li Tai pursed his lips, but he was not someone who liked to give up so easily. After a while, he gathered his courage and continued. "Ha. Even if you don't say it, this prince can still make a rough guess." Xianyi said nothing. Firstly, he had not taken Li Tai's words to heart. He and Li Tai had never met before, so how could Li Tai know of his past and difficulties? In truth, he was already rather annoyed with Li Tai. He had never imagined that a dignified prince like Li Tai would be such a chatterbox, and even in such a perilous situation, he was still able to display his nature as a chatterbox. Li Tai had no idea what Xianyi was truly thinking, and he certainly didn't know that Xianyi's attitude toward him had quietly changed. He continued to analyze his own thoughts. In this prince's view, you joining the Turks and working for Shili definitely isn't for money. This is because an expert like you doesn't need to go to the Turks to earn money. You can just join any noble clan in the Central Plains and obtain a fortune that you won't be able to spend your entire life. You also aren't doing it for a high post or a generous salary, because everyone knows that it's impossible for a Han to become a high-ranking official on the steppe. If you wanted to become an official, you could have stayed in the Central Plains and joined the army. With your abilities, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to make some military achievements. Moreover, the Great Tang was founded on martial arts. You could have relied on military achievements to enter the court and become an official. If it's not for money or power, then the only explanation is that the Turks have something on you, and this thing is even more important to you than your life. It's so important that you have no choice but to abandon your ancestors and serve the Turks wholeheartedly. Swoosh. In the darkness, Xianye's expression abruptly changed. He abruptly turned his head and his eagle-like eyes landed on Li Tai. At the same time, a cold aura suddenly erupted from his body. Li Tai, who was lying on his side on the bed, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was clearly summer, but Li Tai felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Killing intent. This was the killing intent that Xianyi unintentionally released when he lost control of his emotions. As an assassin, Xianyi had killed many people over the years. Even if he inadvertently released a trace of killing intent, it wasn't something Li Tai could withstand. Gradually, Li Tai felt that his body couldn't move, and even breathing became difficult. Just as he was about to suffocate, Xianyi's mind finally returned to normal, and he withdrew the trace of killing intent that had been released because he had lost control. Shut up if you don't want to die. As I said before, the more you know about some things, the shorter your life will be. Although he had retracted his killing intent, Xianyi's gaze was still as cold as ever. However, due to the dim lighting in the room, Li Tai couldn't see his cold gaze. However, Li Tai could feel the anger and killing intent in Xianyi's voice. But Li Tai wasn't frightened by Xianyi. On the contrary, Xianyi's overreaction just now proved that his guess was correct. This made things much easier. To him, Xianyi had been invulnerable before, but now that he had seen through Xianyi's weakness, he had a chance to understand him better. It would be best if he could persuade him to join his side. Chapter 1995. No one spoke to him, and no one was willing to listen to him. Li Tai quietly lay on his bed, his thoughts running wild. Soon, he was overcome by drowsiness and fell asleep. After all, he had truly been busy the entire day. During the day, he had been busy constructing the telegraph relay station, and at night, he had gone through a deadly adventure. But this had been hard on Xianyi. He had already been asleep, but Li Tai's words had left his mind in complete disarray, making it impossible for him to sleep. Although Li Tai's words were all based on analysis and conjecture, without any real evidence, some of them had struck at Xianyi's heart. The room returned to silence once more, and only the sound of Li Tai's breathing could be faintly heard. Xianyi leaned back on the chair and was lost in thought. Now, so long as he closed his eyes, Li Tai's words would resound by his ears. Especially the last sentence, "If you can be a man, who would be willing to be a dog?" It gave Xianyi the greatest impact and the deepest feeling he had. After a while, the flustered Xianyi stood up and walked out of the room. In any case, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a while, so he wanted to go out and see how Tianning was doing with the defenses around the inn. As for Li Tai, he wasn't worried that the little fatty would sneak away. Tonight would be a sleepless night for the majority of them. After all, they had just kidnapped the great Tang's king of Wei, and the authorities would definitely do everything in their power to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Tongfu Inn needed to be heavily fortified to prevent the authorities from sneaking in at night. But Xianyi and Tianning had not expected Li Tai's counterintuitive logic. The authorities and the Bingzhou barracks would not send anyone to Tongfu Inn to rescue Li Tai. On the contrary, they had all gone to bed. The next day, the officials had rested for the entire night and were in good spirits. On the other hand, the Turkic spies had been on high alert for the entire night and could be said to be completely exhausted. In this way, Li Juanxian's men would have a better chance of rescuing Li Tai. In truth, not everyone in Taiyuan Courier Station was asleep. Iron Egg stood alone in the corridor of Yiqing Pavilion, his eyes gloomy as he looked toward the southeast. Tongfu Inn was in that direction. The night was as cold as water. Tai Dan was only wearing a single piece of clothing, but he did not feel cold at all. At some point, a tall middle-aged man had walked up behind him. Seeing Tai Dan's bleak and lethargic figure, he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on Tai Dan's shoulder. He asked in a low voice, "What happened? Foul brat. Are you still upset about His Highness' capture?" "Father." It was Han Lizheng. When Tai Dan heard the voice, he quickly turned to look at Han Lizheng. Then, he paused and asked instead of answering, "Father, you've been working hard for a day. Why don't you rest early?" "Ha! Foul brat. How could your father be so delicate? Back then. Forget it. I won't talk to you about these things. I presume that you've already grown tired of hearing them." Han Lizheng jokingly scolded and was about to tell Iron Egg about his heroic deeds, but when he saw that Iron Egg was in low spirits, he knew that now was not the time to chat. He sighed and changed the topic. "Ha! This old man was worried that you would do something foolish and run off to the Turk's lair to rescue His Highness. So I looked everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you. In the end, you were hiding here and slacking off. Han Lijing had already heard about the details of Li Tai's kidnapping from Dugu Feiying and the others. Although Iron Egg seemed fine on the surface, no one knew him better than his father. Han Lijing knew that Iron Egg must be full of self-blame. Earlier in the front hall of the courier station, Li Junxian had asked everyone to rest well tonight and save Li Tai tomorrow. At that time, Han Lijing had caught a glimpse of Iron Egg clenching his fists and his eyes flashing with eagerness. At that time, he had been worried that Iron Egg would act on his own at night and sneak into the Turk's lair alone to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Han Lijing had been keeping an eye on Iron Egg. Tonight, he had been staying in the same room as Iron Egg. He had only gone out to fetch a basin of water, but when he returned, the Iron Egg had disappeared. Han Lijing immediately panicked. He left the room and searched for Iron Egg all over the courier station, but he couldn't find him. In the end, he went to the top floor of Yiqing Pavilion, but to his surprise, the Iron Egg was here. Father, you worry too much. Sensing the concern in Han Lijing's voice, Iron Egg's heart warmed. He turned to Han Lijing and earnestly said, "If I hadn't received Master's telegram, I really might have done as you said and gone to Tongfu in alone to rescue Qin Ke. After all, Qin Ke was captured because of me. In that situation, if she hadn't used her own life to threaten me, I would have already died to that person's saber. At first, I thought that if I could use my life to exchange for Qingshue's life, it would be worth it. After all, my life was saved by her. But later, Master sent me a telegram telling me not to act rashly. Moreover, Master had already predicted what would happen today and had already made arrangements. Thus, I dispelled the idea of going to the inn alone. I believe in Master. If he says that Qin Ke will be fine, then Qin Ke will definitely be fine. I'm afraid that if I act on my own, it will disrupt Master's plan. At that time, not only will I lose my life, but Qin Ke will also not be saved. So, Father, you don't have to worry about me risking my life alone." "That's good." Hearing this, Han Lijing's heart calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said, "Iron Egg, you've grown up. You understand responsibility and responsibility. Father is very pleased that you can make a life and death friend like Prince Wei." Putting aside his identity, he was willing to risk his life to save you at such a critical moment. This kind of friend is worth it for you to make. However, his identity is still somewhat special. This time, if something really happens to Her Highness, I'm afraid that His Majesty will vent his anger on you after knowing the details of the matter. You have to be mentally prepared. No matter what, Li Tai was one of Iron Egg's favorite princes. Although Li Tai's capture was not Iron Egg's intention, in that situation, Iron Egg was the only one who had the best chance to save Li Tai. However, in the end, it was Li Tai who used his own life to save Iron Egg. If Li Er was a pure believer in results, perhaps he would really vent his anger on Iron Egg. Even if he did not punish Iron Egg openly, Iron Egg's political future would not be too bright in the future. Of course, as long as Li Tai could be saved, everything would be fine. However, if they could not save him in the end, then the thing that Han Lijing was worried about was very likely to happen. "Father, I just want to save Qin Ke now. I don't want to care about anything else." Iron Egg shook his head. Although Han Lijing's worries were not without reason, he did not want to care about these things now. Han Lijing knew that Iron Egg was thinking about the safety of his good friend, so he did not talk about this issue in depth. He sighed and said, "AI. Forget it. This old man is worrying too much. Actually, with little Xian around, at least you can be assured that you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." "What do I have to worry about?" "However, when it comes to saving people, you have to judge the situation and act according to your ability. Your father will also do his best to help you. Don't act impulsively. Even if you have to risk your life, you should let your father do it. You are still young." As a father, Han Lijing respected his son's friendship and loyalty, so he was very supportive of Iron Egg saving Li Tai. After all, Li Tai had previously used his life to save Iron Egg. However, at the same time, Han Lijing did not want anything to happen to his son. What he meant was, if you have to risk your life, then let him be in front of you. This was the only thing a father could do for his son at this time. Father, Iron Egg, of course, understood the meaning of Han Lijing's words. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. When he was about to say something, Han Lijing waved his hand and interrupted him. I just said that you have grown up. Don't act like a little girl. It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest early. Have a good sleep and recharge your energy. Only then will you have the energy to rescue His Highness tomorrow. Yes. Iron Egg nodded heavily. The father and son turned around and went down the attic together. Chapter 1996. Steppe, Eastern Turkic Royal Court. At this time, the land was quiet. The tents were wrapped in the dreams of countless people of the steppe. Outside the tents, bonfires burned, and the occasional patrolling Turkic soldier passed by. Other than the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. At this time, the vast majority of people had already fallen asleep. On a small slope to the west of the palace, there was a person lying on the ground. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stocky build. He had his arms behind his head and was lying on the ground, looking at the dark night sky. He was in a daze and did not move at all. He had been in this position for more than 2 hours, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone here. It was as if he had become one with the earth. If an ordinary person had been in this position for more than 2 hours, their limbs would have gone numb long ago, perhaps even completely unconscious. But this man was clearly not an ordinary person. Even though he had been lying there for more than 2 hours, there was no pain or discomfort on his face. Perhaps he had already lost all sense of the outside world. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where do I want to go? The black-robed man's mind was filled with these 3 questions. To other people, these questions were filled with philosophy. Ordinary people were always busy working to make a living, and no one had the time to think about such things. But to this man, these questions were not purely philosophical, but things that he truly wanted to know. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was the mysterious Turkic state teacher, a martial grandmaster expert, Wuxia. Earlier, in the tent, he and Ashina Shu Yan had parted on bad terms, and he had left the tent to lie down alone. When it came to Ashina Shu Yan, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. This sounded very contradictory, but it was also the truest feeling in his heart. The past was like a painting, and Wu Jia couldn't help but recall that when he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shu Yan. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shu Yan's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jia felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. It was not a philosophical thought, but something he really wanted to know. Taking a closer look at this man's face, he was actually the mysterious Tujua Empire's imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster level expert, Wu Jia. Previously in the tent, he and Ashina Shu Yan had a conversation and parted on bad terms. He then left the tent and lay down here alone. As for Ashina Shu Yan, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. It sounded contradictory, but it was the truest feeling in his heart. Memories of the past flashed through Wu Jia's mind like a painting. When he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shu Yan. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shu Yan's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jia felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. Chapter 1997. After becoming the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, Wu Jia's taciturn personality did not change. He still did things his own way, and besides Ashina Shu Yan, he didn't even give a damn to Great Khan Xieli. Back then, Shili had been so angry that he almost went berserk. However, at the time, Wuxia was already a martial grandmaster, and even though Shili was unhappy, he could only endure, because a martial grandmaster was a force that could not be ignored for any faction. At that time, the tribes of the prairie were not as united as a monolith, and Shili needed Wuxia as a martial grandmaster. To those tribes that did not submit to him, Wuxia was the greatest deterrent. Coupled with the fact that Shili's most beloved daughter had always stood on Wuxia's side, Shili had turned a blind eye to Wuxia's arrogance and rudeness. This directly led to Wuxia's status in the Eastern Turks becoming more and more transcendent. He only needed to listen to Shili's orders. Cough, cough. Although there were times when he ignored Shili's orders, he had still helped Shili a great deal on important matters. Therefore, although Shili was occasionally annoyed by Wuxia's disobedience, he still relied heavily on Wuxia. His status was high, he stood above all, and he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. Wuxia's life on the prairie seemed very happy, but he was not happy at all. This was because he knew nothing about his past. He didn't even know who he was. He didn't even know where he came from. Where did he go? He didn't even remember his original name. The name Wuxia was given to him by the previous imperial teacher. When he woke up, he couldn't remember anything, let alone his own name. The imperial teacher who saved him gave him the name, Wuxia, in order to make it easier for him to address him. He told him to use it for the time being, saying that he would use his original name when he remembered his own name. Why was he called Wuxia? Because the imperial teacher's surname was Wu. At the time, the imperial teacher had seen that his injuries were too severe, with not a single part of his body intact. It was clear that he had encountered a great calamity, so the imperial teacher added the Jia character to his surname and gave him a temporary name. After being called this name many times, Wuxia had slowly become accustomed to it, but he still wanted to find his original name, or rather, he wanted to find his previous memories. He had asked Ashina Shu Yen more than once about his past, but Ashina Shu Yen insisted that she didn't know him before and that it was the old imperial teacher who picked him up when he was out traveling. Although Ashina Shu Yen spoke with confidence, Wuxia intuitively felt that his lover wasn't telling him the truth, as if she was deliberately hiding something. In addition, there was another thing that puzzled Wuxia. That was, under normal circumstances, even if a person lost all their memories of the past, they definitely wouldn't lose their memory of language, because it was impossible for someone with amnesia to forget how to speak, right? Everyone was born with the gift of language, and the ability to speak had long since become muscle memory. It was a kind of instinct. In most cases, people with amnesia would only forget the people and things of the past, but they would not forget the instincts of speaking and walking. Wuxia also didn't forget how to speak, but the crux of the problem was that not only did he not forget, but he also knew how to speak two languages, Turkic and Chinese. A person's language skill was an instinct, and it wasn't something that could be forgotten, but at the same time, this kind of instinct didn't come out of nowhere. Wuxia being able to speak two languages at the same time could only mean one thing, and that was, before he lost his memory, he already knew both Turkic and Chinese. This made Wuxia even more puzzled about his previous identity. He also asked Ashina Shu Yen this question, but Ashina Shu Yen said that she didn't know him before, so naturally she didn't know why he could speak both Chinese and Turkic at the same time. Moreover, there were many people who could speak both Turkic and Chinese at the same time, so it wasn't surprising at all. Almost everyone who traveled between the grasslands and the central plains knew both languages. Although Ashina Shu Yan's words made sense, Wuxia still felt that something was wrong, but because of his deep feelings for Ashina Shu Yan, he finally buried these doubts in the bottom of his heart. Until the last time he sneaked into Yanhuang College to steal information and met Liu, his heart inexplicably throbbed. What made him even more shocked was the black carp bracelet on Liu's wrist. Chapter 1998. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wuxia stood up from the ground and faced the north. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the north, his face hidden under his black robe remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon, but what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire prairie to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wuxia, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance, but at this moment, they seemed to have become hazy and indistinct in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of the 7th month, midsummer frost. Could the recent rumors in the prairie be true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wuxia's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wuxia usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard about the rumors circulating in the prairie recently. In his opinion, this rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people and cause the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Xieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning. In a little more than an hour, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold. Because it was still summer. Coupled with the hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wuxia was basically certain that it really was going to frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie was really going to be covered in frost. When the sun rose, when everyone woke up from their sleep, they would all discover this abnormal weather phenomenon. And the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie a few days ago would give this abnormal weather phenomenon a deeper meaning. When the time came, the prairie might really change. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wuxia stood up from the ground and faced the north, feeling the cold wind blowing from the north. His face hidden under his black robes remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon, but what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire grassland to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wuxia, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance, but at this moment, they seemed to become hazy and blurry in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of July, the midsummer frost falls. Could it be that the recent rumors on the grassland are true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wuxia's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wuxia usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard of the rumors circulating in the prairie. In his opinion, this rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people, causing the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Xieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning, and in a little more than 2 hours, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold. Because it was still summer. Coupled with the hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wuxia was basically certain that it really was going to be frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie really was going to be covered in frost. Chapter 1999. Reporting to Kagan, something bad has happened. Early in the morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, in the Turkic royal court, a Turkic general dressed in armor and with his hair tied in a small braid arrived outside Xieli's sleeping quarters. No, to be more precise, it should be a sleeping tent. The Turkic general slightly bowed and loudly shouted into the tent. This was a very large and luxurious tent, but its scale could not compare to the Khan's large tent that Xieli normally used for discussions. After all, this place was only used for sleeping. Even so, this sleeping tent of Xieli's was still several dozen times the size of other ordinary soldiers' tents. After the Turkic general finished speaking, Xieli's somewhat dissatisfied voice came from within. Sure, what's the matter? Can't you wait until daybreak? It was clear that Xieli was still intoxicated in the land of tenderness and had not yet gotten out of bed. Someone had disturbed his sweet dreams, so he was naturally unhappy. However, the person who had disturbed his sweet dreams had a rather special status, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger and listen to what the other party had to say. Yes, this Turkic general was none other than Xieli's subordinate, Great General Wuxia Xianxia. Previously, he had led 50,000 wolf cavalry to infiltrate the Great Tang border and cover Wu Jie's escape, but in the end, he had lost more than 40,000 wolf cavalry in the Great Tang. After returning to the Turks, the defeated Wuxia Xianxia's punishment was naturally Xieli's punishment, but it was only punishment of whipping. Xieli did not strip him of his position. This was because the Eastern Turks were currently in need of people, and Wuxia Xianxia belonged to the Wuxia clan and could be considered a direct subordinate of Xieli's. Xieli naturally would not kill him with a single blow. Kagan, it's snowing outside. Although he could hear a hint of anger in Xieli's voice, he did not shrink back because of this. This was because the matter he had to report was truly far too important. He swallowed, steeled his heart, and directly spoke. The tent was quiet for a few moments. Xieli had probably not completely reacted, but a few moments later, Xieli's voice, clearly raised by an octave, rang out. What? It's snowing outside? Bang, bang, bang. Before Xieli's voice had even faded, Wuxia Xianxia, who was standing outside the tent, heard a burst of hurried footsteps from inside the tent. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer. The next moment, the tent's curtain was pulled open from the inside. Xieli actually walked out barefoot, wearing only a single close-fitting garment. However, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he felt a bone-piercing chill invade his body. He couldn't help but shiver. However, at this moment, he already couldn't care about the coldness on his body. Because what he saw from outside the tent, the entire grassland was covered in a layer of white frost. If not for the fact that the coldness coming from his body was so real, Xieli would have suspected that this was not reality, but a dream. It was only the end of July. How could there be frost on the grassland? Thinking of that rumor that was widely spread on the prairie earlier, Xieli's old face turned pale in an instant. At the same time, his heart also became completely cold. Could there really be such a thing as the wrath of longevity heaven? This situation, this scene, this abnormal heavenly phenomenon, Xieli himself even somewhat believed that the rumor was true. However, he was still a Turkic Khagan who had experienced countless storms in his life. He quickly calmed down and shook his head. With a resolute gaze, he said, "No. This Khagan does not believe it."